My female 22 boyfriend, male 27, convinced me to have a threesome with a woman, female 23, from my uni. Since then, our relationship has been off. How do I fix this? First, please don't judge me. I've been doing plenty of that myself already. I just need some advice because I feel like I'm at a breaking point. A friend of mine suggested I post on here to get some perspective. A while ago, my boyfriend shared with me that one of his biggest sexual fantasies was to have a threesome. I was honestly pretty hurt by that because the idea of inviting someone else into our sex life just seemed so odd to me. It did make me feel iffy about our relationship, but the months after that were wonderful again, and he didn't bring it up again until recently. We talked about it for a couple of days, and he was so reassuring and patient at the time that I did end up agreeing to it. We agreed that there should be no emotional attachments, and it should be with someone that we weren't friends with, so I ended up DMing a pretty girl who I shared a seminar with and who I knew was bisexual from her Insta profile. It was super awkward, but she said she was open to it. My boyfriend also approved and said that he was fine with whomever I was fine with. We ended up doing it, and I enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I would, but my boyfriend didn't. He said it wasn't how he thought that it would go, that she seemed unexperienced in bed and didn't know how to divide her attention. It did seem like she was more attentive towards me, but I think it was largely because I was so nervous at first, so I thought it was sweet of her to help me relax, and I thought my boyfriend would appreciate it too, since it took me so long to even agree to this. I also don't think that she was really inexperienced, since I enjoyed what she did, and on top of that, she made me very comfortable. My female 22 boyfriend, male 27, convinced me to have a threesome with a woman, female 23, from my uni. Since then, our relationship has been off. In fact, she made me finish 2 times, which was a first for me since it generally takes a while for me to even finish once. It was awkward between me and my boyfriend for a while, but the tension settled and he was back to normal after a couple of days. I had been texting with the girl leading up to the threesome, and after it, we haven't really stopped. I thought it was odd at first, but she continued texting me and I enjoyed talking to her, so we kept DMing. She also sat next to me in my seminar every week and we got coffee together afterwards. As soon as I told my boyfriend that though, thinking it was funny, he got mad and said that I should block her and not talk to her. When I said we were literally in the same seminar, which he didn't mind before when I showed her to him, he said I should drop out of the class. We got into a huge fight where I also brought up that I didn't even want to have a threesome at first and that he pressured me into doing it. He kept asking, "So you think I'm a manipulator?" over and over and over, and just overwhelming me. He said that I was breaking the rule that we had, tried to blame me for choosing her, and also bad-mouthed her, which really threw me off. He said that she was just trying to sleep with me and trying to mess up our relationship and that I'm borderline cheating on him. It's been 2 days since then and we haven't talked to each other at all. My friends tried to convince me to break up with him, but we've been dating for almost 4 years and it just feels like it would be a waste. I ended up replying to the text from the girl in my class and I did feel really guilty since that was the whole reason me and my boyfriend fought, but it has been nice to talk to her and she's been really understanding and let me vent. I don't know if I should just go through with it and tell her that we should stop talking, though at the same time I don't like the thought of my boyfriend controlling me, as my friends have said. He is so mad because he can't make you finish twice in one session. My female 22 boyfriend, male 27, convinced me to have a threesome with a woman, female 23, from my uni. Since then, our relationship has been off. Update 2 days later. I've decided to end things with my boyfriend. I honestly went into the conversation preparing to say that we should take a break, but once I actually started talking, I changed my mind. I don't really feel any regret over my decision, more so over my actions in the last couple of weeks. He was pretty mad when I told him that we should break up. He didn't really say a lot and left pretty quickly. Later, he texted me and said he couldn't believe I was throwing away our relationship for this and that I was going to regret it. I honestly wasn't prepared for the breakup talk, which is why I didn't get the chance to really explain how there were a lot of things throughout our relationships that just weren't right, that we never fixed, and I didn't like telling him all of that over text, so I just ignored him. As for the girl, we continued texting, but I'm starting to realize that I might actually have a crush on her, and I feel awful for it. It does feel like I was cheating, and I also feel horrible for dragging her into all of this. I don't think it would be right to go out with her, nor do I even feel capable of that so soon after I ended things with my ex-boyfriend, or continue texting her when I feel this way about her, so I might just end things with her after all. For a long time, I wasn't sure if I was even into girls, so I've never been in a relationship with one before, but even now that I know 100%, I don't think this is the right time or situation to date a woman for the first time, especially not someone who has been so kind and attentive towards me. It would be unfair to her, and I think it's probably best to end things now rather than to let them drag on. Also wanted to thank everyone for giving me a wake-up call. I honestly didn't expect strangers on the internet telling me similar things to what my friends have been telling me to be this helpful. No. While I do think that you should heal from your breakup, I also don't want you to cut things off with this girl, because to me, this looks like a magnificent love story.
So my boyfriend just cheated on me, so I'm gonna get with his sister. I feel like the red flags in this relationship were vibrant, yet I ignored every single one of them. Why? I don't know. Me and my boyfriend, who let's just call Mark, were dating for about 4 years. It was a pretty serious relationship. Obviously, I'd met the whole of his family. I knew his sister swung the other way. Me and her actually got on really well. To be honest, we even kind of like flirted a bit, but it was very much like chilled flirting, if you get what I'm saying. I don't and have never swung that way. It does scare me just a little bit because it is so obviously out of my comfort zone. However, I'm willing to do it to get back at this man. I basically came to find some evidence that Mark has been cheating on me for the past year. It's been with distant friends, it's been with random girls off Tinder, like you name it, he is a part of it basically. And I'm not gonna lie, I am just the type of person, if you're not feeling something, that is okay. Whether we've been together 1 year or 100, break up with me. Like, why are you cheating and lying and being devious? Obviously, and rightfully so, this rubbed me up the wrong way. So I just want to get the best revenge in the world and ruin this man's life. I came across this information, I was totally chill. Only because I knew this would annoy him so much. He wanted a reaction. As I said, we were quite toxic for a little while. And I didn't want to give this man the satisfaction of reacting. So I calmly moved my stuff out the house and started plotting a way to ruin his life. One thing about Mark is he is super family oriented, like besties with his mum and dad and sister. I am quite persuasive, so I have bagged myself a date with her. I told her what her brother did to me. I think I'm just going to be super open about it and just be like, I want revenge, are you in? Because she finds it absolutely disgusting that he cheated on me. And as I said, I'm pretty nervous about this date. I'm actually getting ready for it. And the fact that I'm probably going to be sleeping with a woman tonight for the first time is like terrifying. Any tips, let me know.
My girlfriend of 4 months got sad when I showed her a picture of me and my son because my smile was bigger than in any of our pictures together. I, 35 male, am recently divorced, and I shared some pictures with my new girlfriend, 27 female, of my son and I at a trading card convention. I prefaced the photos by telling her that it was one of my favorite memories. It was a time before I only saw my kids every other weekend, where I spent the whole day with my son. We're standing in front of a big Pikachu. My 3-year-old son was on my shoulders, and I have a pretty big smile on my face. I usually don't show teeth when I smile because I don't like the way I look when I'm cheesing super hard. So when I can help it, I just smile with my mouth closed. And she's upset about this? That's weird. My girlfriend quickly pointed out that she's never seen me smile like that, and she mentioned that it made her sad. I told her not to read too much into it and how happy she makes me, but she continued by saying, it's hard not to. It's really not. You're jealous of a 3-year-old child. That is the fucking problem. It's really not that hard to not read too much into this man's favorite memory is this day with him and his son. And you can literally see the happiness on his face. Bitch, are you okay? My response was okay. I admit I was being short with her, but I was completely taken aback by her reaction to a picture of me and my son that I had already explained to her was one of my happiest memories. I have 3 children with autism. Sometimes outings don't always go as planned, but that day it was just him and I, and the day went pretty perfect. I didn't want to upset her, and I told her that I didn't want to fight, and that I had been looking forward to talking to her all day. This also upset her, and she went off about how I said I don't want to fight, like I'm not a willing participant in this argument. He's not. Ma'am, you are literally holding this man hostage with argument. He is doing everything that he can to diffuse the situation, but no, everything that he says, you find a reason in that to be upset. Work on yourself. I could tell that she was upset, so I was doing my best to not match her energy. She responded for me to not worry about fighting because I can have the night to myself, and to text her when I can control my emotions and not take it out on her. If that's not the pot calling the fucking kettle black, text me when you can control your emotions and not take it out on me. Says the person that is trying to pick a fight with me because they are upset about how happy I was spending a day with my 3-year-old. Bitch, are you serious? I was so confused, but I didn't say anything until the next day. I was well aware of how upset she was, so again, I wasn't going to match that energy, and I was doing everything that I could to remain calm and try to figure out what was going on. The next day, I told her that it felt like an odd thing to be upset about, because it is. Like, you're jealous of a 3-year-old. You're upset of how I smiled in a picture with my son. Like, it's very odd. This set her off again. Then she proposed the scenario if it was reversed and said I would do the same thing. She doesn't have kids, but I explained to her that if she did and I saw an old picture of her and her kid, I wouldn't be jealous of how big she was smiling. This comment also set her off. Get rid of her, because at this point, she's pissing me off. Now she's saying that I dismissed her feelings, that I'm calling her weird, and that I'm saying she's jealous of a kid. Who said that? When did OP say that? Not you telling us exactly what we already fucking know. She said that I no longer feel like a safe person to talk to about her feelings because this particular feeling doesn't matter. It doesn't. You're upset this man doesn't look at you the way he looks at his 3-year-old fucking son. Are you okay? Again, that's weird. You are fucking weird. I would never want my partner to look at me with the same love in their eyes that they have for a child. That love is different. That pride is different. That happiness is different. This bitch wants you to treat her like she one of your motherfucking kids. This is all blowing me away because she's taken everything I'm saying so negatively, and I'm trying so hard to just listen, understand, but also give my opinion. It's just getting worse and worse, and now I'm afraid we're about to break up. Can someone weigh in here and tell me how I should have responded? Are you seriously jealous of how happy I am with my child? That's how you should have responded. That would have shut all of this down from the fucking start. Are you seriously jealous because of how happy I was that particular day with my son? I showed you a picture and told you this day was one of my favorite memories, and you can see that in my face. Are you seriously jealous of how happy I was with my child? Listen, babe, I know you said that you're recently divorced, so clearly you're just getting back out there. This is a newer relationship, and I understand the hesitation with not wanting to break up. You're starting over, and nobody wants to start over once they've already started over. But, honey, being single is not that bad. It's not that bad. I would rather be single than be with someone who is upset and jealous of a memory, a picture of me and my 3-year-old son. I need you to ask yourself, is she really someone that you would want to introduce to your children? You have 3 children, and she's upset of how happy you were with your children. You're not that happy when you're around me. These are my fucking kids. The happiness looks different. Also, does she not know that you have an issue with your smile? Like, if she doesn't, tell her. I mean, it's not going to do anything but piss her off, clearly, because everything pisses her off. But either fucking way, this is not someone I would want to be a permanent fixture in my life. Your children are going to be around. What's going to happen when she witnesses with her own eyes how happy you are around your kids and then gets upset and picks a fight? You don't ever laugh and smile like that with me. Do you want to deal with this for the rest of your life? Do you want your children to have to deal with somebody who's jealous of them because their father loves them? The relationship is only 4 months old. You guys have been together for 4 months, and she's picking a fight because you don't look as happy with her as you do with your 3-year-old son. Hell, you've known him longer. You love him differently. The happiness that he gives you is different. Get rid of her. She's not worth the fucking headache.
This one comes from truth off my chest. My stepkids are planning a family-only trip with their mom and bio dad, and I'm struggling with how to feel. I don't even know where to start, so I'll just jump in. I'm 46 male. My wife is 44 female. We've been married for 8 years. She has 3 kids from her previous marriage, all teenagers now, and I genuinely love them. They've lived with us most of the time, and sometimes with their biological dad. We've built a real family over the years. Next month, my stepson turns 18. Big milestone, I get that. To celebrate, my stepkids are planning a 1-week vacation together. Just them, I'm not included. I understand why they want this. I really do. He's turning 18. They want just family. And in their minds, that probably means mom, dad, and siblings. I don't want to be the guy who ruins an important moment or looks selfish. But at the same time, she's my wife. I can't pretend I'm okay with my wife staying in the same place for a week with her ex-husband, sleeping under the same roof, spending days together, sharing meals, doing family things that, let's be honest, look a lot like playing house again. What makes it harder is that her ex isn't remarried. So yes, insecurity and jealousy are definitely part of this. I'm human. I don't like how it makes me feel, and I hate that I even have to feel this way. I also know how kids are. They want their parents together. They'll push for family moments, Photos, inside jokes, nostalgia. I'm scared I'll just be erased for that week, like I don't exist. If I'm being honest, if my own kids ever asked me to do something like this with my ex, I wouldn't. Not because I don't love my kids, but because I respect my wife and my marriage too much. To me, boundaries matter. Also, I actually talked with all of them. I told them I'm hurt by the decision and that I feel excluded. They immediately said that they didn't feel that way and that they never intended to hurt me. What happened is that a week ago, their bio dad told the kids he was paying for a big trip for them. The kids asked their mom if she could join, and he said why not. The idea of celebrating the birthday together with their bio mom and dad felt like a great idea to them, so it was already planned. My wife initially told them she wasn't okay with it, but later the kids convinced her to go. Now I can't cancel it. I'm not angry at the kids because they never demanded something like this before. We all have celebrated birthdays together, but this time they're going on a week-long vacation, and it feels bad for me. I always trust my wife. Trust is not the issue here. I'm sure she won't even touch her ex. I'm stuck between not wanting to control my wife and not wanting to silently swallow something that genuinely hurts me.
I cried more at the funeral of somebody I'm not related to than I did at my grandpa's funeral. We called her Aunt D, and even though there wasn't like a drop of blood relation, she was my family. My whole life we've lived semi-far from my blood grandparents, so Aunt D and Uncle James always were at more events, more birthdays, more graduations than my actual grandparents ever were. My actual blood grandfather on my mom's side, he had Alzheimer's, so pretty much my whole life he didn't know who I was and I couldn't really interact with him. And I felt like a shitty person for the longest time for saying this, but by the time he actually passed away, he had kind of been dead in my mind for years. But my Aunt Dee died 2 weeks ago, and her funeral was last week. And for me, it kind of came out of nowhere. She was the type of person who you just kind of assumed that she would always be there. It didn't matter where I was coming from or where I was going. If I stopped at Aunt Dee's house on the way, there was always a cold Dr. Pepper in the fridge for me. And she had this like goose container that she kept on her kitchen table that she would fill with candy. So anytime I came by, she'd always come up to me and say, "I put Kit Kats in the goose for you." She also kept 3 little Tupperware containers in her purse at all times. One for jelly beans, one for M&Ms, and one for Skittles. So she was literally known as the candy lady at her church. She had also been smoking cigarettes since she was like 15 years old. I think she smoked Virginia Slims, but she always justified herself by saying, "I don't inhale." I don't really know how that's possible, but because she was a smoker, she had a good setup on her back porch. She had tons of plants and wind chimes and windmobiles. It was so peaceful to be out there. She really was an amazing person, and she adopted me and all my siblings basically as her grandkids. She was loved by so many people. Like that auditorium during her funeral, she filled it up. I honestly still can't even believe that she's gone. So yes, I cried more at the funeral of somebody who's not even related to me than I did at my actual grandfather's funeral, and I still kind of feel like a horrible person about it. But I miss her so much, and I hope that this will help to kind of memorialize her in a way. Okay, love you, bye.
Husband cheated. Therapist says no moral high ground for 3 months. I feel beyond hurt and abandoned. My husband of 10 years had an affair. He's in individual therapy. We're in couples therapy. He's taken full responsibility for cheating. He said it was completely wrong, cowardly, morally reprehensible. He says he sees how devastating it's been. He says if he had the emotional awareness and reasoning ability that he has now, he would have just separated instead of cheating. And that sentence is like a destroyer. It makes me feel so abandoned. What I hear is, if I had been healthier, I would have left you. He keeps saying the affair is 100% on him. But he also says it was a response to being emotionally lonely in a marriage that had already become bad for both of us. Not to justify, to understand. Years ago, I had a late-term miscarriage. It destroyed me. I developed postpartum anxiety and rage. I was volatile, and I said cruel things sometimes. I was grieving and hormonal and honestly not stable. He tried to support me. I won't take that away from him. But he took everything I said personally. Every emotional outburst became about how I was hurting him. I didn't feel given grace for the fact that my body and brain were wrecked. I felt like I had to manage his feelings, and that's when I built resentment I never really processed. I never forgave him for not holding me better during the hardest time of my life. I needed his grace and softness, even if it was hard for him. And then he lost his job, and then his mom died. I wanted to show up for him, but I couldn't get past the internal wall of where was this compassion when I needed it. Husband cheated. Therapist says no moral high ground for 3 months. I feel beyond hurt and abandoned. I was colder than I should have been. I can admit that now. But he cheated. Our therapist has given us individual exercises on how to make each other feel safe again. And he has a lot of specific rebuilding exercises like transparency, reassurance, check-ins, empathy work. But the big rule for the next 3 months is no one gets to hold the moral high ground. No, you did this. We both just own our parts in how the marriage deteriorated. The therapist says blame only makes people talk over each other, and that accountability right now needs to come from within. She said verbatim, "You both seem stuck in your own viewpoints." And I hate her rules. They feel wrong. It feels like him owning the affair isn't enough if I don't get to hold him accountable for it in real time. He says he owes it to me to make it right because he cheated on me. And that hurts too. I don't want to be chosen because he owes me. I tell him this and he tells me he's sorry, but he's working on shifting the mindset of owing me to actually wanting to do everything because he wants to. And then he says that in a healthier state he would have just left, and it makes me feel like I was a placeholder. And it makes me feel even more abandoned and alone. I've been confiding in my sister. She gave me tough love and said the therapist is actually giving us excellent advice. She said if I'm choosing reconciliation, I need to let go of the desire to hold him accountable if he's already given the structure to do so by himself, by our therapist. And I can't live with this structure. If I can't live with it, I need to make a decision. I hate this. I want the moral high ground. It feels like proof it was not all on me. He crossed the line. I feel confused, heartbroken, defensive, and honestly more resentful since starting therapy. Girl, I get it. I would also be wanting to do that as well. Like, I would be wanting to be like, you did this, and then look at the shame on his face.
Am I the jerk for letting my boyfriend fail his presentation after I heard how he really talks about me? Probably not. My boyfriend had a major online presentation this morning, like the kind that can tank your grades if you miss it. For months, I've basically been running his life. I wake him up because he refuses to fix his sleep schedule. I remind him of deadlines, help him prep, make sure he eats, everything. Not because I have to, but because I cared. Last night, I got a reality check. He was on a call with his friends and didn't realize that I could hear him. He wasn't just joking. He was straight up bragging, saying things like, "I don't do shit anymore. She handles everything," and calling me his personal assistant. His friends were laughing, telling him that he had me trained. Instead of defending me, he doubled down. He said, "I've got that presentation tomorrow, but I'm not even worried. She'll wake me up and have everything sorted. That's her job at this point." No, you're not the jerk. Absolutely not. This man wasn't even trying to do anything for himself because he knew that you were going to come in and do it. At this point, he's designated his life as your job. No, baby, it was well time for him to meet the consequences of his actions. Her job. That hit different. Not partner, not girlfriend, just unpaid staff that he gets to flex about. So this morning, when his alarms went off and he did his usual turn it off and go back to sleep routine, I didn't move. I didn't shake him awake. No second chances. Nothing. He missed the entire presentation. His bad. Actions meet consequences. You're bad. You had alarms set, so you knew. You knew when you were talking to your friends, you knew that you needed to be up by a certain time for this day. But you were so sure that I was going to pick up the slack for you that you turned your alarm off and went back to sleep. Shouldn't have did that. You knew you had important things to take care of this morning. You're bad. When he woke up and realized, he went ballistic, screaming that I sabotaged him, that I let him fail, and that I'm selfish and petty. I told him that maybe he should try managing his own life if he's so proud of not doing it. He called me dramatic and said that I'm ruining his future over a joke. What was the funny part? Quickly, tell me what was the fucking punchline because I may have missed it. A joke is supposed to be funny. I like you. Being disrespected behind my back while I carry you isn't funny. Now he's furious, acting like I betrayed him, while I'm sitting here wondering why I ever let myself be treated like that in the first place. So am I the jerk? Listen, babe, no. You're absolutely not the jerk here. This is a grown-ass man. It is not your job to adult for him. He failed because he refused to get the fuck up when his alarm went off like adults do. That's his bad. He made a joke that everything that you do for him simply because you cared is your job. You decided to stop being unpaid staff, and it's affecting him in a very major way. That's not sabotage. This is him facing the consequences of his actions. You're a grown-ass man. You're upset at me because I didn't wake your grown ass up for something that you knew was important. No, this has nothing to do with you. All right, babe, so I have questions. You said in the last sentence, "I'm sitting here wondering why I ever let myself be treated like that in the first place." My question is, when did we break up with him? Or how long before we break up with him? Have we broken up with him? Tell me we're planning to break up with him.
Am I the asshole for not giving my vacation day to a coworker getting married? My job does vacation days by seniority, and we submit the bulk of our vacation requests at the same time every year. So you kind of need to plan ahead if you have big plans, or you need to work around the days that are still available after we submit all our leave requests. When we did this process in March of 2025, I submitted a request for the day after MLK Day in January 2026. The day after a holiday is brutal at my job. There is a lot more work to do and you often get stuck there late. I have frequently tried to get that day off after a federal holiday. Lucky me, there was only one slot available and I was the only person to request it, so I got it. Fast forward to December of 2025 and the coworker approaches me and tells me she is getting married. This is top secret info and she's only telling a few people, but she would really like me to let her know if I can cancel my vacation day so she can put in for it. She was able to get 6 days off for this secret wedding, but she really wanted my day off also. Okay, that's fine. I'll let you know. I could tell she was expecting me to immediately agree because she seemed kind of dejected. A day or two later, she tells me that she doesn't want it anymore. I said, okay, I probably wasn't going to cancel anyway. She said she thinks I would have because it's a big deal. A big deal for you only. After this, our relationship at work was about the same still, which is to say I hardly know this woman and we're not friends or anything, just cordial coworkers. Not long after the vacation day request, there was a point where we were being forced to work overtime based on our seniority level. She was first in line and I was second. She asked me if I would trade spots with her because she had something going on after work, and I said I didn't want to do that. After that point, she stopped talking to me entirely. A couple of my coworkers seemed a little standoffish towards me also. I can only speculate that it is because of something she said, but I don't know for sure. Oh, she said something. She said something and added her twist to it. Look, I'm not doing anything on my vacation day. I just don't want to work that day. I put in for that day off almost a year ago, and I didn't want to work overtime that day either, but I don't have a ton going on. I just flat out didn't want to. Maybe I should have tried to help my coworker out more. Am I the asshole for not canceling my vacation day and not working the overtime for my about to be newlywed coworker? Is the wedding real?
I'm running away with my teacher because we're having a baby. I want to get the facts out in the open. I am in sixth form and I have known my teacher for quite a few years now. However, the first time we hooked up was at prom. I was above legal age. That makes this not weird. Now, I am about to sit my final exam, and obviously after those exams my teacher won't be my teacher anymore, so this will be legal. However, until then I need to apply to do these online because it's getting hard to keep this a secret. For the past 6 months I've been sleeping around his house. We've had to come into school together and he drops me about a 5-minute walk away, and I have to just come in and act like nothing's happened, when in reality I've literally spent the whole night with him. Obviously me finding out I was pregnant was quite a bit of a shock. I was actually 3 months late on my period. I still have quite irregular periods, so I didn't think I was pregnant as we were using protection. However, we are both super happy about this now. We've kind of come to terms with the fact I'm pregnant. Before it was just a little bit shocking. So our big plan is basically for me to submit the rest of my semester online, tell the school that I am pregnant, and it's just really hard for me to come into school basically. So my classes I will join virtually, and then my teacher, who let's just call Mark, is going to leave this teaching position. He is going to go join another school about a 4-hour drive away. We have got an apartment ready, we have leased it, we are ready to just run away together. No one's gonna know we're together, and then in 6 months time when our baby is born, it's going to be perfectly legal because he isn't my teacher. So I guess I'm going to keep you guys updated with how this goes, and hopefully the baby is delivered healthily, happily. Also really hoping he proposes to me before I give birth. I really don't want to be like a wifey on a girlfriend package, you know? So we will see. We'll see what comes.
My husband, 32 male, is insisting that we impregnate his friend after finding I, 32 female, am unable to conceive. I'm honestly in a bit of shock after everything that has transpired in the past 24 hours, and I need some unbiased opinions to help get me through. A little background: my significant other and I have been married for 4 years and together for 7. He's a civil engineer who is more so ambivalent to his career. His real passion lies in his hobbies, our relationship, and his friends. I'm an emergency medicine doctor, and this is my passion. I love my husband, my friends, and I have hobbies, but my work is my absolute passion. Becoming a doctor was my dream since I was 12, and I've made it a reality. Now my issue: about 14 months ago, my husband was pushing me to get pregnant. He wanted a baby. I honestly did not. I was finally hitting my stride at work. We just bought our first condo together and weren't living a really kid-friendly life. I didn't tell him this, mostly because I was a coward and we had never really disagreed before, so I kept my mouth shut and decided it wouldn't be a huge sacrifice to have a baby. I could make it work. We got pregnant. I was miserable. Pregnancy did not suit me, and I wanted it to be over. I felt disconnected from everything, especially my pregnancy, and sought out therapy. My therapist told me that I was holding resentment against this baby, as I was in a great spot in my career and was more worried about that than my unborn child. She was right. I worked on this, and towards month 6, I was really excited to have this baby. My husband and I were in a better place. My resentment and attitude really hurt our relationship during this time. Everything was going well until it wasn't. Around 7 months in, our baby was born at stillbirth, and I had some horrible complications, which have caused my chances of getting pregnant to become incredibly low. I know that I'm never getting pregnant. After the initial shock, recovering from the physical trauma and the emotional trauma, I won't lie, I felt relieved. Massive relief. I didn't want to be a mother then, and I will down the road, but I am a firm believer that this was just not meant to be. My husband took this harder, but with some therapy on both of our ends, we seemed to be in a good spot. Until last night. Last night, my husband approached me. He said that he really wants us to have a kid, and he forgives me for losing our son. He knows that I cannot conceive, but reminded me that he is more than capable. I had to remind him that we have no options. If we want a baby, then we need to look into adoption or getting donated eggs and going the surrogacy route. And right now, we're not in the financial position for that. My husband, 32 male, is insisting that we impregnate his friend after finding I, 32 female, am unable to conceive. And then he asked, what if there was another way? And naturally, I asked, what? He told me that there was a woman at work that he has known for several years. Apparently, she knows about all of our marital problems and knows all about my health issues over the past year. He said that they recently went to drinks together. I was on an overnight shift, and after a few drinks, she offered to not only donate eggs, but to be our surrogate. This seems too good to be true, right? Yep. She will only do this if my husband impregnates her the natural way, having sex with her during her ovulation period until she gets pregnant. I was baffled by this. First, he was considering it and seemed genuinely excited for this. Second, that this woman would offer such a thing without ever having met me. And finally, that he shared such intimate details with her. He said that he then followed up with her when they were both sober via text, and she responded, "Oh, I would love to have your baby." This seems odd to me, and I question the mental stability of this woman. But then my husband's entire demeanor shocks me. I told him I wasn't sure about this. If we go the surrogate route, I would prefer it to be anonymous and our surrogate to be a stranger. I don't want this getting messy or having to worry about running into the egg donor. Instead of seeing the validity of my opinions, he told me that having a baby with him was a non-negotiable. That this friend wants to help us. He wouldn't mind doing it her way, and it would be the most cost-efficient since we just discussed how we cannot afford it at this time. He told me that if I love him and I want a baby, then I'll do this for him. I tried to explain to him that I'm not sure if I'm ready for this, and that I don't know if I'm comfortable with all of this, especially with him sleeping with someone else. He brushed that off, telling me that it's no big deal if he were to sleep with her, and that I'm overreacting. He stood by while I got my dream, and he was left and alone and ignored. I never knew that he felt this way, and that I owed him to let him do this. Today, I looked up this woman on Facebook, and she's very attractive. I would say that my husband and I are both average looking, but she's definitely striking, which makes my anxiety go even higher. Why do this for us? I don't get what she wants out of this, and what she gets. Am I overreacting?
Am I the asshole for being honest and telling my daughter-in-law that they are not ready to be a parent since she cannot drive? I may be an ass here, like a huge one. We live in the USA and driving is very important. The buses are not great in our area. I meet up with my daughters and daughter-in-laws like once a month to get brunch or something fun. This is about my daughter-in-law Kelly, and overall I thought we had a pretty good relationship. Kelly cannot drive. She has anxiety and refused to learn for years. My son drives her basically everywhere, and when he can't, I step up to do that. Ubers are very expensive here, and money is tight on their end. Over the weekend, everyone met up to go to one of our favorite dinner spots. My son couldn't drive her, so I picked her up and drove her. Everyone was having a good time, and Kelly mentioned that they were trying to get pregnant. I was shocked on the news, but didn't say anything. The conversation moved on from there. When I was driving her home, Kelly asked why I made a face at dinner. I guess I made a face when I heard the news. I told her it was nothing and she wouldn't let it go. After, she asked for the 5th time I told her that I don't believe she is ready to be a parent since she cannot drive. That I am literally driving her places right now since she literally can't get to places without help. I asked what is the plan when my son leaves to travel for work? Hide in the house all day? What if there is an emergency or the kid needs to go to the doctor? Have me take you places? Uber that they can't afford? This started a huge argument and she called me rude and that I don't see her as an independent adult. My points were the same and she called me a dick and that I don't see her as an independent adult. My son called me asking me to apologize and basically say having kids is a good idea. I don't think it is at all, and I think she needed to hear it. Yes, sorry, I'm going to have to agree that mom is not the asshole here because having a baby involves so much. First of all, does this person work? And if not, okay, cool. Stay-at-home wife, stay-at-home mom, totally okay. But how are you getting things done, right? So how are you going grocery shopping? How are you taking this baby to doctors? How are you taking this baby out to the park? Like, what are you doing? And you may live in a very rural area, right? Where you have to have a car because not everywhere is like New York City, right? So yeah, I think it was justified. It's a conversation that needed to be said, needed to be had.
Am I overreacting for not wanting my husband's sister to be around our daughter? Update. Today after I picked Della up from school, we went over to Aubrey and Hank's house. They have 5 kids ranging from 3 to 15, so they were outside while we talked. I told Aubrey what Della had said and about the phone call with Hannah. Aubrey was equally as shocked as I was. She had noticed that something was off, but just like me, she thought it was just a phase. While we were discussing how we were going to handle the upcoming family vacation, her oldest came in the house and overheard. Michael, 15 male, told us that Hannah tried the same thing with him and his younger sister Susie, 12 female, several years ago. She told him that I was not their real aunt and a few other things. Hannah needs help. Like, what's the fucking reason? What's the reason? This bitch has got some severe main character syndrome. I want to know if Hannah's in a relationship. And if she is, how does she treat her partner's nieces and nephews? Michael has always been wise beyond his years, and he immediately shut that down. He told Hannah that's not true, and if she ever said anything like that again, he would tell his parents. She never brought it up again, but she stopped spending time with them. Of course she did, because she almost blew her cover. Everybody in the family thought that Hannah was this person that just liked to stay to the side and do her own thing, when in reality, she's sneaky, manipulative, and conniving as fuck. Aubrey and I were floored. Of course, she got on to Michael a bit, saying that he still should have said something, but no one was actually upset with him. At that point, Hank had just gotten home, so we, including Michael, told him what was going on. He then called Robert, my husband, and they both went over to Hannah's. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but Hannah's no longer going on a family vacation, and she's pissed at everyone. So what? Oh, fucking well, get her a cape so she could be super pissed. Don't nobody give a fuck about her being mad. How you gonna be mad at me because I just laid into you for trying to manipulate my children into hating their relatives? Are you okay? Clearly you're not. Della is back to being her usual happy self again, and she decided to stay the night at Aubrey and Hank's house. We talked to her about how family works, and just because you don't share blood doesn't mean you aren't family. I do feel a bit bad because we did lose both my husbands and therefore Hannah and Hank's parents in the last 2 years. Part of this trip was a final goodbye to scatter their ashes, but we all agreed that Hannah has lost access to all of us until she grows up a bit and can apologize. OP did respond to a comment and say that the family collectively agreed that they're going to give a portion of the ashes to Hannah so that she's not completely excluded from everything, just the trip itself, because they don't want her around their children. Understandably. Thank you for the update. To me personally, it was clear as day that OP was not overreacting in the first half. In my opinion, it was a bit of an underreaction. I would put both hands and feet on Hannah, but be better than me. Be better than me. Don't act like me. Hannah's got problems. I can't tell you exactly what the problems are, but she's got them and they are there. She acts completely uninterested in these kids until they reach a certain age. And then she decides that she must be the main character. So she goes out of her way to manipulate and teach these kids to hate the only auntie that's been around. Remember, from the first part, Hannah is not active in their lives. She doesn't go to any of their school events. She doesn't show up for birthdays. They only see her for family holidays. But she decides she's got to be the main character. So she's going to jeopardize the relationships that they have with people that are showing them they actually love them to make sure she gets her way. This woman needs help. I truly hope she goes and fucking finds him. Because like I said before, if she has a partner, how is she treating their nieces and nephews?
Dave, you a piece of shit. This one comes from truth off my chest. I ended up being the other woman, and now the wife is trying to ruin my life. I, 38 female, have been dating David, 48 male, for about 18 months. He lives about 45 minutes away from me, so I thought, and so we typically only saw each other in person 1 or 2 times a week. For me, this was perfectly normal. I have no desire to ever get married. My parents' marriage was a shit show, and I focus on my job and career. My job is very involved and demands a lot, so I was grateful to find a partner who understands my time constraints. I was also really happy to find a partner who was able to fully support himself and not looking to move in together. Okay, that's a big one. We first met at a UKG conference of all things at the end of August in 2024. We worked in different industries, fields, but we both supported the same software. He was super charismatic and really fun to talk with. He instantly made me feel comfortable and like he was a friend. We exchanged information at the conference, which wasn't out of the ordinary since I also exchanged information with other people at the same conference. The conference was made for users to get in touch with each other and make local contacts to work with to ask each other questions about how we use and support the software. A few weeks later, he asked if I wanted to meet up, and I'm not going to lie, I found him really attractive, so I agreed. We got together for lunch and things turned from a colleague situation to a romantic one. Within the next month and a half, we had been regularly seeing each other. Our lives seemed to work really well together. He understood how demanding my job is, and that I don't have the ability to be available for more than texting and phone calls on a regular basis. He was okay with that, and I took that as him making concessions for me and my career. Over the next 6 months, things were really smooth, and I feel like I was in the best relationship of my life. Around that April, he specifically really pushed me to call ourselves official, which felt a bit weird to me because I felt that we were, based on our communication and interaction with each other. He specifically pushed for me to call us official, and we were texting each other multiple times each day. It seemed like a weird switch up in question at the time, but Dave made it seem like I was maybe overreacting. I eventually lost the feelings like things were weird because we fell into this regular schedule of him coming over in the evenings a couple of times during the week and him spending weekends at my place. This seemed like a perfectly normal relationship to me, and now I'm just questioning myself constantly and trying to rethink if there were hidden behaviors that I missed. It's now been 3 weeks since his wife reached out to me and basically blew up my world. She introduced herself very kindly, let me know that they have been married for over 15 years and have 2 kids together. I had so many questions because none of this made sense to me. I responded to her with my questions, but after that first contact, she never got back to me or responded to me again. I did some background check digging into Dave, and while he does actually work for the company that he claimed, he actually lives in an entirely different state. What? You must live by a border. I really have no idea how he can even travel between the 2 states so frequently. The cost alone would be crazy unless he's been lying about his job role and he's actually traveling consultant instead of assistant admin. I really don't know at this point. I've spent over a year of my life on this man who has lied to me the entire time. I feel so incredibly disgusted. On top of this betrayal from Dave, his wife somehow found not only me but also my mother and has reached out to my mom to bash me and say all sorts of horrible things about me. Mind you, Dave has met my mom and we've had dinner together multiple times. I don't even know where to go from here. At this point, I'm ready to just not trust anyone ever again. I'm just feeling really lied to, like I'm an idiot for falling for this, and I just want to curl up and disappear for a while. Dave, you a piece of shit. Dave, you wrong. You are dead wrong. You came into this woman's life knowing damn well you can't stay, that you have a whole family somewhere else, in a whole different state at that. Oh, come on, Dave. Dave, you a piece of work.
Am I the asshole for reporting my friend to CPS? I, 33 female, have been close friends with Kate, 34 female, for 15 years since our children were babies. She has Joe, 15 male, and I have Sue, 15 female. She has no other children, but I have a total of 5 kids, all much younger than Sue. When Kate and I first met, we were both working for minimum wage and struggling to raise our babies alone. It was really hard for the both of us. Our children are very close friends, pretty much viewing each other as siblings. Kate and I were roommates for 6 years, and that ended on good terms when I moved in with my now husband.
We talk almost every day and she kept telling me over the last few months that she was really, really depressed. I've been as supportive as I could, but I'm raising 5 children and don't always have time to be as present as she needs. Last week, I offered for Joe to come stay with us during fall break so Kate could focus on self-care and so he and Sue could spend time together. Joe showed up absolutely filthy. He smelled like he hadn't showered in months and his clothes had animal pee on them. I gently told him he needed to shower and asked him what was going on, and he said he forgets to shower and that they haven't had a working washer in a long time and that their cat pees on things. Over the course of the week, he told me that his mom does nothing but smoke and cry. He said she never makes him meals and that he just lives on whatever he eats at school or gets out of the pantry. And that sometimes when there's no food, he steals her credit card when she's asleep and walks to the corner store and gets himself candy for dinner. I talked to Kate and she said she was doing her best and asked me if I can help clean her house. I told her I can't because of my kids. She then asked me for money for a housekeeper or a new washer. I said no. She then asked me if I would take custody of Joe because she's too depressed to care for him. I again told her I have 5 kids and my husband would not agree to that. I decided to call CPS and told them everything. They told her she has 10 days to clean her home, comply with mental health therapy, buy groceries, and get Joe into counseling or he will be placed in foster care. She said that I should have actually helped her instead of reporting her. So am I the asshole?
I obtained custody of my sister's 3 kids back in 2018 after she left them alone for 2 weeks to go on a drug bender. It was a huge transition for the kiddos because not only did they have to switch schools and daycares, but they also wouldn't be able to see their mother anymore. I've adopted the kids and have full custody of them. They're doing better now and leading happier lives. Recently though, my sister was released from prison and wants to see them. She called me begging to have a visit with them and telling me that I could give them back now because she was out of prison. I've had a talk with the 9-year-old and he says he doesn't want to see his mom yet. He told me that he still hates her for leaving him alone. The girls have no memories of her. The smallest was only 3 months old the last time she saw her. I feel like I could have helped them foster a better relationship with their mom, but I don't want to force them to meet her if they don't want to. My close family has told me that the oldest doesn't know what he's talking about, and it's my fault the little ones don't remember their mother because I didn't take them to see her when she was in prison. They also told me that it's my responsibility to force them to meet her even when they don't want to because it's what's best for them and they shouldn't grow up without their mother. I've spoken to a professional about this and they said it should be up to the kids. Am I being a jerk to my sister by not letting her kids see her if they don't want to? Part 2 of not letting my sister see her kids. I gave my oldest 2 weeks to really think about whether he wanted to see my sister or not. I figured that his original decision might have been made out of anger, so I wanted to give him time to make such an important decision. Ultimately, he decided that he did actually want to talk to her. I was a bit surprised, but we set up a Zoom call between them with me supervising. Right before the call, he admitted to me that he wanted to talk to her just to see if she'd say sorry. She didn't. Instead, she opened the call with, "Hello, it's been so long. I guess you're ready to come home with me now?" That's when she noticed I was sitting there with him. She immediately launched into accusations of alienation, followed by saying if I don't give the kids back, then she'd call the police and say I kidnapped them. My oldest was disgusted and asked her if she was going to apologize to him. She had the audacity to ask what for. At that point, he shut off the Zoom call. I asked him if he was okay, but he spent the rest of the afternoon in his room by himself. That night, he told me that he never wanted to talk to her again. I told him he didn't have to talk to her again if he didn't want to, and we'd never give him back over to her. Before now, I honestly never considered myself as their parent, even after legally adopting them. Now I realize those kids are my kids and they're going to be for the rest of my life. Crime Fanatic Friday, the 300-pound cannibal. On the morning of February 6, 1996, a young 10-year-old boy named Zachary Ramsey left his home in Great Falls, Montana for his walk to school. However, he never made it. 25 years later, rumors and theories have surrounded his disappearance, but the most common is that Zachary Ramsey met a brutal end at the hands of a cannibal. A man named Nathaniel Bar-Jonah was walking alongside the road near a school as a detective passed by. The detective noticed Bar-Jonah and realized that this man was impersonating a police officer by his blue nylon jacket and fake badge. When looking into Bar-Jonah's background, there was an evident thirst for blood. It started when he lured his 5-year-old neighbor to his home and tried to strangle her. He was only 7 years old at the time. When he was 12, he sexually assaulted a 6-year-old. A few years later, he tried to lure 2 boys to a nearby cemetery. Luckily, one of them had a bad feeling about it and convinced the other to leave. Bar-Jonah later stated that he was planning on killing the pair. At 18 years old, Bar-Jonah abducted and assaulted another young boy, proceeding to strangle him. A witness had seen the abduction take place and called the police. The boy was found near the point of death in his car. Bar-Jonah was only sentenced to a year's probation. While on parole, he abducted and assaulted a 9-year-old girl, throwing her out of his vehicle. This never got back to his parole officer, and his tirade didn't stop there. Crime Fanatic Friday Part 2, the 300-pound cannibal. In 1976, Nathaniel Bar-Jonah was released from parole. In 1977, he abducted 2 boys from a movie theater, taking them to a secluded area and assaulting them. He tried to strangle one of the boys, driving off when he believed he succeeded. By a miracle, the boy survived and went to get help, leading to Bar-Jonah's arrest. This time, he was set to serve 18 to 20 years. He was sent to a state hospital for treatment. At the hospital, he talked about his fantasies about abducting, murdering, and cannibalizing children. However, a judge released him because apparently the state didn't prove Bar-Jonah to be dangerous. In 1996, Zachary Ramsey disappeared. There were reports of witnesses seeing an obese adult male following him, along with reports of Ramsey heading into an alleyway in a 4-door car running him over. Despite this, the case went cold. It's largely believed that Barjona was his killer. In the following years, Barjona continued to abduct and assault young boys in his apartment. He would also cook food for his neighbors which had strange meat in it. When he was arrested in 1999, a search of his home was completed. Police found pictures of children, journals written in code, and a human bone. He also had a list with the names of his victims, and one of the names was Ramsey's. His diary included instructions on how to cook and eat children. He was sentenced to 130 years in prison and died in 2008 at the age of 51.
Am I the asshole for uninviting my dad and stepmom from my wedding? My dad cheated on my mom when I was 14. I was the one who discovered the affair. I do know now that my mom was a narcissist and that the relationship was failing, but it doesn't excuse my dad for the pain he caused her and myself. She died when I was 16 and I had to move in with my dad and his wife. I literally can't stand this woman. Not just because she's my dad's affair partner, but because she continues to try to take my mom's place. I moved out at 19 and never went back. I am now 29 and my fiancé proposed. Our relationship was a bit of a scandal when it occurred. He was my best friend's ex. She cheated on him, I found it repulsive, and I told him about it the second she confessed it to me. I dialed him right in front of her and told her that she was disgusting. I cut her out of my life and supported him as a friend. 2 years later, we started dating. He proposed in October 2021, and we have been together for 5 years. My dad and stepmom took me dress shopping last weekend. They are not paying for anything, but my dad offered to buy my dress as a present. I'm not going for a huge expensive gown, which my stepmom disapproves of, so there was already tension because I wasn't taking her advice. She started talking to me about how my relationship started as we were at lunch, and she was concerned that I was marrying my ex-friend's ex. I told her that we didn't intend to start dating, it just sort of happened. She wouldn't drop it, saying it was the third time I have broke the girl code, which was you don't date your friend's ex, but the second time was outing the affair. I looked at my dad, who was busying himself with anything but the conversation. I looked at her and said, no, you broke the morality code by going after a married man. She broke it by cheating on her boyfriend. I'm sorry, I don't condone being a home-wrecking blank. I paid the check and left. My dad went off on me later on the phone, saying my stepmom is crying and says I'm not looking at the full picture. I said she was right and that I shouldn't dismiss the fact that he was also a home-wrecking asshole, and that placing it solely on her was wrong. I Venmoed him the money for my dress and uninvited them both to the wedding, telling them that maybe it wasn't the best place for homewreckers. Now half of his side of the family is threatening not to go. I'm a bit hurt, but the ones that matter to me are still planning on attending and have expressed support, including my grandma. My dad is blowing up my phone begging to meet and talk it out. My fiance said, however, that maybe I shouldn't be so harsh as it's been 15 years and they are still together. The fact he defended them gave me pause. Am I the asshole for saying my stepsister's lack of support network for her baby is not my problem? I'm a 25 female and my stepsister is a 24 female. We're both pregnant and due around the same time. I also don't like her and would never spend time with her outside of something family related, and even then I'm not hanging out with her. We're just in the same space. My baby shower was organized by my cousin, who is a very good friend, as well as 2 other very close friends. The shower is today, actually. My stepsister had nobody offer to throw her a shower, and weeks ago my mom asked me to let her share mine. I said no. My stepsister then asked me to throw her one. I said no yet again. We're not close enough for me to invite her, so I'm not going to spend my money throwing her one. My mom told me she has nobody, that none of her friends offered, and nobody in her bio family or our side offered either. I told my mom it's not my fault she has nobody. I pointed out it's time for them to ask why people don't want to do this for her, why she has no support network outside of her and her husband. My mom said I should be doing more because we're sisters. My reply was her lack of support network and baby shower are not my problem. For context, my stepsister and I both lost our other parent. My mom married her dad when I was 9 and she was 8. She has always claimed her loss was greater than mine, and has outright told me I don't have the right to grieve him the way she grieves her mom. She made up a lie when she was 14 about my paternal grandparents, calling her an unwanted bastard because she was jealous they wouldn't take her out when they spent time with me. She told my cousin, my paternal cousin, that they had to treat her like family or she'd get them in trouble too. It's how she got found out. She's also the kind of person who expects you to do what she wants and would never reciprocate. So I dislike her. I don't consider her my family and I still call myself an only child. My mom, her husband, and even my stepsister are outraged that I would be so callous about her. They say I should care about her and my niece. So am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for threatening to divorce my wife if she doesn't discipline her son? I, 45 male, am married to my wife, 47 female. We both have teen sons from previous relationships. Her son, Noah, 14, and my son, Spencer, 15. Spencer's biological mom is a deadbeat who doesn't pay her child support and hasn't spoken to Spencer in years, while Noah's biological dad is very involved in his life and takes him every other week. Noah's dad also makes a fair bit more money than either me or my wife. This leads to Noah having nicer things than Spencer. Example, Noah has a fairly new iPhone while Spencer has his old model with a cracked screen. Noah's dad has promised to pay his way through college while Spencer works 2 part-time jobs, his choice to start saving up, but will still probably have to take out loans. Most relevant to our current problem, Spencer wears almost exclusively secondhand or thrifted clothes, while Noah's dad buys him department store or name brand clothes. Because of the difference in the way the two boys dress, Noah has taken to making fun of Spencer for looking like a hobo or like he crawled out of the gutter and trailer trash. Oh, disrespectful as fuck. Absolutely not. Noah's got to go live with his rich ass daddy then if he gonna be disrespectful in my house. They're just nasty, unnecessary, and in my opinion, very classist insults. It's not like Spencer doesn't put effort into his appearance. We just don't have the money to fill his closet with $30 t-shirts and $70 pairs of jeans. Now, Spencer has a bit of a temper, and the difference between his things and Noah's things is a sore spot. As a result, the boys have gotten into several shouting matches and one major physical altercation. Spencer is tall for his age, and Noah hit puberty late, so it was more of a beatdown than a fight, though no one went to the hospital. I've spoken to my wife multiple times about disciplining Noah, but she insists that he's just doing it to get a reaction out of Spencer. All the more fucking reason for you to whoop his big ass. Like, what the fuck? He knows what he's doing. He's old enough to know fucking better. He should be disciplined for doing something that we all know is fucking wrong, regardless of the reason of why he's fucking doing it. He's doing it. That case in fucking point. Whoop his ass. She said the solution is for Spencer to stop falling for it. Bitch, my son is bullying and taunting this other kid. And instead of me smacking my son upside his motherfucking head and knocking some sense into him, the solution to my son bullying this kid is for the kid that is being bullied to stop reacting to the bullying? Sir, tell your wife to come outside. The solution is for Spencer to stop falling for it rather than to have any consequences or even a strong conversation with Noah. I may have accepted this if Noah was in elementary school. Why the fuck would you accept it if your kid was in elementary school? Bullying is fucking bullying, regardless of how old they are. Like, it don't fucking matter whether they know it's bullying or not. It needs to be shut the fuck down when it happens. Like, sir, are you kidding me? Noah's a teenager, and a teenager needs to at least be told not to antagonize his stepbrother, who he knows has outbursts. I tried to talk to Noah myself, but he just says, "You're not my dad, you can't tell me what to do." Look here, you little punk, you live in my house. So whether I'm your dad or not, there are fucking rules in this house, and if you don't want to follow them, pack your shit and get the fuck out. See, this is why I specifically chose to date someone that didn't have any children, because, I will love your child just like I love my own. And if mine was to get disrespectful to me, they be packing their shit and leaving too, because this is my house. I'm not going to be disrespected by nobody who live here for free. Get the fuck out. Noah would be upstairs packing his clothes. I've talked to Spencer about keeping his temper in check, but at this point, it's not his fault when he's constantly being demeaned for something he has no control over. After the aforementioned physical incident, I gave my wife an ultimatum. Discipline Noah or I'm leaving. I told her that I couldn't keep my son in a home where he's constantly on edge because she refuses to parent her son. I told her that as a step-parent, I have little authority over Noah, so it's on her to set him straight. She asked me if I would seriously consider divorcing her over the way she parents her son. Bitch, yes! Yes, your son is literally stressing out my child. I will not stand for that. Bitch, I will leave you quicker than you can write down divorce. Me and my son will be gone. I said yes. This isn't about her, but about protecting my son from Noah's bullying. She said that I was being manipulative and that threatening divorce over every little thing is abusive. Over every little thing, as in your son intentionally picking on my child to the point that my child literally had to whoop his ass in his own house, his safe space, the one place that we are safe from all the things that the outside world can do to harm us. Bitch, that's not every little thing. That is one major fucking thing. Too big of a thing for us to even have to talk about. Yeah, I'm done. Manipulative or not, you call it what you want. I call it divorce. I tried to explain that this isn't a little thing, and she just told me to give her a few days to think things over. I agreed to give her a week before I contact a lawyer. Am I the asshole? Okay, so no, I don't think you're the asshole in this situation at all. I think you are doing everything correctly. I do. I truly do. I think you're doing everything right, because we've seen these stories many a times where the parents don't stand up for the kids when it comes to step siblings and step parents, and you're doing everything correctly. The one thing that I disagree with is you giving her a week before she gave you an answer, because this is something that I need to answer for right now. What the fuck do you need to think about? You need to think about if your marriage is worth you telling your son to stop being an asshole. Like, that makes absolutely no sense to me. You know, like, when it gets to the point that my son has to physically defend himself because some asshole won't leave him alone, we need answers right now. I'm not giving you a week. I would go ahead and contact the lawyers right now, because the time is run out. Like, this shit needed to be addressed a long time ago. I'm glad that you're addressing it after they got physical, because screaming matches, all right, teenagers are going to do that. But the physical shit that's not at all. And like, the fact that your wife has to take a week to even consider wanting to save her marriage shows you how she feels about your son. She feels like her son is right. So if she does change, it's not going to last long. It's not going to last long at all before the same shit starts to happen again. I wouldn't even consider giving her another chance. Just be ready to start your life with your son somewhere else. Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend she's gonna have to get over dirt if she wants kids? My 25 female girlfriend Amy, 27 female, is a wonderful person. She's very smart. She works in a clean room with computer chips and stuff. But she's also something of a germaphobe, to the point that she keeps her toothbrush in the hallway outside of the bathroom in a Ziploc bag. Her apartment is always spotless. She showers thrice a day. Even her car somehow never has any dirt on the floor. She hand washes all of her clothes as soon as she's done wearing them. It's both impressive and intimidating. It sounds exhausting. It does. I'm not the messiest person on the planet by any means. I don't have a massive pile of unwashed dishes or a leaning tower of used pizza boxes or anything, but I'm not as clean as she is. I'm not against making some adjustments, but we've been talking more about the future now that we're getting serious, and I've come across a problem. Amy wants kids. Like, desperately wants kids. I'd like to have kids too, but she's never been around babies or little kids before in her life. She seems to think she'll be able to keep the house just as clean as it is now and keep the baby spotless too. No, you're not the asshole. Not even in its smallest measurement. Baby girl, I understand you having your issues with germs and dirt, but baby, if you decide you want to have kids, we're going to have to work to get past that, because I promise you, if you blink too long at your toddler, you're going to have a mess. It doesn't matter how much you watch them. It doesn't matter how long you keep your eyes, ears, hands, and feet on them. They will make a mess. That's just what they do. They're kids. You're going to have to work past that. No, you're not the asshole, babe. I'm the oldest of 4 and the oldest cousin of 9. I grew up around kids. I've been babysitting since I was 10. There's no such thing as a clean toddler, not for longer than 10 minutes at the very most. She thinks if we just work at it, we'll have a spotless house and a spotless kid. Okay. I think you guys should find a close friend that has a toddler and ask that friend if you guys can babysit for a weekend. Not just a day, for a weekend. Give that toddler time to get comfortable in that space. I think you should call her bluff and ask if you can babysit someone's kid for a couple of days. I told her gently that's just not possible and asked how she plans on handling diapers, vomit, frogs smuggled into the house, jam going everywhere, soup bowls tipped over for fun, spilled grape juice, nail polish on the walls, and the like. She insisted that kids who do that are just poorly trained and don't have good boundaries. Kids and boundaries in the same sentence is hilarious. Kids don't have boundaries. They don't have boundaries. Have you ever seen a toddler cough and sneeze in someone's face? They don't have boundaries. And also, poorly trained, these are kids, not dogs. I told Amy that they're kids without fine motor control or impulse regulation, and accidents will always happen. And if she wants to have kids, she's going to have to accept that they're going to get messy and our house will get messy. Amy accused me of not being supportive and trying to find an excuse to not have kids with her. Bitch, where the fuck were you during this conversation? Did you hear what the fuck I just said? She said I was trying to guilt her into being sloppier. Amy needs to speak to somebody. Before you guys even consider having kids, she needs to speak to someone to try to work through this, because if she doesn't, she's going to be fucking miserable and her kids are going to be miserable as fuck. They're not going to want to go home because they're going to be afraid to breathe on anything and get it dirty and have to face mom's wrath. This is turning into an actual fight instead of a discussion, and I'm starting to second guess myself. Maybe my family was just excessively messy because we were rural and poor. Maybe my standards are too low and we really haven't tried hard enough. It's very frustrating and I want some outside perspective. Parental perspective especially. No, my love, I don't think you're the asshole. Do not second guess yourself and your experiences based off the hopes, wants, dreams, and guesses of someone who's never spent any time around a fucking kid. Kids are dirty. They are germ and dirt benders. They are the masters in the ways of dirt and germs, young grasshopper. That's what the fuck they do. Like they're made of fucking germs. That's what they do. Kids are nasty. They're just dirty all the time. And they're sticky. And they normally smell like syrup or something. Oh, God. Listen, I understand that in Amy's mind, she truly believes that you guys can teach your children to not be dirty around the house and to not be dirty and nasty and messy. And I get that. And you can. But only after a certain age when they're able to actually grasp the concept and understand. You're not going to be able to teach your 2-day-old newborn, hey, mommy's going to take your diaper off right now. Don't pee. They don't fucking understand that. You're not going to be able to teach your 1-year-old, don't knock this over until they understand that you cannot knock that over. That is not okay. There is not a single mother in this world who does not wish that she'd be able to turn her back and close her eyes for 30 minutes and not fucking face chaos when she comes back around. There's not a single fucking mother in this world who does not wish that she can clean her house from top to fucking bottom and it stays that way until she's ready to clean something else. Not a single one. But it's not realistic to expect your children to not make a mess. It's just what comes with having fucking kids. I would refuse to have kids with her unless she spoke to someone and was able to work through this situation and bring down her sky-high fucking expectations and be realistic about the situation. Like, this would be my hill to die on. It would, because if you were to go for it with the way things are now and the way that she is thinking, she would be so obsessed with trying to keep her house and her kid clean that she would be borderline abusive about it. Like, I don't wish this on anybody, not at all. But if you went forward, your kid would be miserable and so would she. Hell, and by default, you too.
Am I wrong for refusing to go on a double honeymoon? I, 33 male, used to be married to my best friend Callie, 33 female. I'm bisexual and she's lesbian. We grew up in a conservative town in the deep south where coming out wasn't really an option. So when we were 20, we got married. It was a way to avoid questions and stay safe. We moved out of the state a few years later, got divorced soon after. There was no drama. We were always just friends, and we've stayed close. We still hang out regularly. I recently married my husband, Miguel, 30 male. A couple of months later, Callie married her wife, Bree, 34 female. Both weddings were low-key, and while Miguel and Bree aren't close, they're friendly enough when we're all together. A week ago, Callie suggested the 4 of us take a trip together as kind of a double honeymoon. She thought it would be meaningful since we've known each other for so long and we've been through a lot together. She had a couple of destinations in mind and said it could be fun to celebrate this new chapter side by side. I told her I appreciated the thought, but Miguel and I weren't really comfortable with that. We're planning a small trip just for the 2 of us, and we'd rather keep it that way. It's not personal, it's just something we want to experience privately. Callie didn't take it well. She said it felt like I was distancing myself now that I got what I wanted, and brought up how we had each other's backs for years. I told her I didn't mean to hurt her, but I think we're allowed to want our own space as a couple. Now things are a little tense. Bree messaged me to say that she gets it, but Callie's upset and feels like I brushed her off. I'm wondering now if I was too blunt, or I should have handled it differently. Am I the asshole for not wanting to do a double honeymoon? I mean, like, I would never want to do a double honeymoon either. Can you just do a honeymoon by yourselves and then just go on this trip together with the 4 of you and just don't call it a double honeymoon, just call it a trip? I think why she feels sad is that she suggested the trip and then you just flat out turned her down, makes it seem like, I'm married now, I have no interest for you or my friend, blah, 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 blah. So I see how she could have taken it that way. But I don't think you really need to appease Callie. I think Callie should also be understanding, like, hey, just got married. Give this guy some space. Let him enjoy his new partner and all that jazz. So, like, I'm very considerate of people who just get married and let them have that space with one another. It's like a new dynamic that they need to explore. You can't get your feelings hurt like that. And just maybe if you felt hurt, talk about it. Like, hey, like, you really, like, just turned me down really quickly and it kind of hurt my feelings. Like, did I do something to make you upset? And you can just express that, hey, no, I just really want my first time traveling with my partner just to be me and my partner so that we can just enjoy each other's company. You know, I think it's just a little bit of miscommunication.
Am I the asshole for telling my brother-in-law that helping around the house might lead to more intimacy? Last weekend, my husband, 42 male, went golfing. I asked my husband how things were going. He said good, but Colin, my brother-in-law, 41 male, won't shut up about how him and Marie have no intimacy. It's annoying. I, 42 female, was with my sister, 40 female, and all of our kids at the time. So I asked her what was up. She just rolled her eyes and told me that Colin won't help her around the house. So by the time she gets home from work, gets dinner on the table, and gets the kids ready for bed and school the next day, she's exhausted and just wants to read a little before going to bed. She said he'll come home from work and he'll work out or watch sports or find any excuse to be busy so he doesn't have to help. Flash forward to dinner that night. Everyone is done eating, so my husband gets up and starts clearing the table. When Marie and I get up to help, he waves us off. He says that he and Colin would do it since they golfed all day and he knew that we were tired after being with the kids. This was after he had ordered the dinner, picked it up, and brought wine and ice cream from my favorite place to go with it. Colin predictably said he had something to do and went to walk outside. I said, Colin, maybe if you help clear the table, then Marie might be in the mood later. Oh, ma'am. Look, OP's husband tried to crack the door, subtly give Colin an opportunity to walk through it. OP put her boots on and kicked that bitch right off the fucking hinges. Girlfriend, oh my damn. Colin lost his shit. He started ranting about how he's busy and how he doesn't have time to help and that he doesn't want a transactional relationship where he has to pay for sex with favors. Sir, all we did was ask you to pick up the table right here. Why are you so mad? You can't possibly be that fucking busy that you can't pick up takeout boxes, bitch. This is why you're not getting none. This is why you're not getting any. It got pretty heated because I didn't back down. At one point, he pointed at my husband and said, what, you'll blow him tonight because he did the dishes? I explained that it wasn't about doing the dishes. It was that my husband helped out when he knew I was tired. He had taken care of dinner and wine and dessert. Colin is the only person making this a transactional type of relationship. You're the only person that's thinking this way. You hate your fucking wife. You don't care that your wife is telling you that she's tired. All you're worried about is that you're not getting what the fuck you want. Someone is telling you that maybe if you helped your wife, you would get what you wanted a bit more often. And you turned around and make it a transaction. If you helped out Marie, I'm pretty sure she would not hesitate to drop down from the ceiling and land on it in a split. But no, you gotta be a little punk and whine and cry and storm about because you're not getting your pee-pee wet. Colin ended up storming off and driving away. He didn't come back to the house until after we left. Marie says that he hasn't said a word to her since Saturday night. I feel kind of bad because it wasn't necessarily my place to say anything. And now Marie's marriage is paying the price. Girl, nah. That marriage has been paying the price. You saying something did not make anything worse. He's still not helping her and he's still not getting none. Nothing changed. But on the other hand, maybe me saying something will be the wake up he needs to realize that he's not acting right. So am I the asshole? Now, originally, I agree with you when you said that it wasn't your place to necessarily say anything. And because of that, I was going to vote you an asshole. But I had to take myself out of the situation because I'm one of those people that does not run to my family and my friends and my closest circle about issues that are going deep within my relationship. And clearly, Colin and Marie, they're not me. So no, I don't think you're the asshole at all. Colin clearly wanted to talk about this. He repeatedly kept bringing it up to your husband about how him and Marie have no intimacy going down in the relationship. He wanted to talk about this. He just didn't want to talk about how he was wrong in the situation. Colin is embarrassed. And he fucking should be. He knows good and damn well that he is the reason their marriage is falling apart. He also knows that he can't hide it. You guys peeped it with your own fucking eyes. Your husband in their house suggested that you guys go and sit down and relax. And he and the other owner of the house will take care of the dinner dishes. On the spot, Colin made up an excuse as to why he could not pick up his own fucking dishes in his own fucking house. He can't pretend that he's not the fucking problem because you guys were there and you witnessed it happen in real fucking time. He's humiliated, and he fucking should be.
Am I wrong for being upset that my boyfriend is moving in with his girl best friend? Story time. So me and my boyfriend Steve have been together for just under a year, and when we first got together he told me all about his girl best friend Amy. Now here's the thing, I didn't have a problem with them at first. They had been best friends since they were in primary school, and at the time Amy had a boyfriend. And to be fair, the way she acted towards Steve was the exact same way she acted towards other male friends, so I wasn't very worried. Now recently Amy and her boyfriend have broken up. I don't know the details on this, but apparently it's absolutely horrific. It's very, very messy. Now, at the time of the breakup, her and her boyfriend were living together and she got kicked out. So Steve offered her his couch. This is where I started to feel a little bit uncomfortable. Not gonna lie, I don't really want a girl staying at my boyfriend's house. We argued about it, he won. Amy ended up staying. Eventually, I kept getting more and more annoyed because one night, I wanted to go back to Steve's, you know. I wanted to show my boyfriend how much I loved him. But he was like, no, we can't do that because Amy will be on the couch. Now, fast forward to about a week ago, Steve was not feeling well, so I wanted to go around, be a good girlfriend and surprise him with some food. I get there, knock on the door. Amy answers in a really tight vest top and the tiniest little booty shorts you have ever seen. I went in, I saw Steve, and when she got in the shower, I asked him if she normally wears that type of stuff in his house. And he was like, oh yeah, it's quite normal. I was obviously really annoyed by this. And when I raised it with him, he was like, oh, I feel like you're not going to like what I'm going to say then. And he basically told me that him and Amy were looking for a place to live together. Instantly, I fear Steve needs to get in the bin. As I am sure you can imagine, I absolutely lost my shit. Amy had heard us fighting and she came out of the shower, somewhat dressed this time. Firstly, she has the nerve to ask me what is wrong. I'll tell you what's wrong, Amy. I told her I was not comfortable with any of this, and she actually apologised, but then went on to say that I better find a way to get comfortable with this. I looked at Steve and I went, seriously, this man said nothing. He then sighed and was like, I hate to say it, but she's right. He said that Amy has been in his life longer than I have, and therefore she is his priority, and this move was going to benefit them in the long run. Honestly, I was so unbelievably mad and shocked. I just immediately left. I texted him that evening and asked him to actually think about this and see it from my side and my perspective, because I just don't know how Steve can actually think that this is acceptable. But I do feel like this is probably the end of our relationship. He said that I'm just clearly very insecure about them, and it's something that I will need to work on in myself. What do you think? Am I actually wrong here, or is this something that I need to go to therapy about? The end. My mum announced that she was pregnant with my husband's dad's baby at my sister's wedding. Story time. And if you haven't watched part 1, go to yesterday's video to learn all about how they figured out this secret relationship, because it is scandalous. So we are now at my sister's wedding and my mum is doing a speech, and she clasps her glass and announces to the room that she is in fact pregnant. And the worst part of all of this was, we don't think that Steve's dad knew, but he kind of looked terrified and elated at the same time. And for me, well, literally, I felt like the ground had swallowed me whole or fallen from beneath me. And obviously, the only people that know about this affair is me and my husband, no one else. So as people are going up to her, congratulating her, I very calmly reminded her that this day wasn't about her. And then when we got back to the summer house that night, she just flatly ignored me. She did not speak to me at all. Interesting that we're not wanting to use our words now, isn't it? Now, the wedding was 3 days ago, and since then, neither me nor Steve have spoke to our parents. I really want to tell my husband's mum what's going on, but he doesn't want to hurt her feelings. But I believe that she really truly deserves to be happy, and she deserves to know the truth. So, what do you think we should do in this situation? Am I wrong for telling my husband's girl best friend that she will not be planning my baby shower? Story time. So my husband has a girl best friend who we will call Amy. Now, despite what you may be thinking, I actually quite like Amy. Since I found out I was pregnant though, I have had a couple of issues arise when it comes to Amy. We announced our pregnancy on social media and Amy texted Steve and said, congratulations, please pass it on to the mother. The mother? Okay, not a fan of that. And she has since been texting advice to Steve saying advice for the mother. I have a name, and this sometimes includes very targeted jabs at me. Now, I kept brushing this off. It got to the point where Steve and Amy's conversations became less about the baby and more about me, which I was getting increasingly uncomfortable with him texting about me to another woman. I need a sponge. Why am I orange? Once everybody knew I was pregnant, I started to get on sending invites out for a baby shower. Next thing I know, I've got a text from Amy. She says something along the lines of this. Hi babe, shut up. You've been calling me mother for the past 6 months, so, you know, shut up. She basically was asking and saying how she was really wanting to host the baby shower for Steve. But I told her politely that my mum was wanting to plan it and she'd been really looking forward to it. So Amy didn't reply to that message, or maybe she's just been a little bit touchy. No, she wasn't. She just ignored the message and came over to my house the next day, insisting that we should start planning. Plan who, what, where and why. So she sits down at my kitchen table and just whips out this folder which has page after page after page of plans. I was like, oh, I'm really sorry girl, you're gonna have to leave because like my mum's already planned it. Amy turns around to me and says, oh, don't worry, it'll be better if I do it. Strange behaviour. And I was like, what makes you say that then? She's like, oh, she said this with Chess, by the way, I'm just better at cooking than your mum and your sister. He looks at me. She says, fine, but it won't be a good event. I blew up her. I told her she can leave my house. I don't want her planning skills. I don't want her advice on how to treat my own body. I just swiftly asked her to leave my house. That night, Steve's phone blew up. Amy's like to Steve, you had no right to show her the text that I had sent you. Why? Were you embarrassed by them, Amy? And she made a very clear point that she was just trying to make sure her best friend had a happy baby and a happy life. So now, honestly, I don't really know what to do because she just keeps butting in with everything. She isn't getting the message. Quite frankly, she's starting to scare me. Steve is on my side completely. If you couldn't tell already, Amy is a little bit of a psycho. I am stuck on what to do. Please leave your suggestions in the comments.
I think my boyfriend just left me without me knowing. Story time. So me and my boyfriend have been together for 11 years. And of course we've had our difficulties. We've had our differences. My boyfriend hasn't been the most supportive person, but I've also not been the most supportive person either. We've just not been perfect forever. We got together when we were both 20 years old. So we've kind of just grown up together. And to be fair, during our relationship, we've had quite a few big arguments. And in our most recent argument, which was about a week and a half ago, I don't know why I'm laughing, it's not funny. Basically said some really hurtful stuff. I was basically getting a bit upset because he didn't ever want to be intimate with me. He basically didn't like that I was getting upset about this. I have brought this up a few times, so I think that's why he was so upset. So he just said some extremely hurtful stuff to me. Because we have a house together, we just kind of talking, but we weren't. It was just that awkward limbo stage, and neither of us wanted to apologise. And I was about to leave for work. I decided just to go up to him just to make sure he was okay. And he was actually saying he was okay, and he was actually about to come and speak to me. So I went to work actually quite happy. I thought, oh my god, when I get home, like, we're just gonna have like the loveliest, deepest conversation. So I have just finished a 14-hour shift. I am a nurse. I come home and I find a note on the door, but I just kind of leave it because I thought maybe it was like, because it was in a envelope, so I thought maybe it was just post. Then I shout out, let's call him Mark. I shout out Mark. I thought maybe Mark was cooking dinner for me. Like, honestly, I just thought this was going to be such a good night. He weren't there. He was nowhere to be seen. Like, when I say nowhere, I mean nowhere. Obviously, I tried to ring him. And then once he wasn't answering his phone, I thought, oh, okay, this isn't filling me with confidence. Anyway, so I start, like, checking his drawers and, like, his wardrobe. Nothing's in there. Everything's gone. But then it kind of hits me that there was a letter by the door. So I open the letter. And lo and behold, it is from him. Basically saying how he can't do this anymore. Basically, he owed me some money from a holiday we had booked. I'll pay you back the money somehow. And that was it. Like, we have a mortgage together. He didn't mention anything about what we're doing about that. And to be honest, I'm just so confused. Like, he was acting so okay morning, and now suddenly, where is he?
I lied to a blind neighbor and told him I moved away. Many years ago, I was standing on one of my balconies when a taxi driver was obnoxiously blowing his horn out the front and yelling for a blind man to walk toward my voice from his own townhouse. That direction was toward traffic. My roommate and I went down and helped him to the taxi and scolded the driver for being so rude. I made the mistake of giving the blind neighbor my phone number so that I could give him a ride in the future. Then the phone calls came and never stopped. And when I gave him a ride, he would ask for various detours. I'm very calculated by nature. If he had told me beforehand where he wanted to go, it would be cool. But no, we'd be driving along and he'd thrown an extra 2 to 3 places on each ride. And it came to be every day that he wanted rides, and he'd even call me to remind me to give him a ride. Not that I was ever late or backed out. Finally, I had enough, so I gauged how blind he was. His response was that he was blind as a bat. A week or 2 after he said that, I told him I had a job interview in the next city. A week after that, I told him I got the job and was moving away in a month. After I moved away, it was strange as hell walking by him in silence as he stood on the sidewalk.
Am I the asshole for throwing money at my wife's desk after she asked my daughter to pay me back? My 50, daughter 23, and her husband married in 2020 in a very small ceremony. They weren't able to have a proper reception and invite more family and friends, so their late wedding reception was going to happen in January. The venue was booked, all catering confirmed, etc. We all wanted to contribute to the cost, so a third was paid by us, a third by my son-in-law's parents, and a third by the couple. My son-in-law passed away 2 months ago, and it's been awful for all of us, especially my daughter, and it breaks my heart to see her like this. We are all with her, and she is learning to stay strong. A couple of weeks ago, my wife casually mentioned that maybe I should ask my daughter to return the portion of the reception costs we contributed, since it's no longer happening. I was shocked. I told my wife my daughter is in very deep pain right now, and I'm never going to ask her for something like this. And my wife dropped the subject. More recently, she brought it up again, saying she's sure my daughter would also agree with us and that the money is ours and she doesn't have to give it back right now. Again, I told her no, I wouldn't be doing anything like that. Yesterday, I found out she called my daughter herself to talk about this. Got pretty mad and got all the cash I had lying around and threw it at my wife's desk and asked if she was happy now. She was upset and said I was degrading her when she was just trying to look out for us. I don't think I'm the asshole here, but my wife is pretty upset with what I did. So am I the asshole? Let me know your thoughts in the...
My mother-in-law is forcing my husband to get a paternity test. Story time. So me and my husband have been married now for 11 years. And we actually fell pregnant. That smells insane. Actually fell pregnant a month after our wedding. We obviously wasted no time. And one thing I should note about my mother-in-law is she is very traditional. And I don't know why, but she just didn't like the fact we got pregnant so soon after the wedding. Because looking at the timing of things, obviously I was pregnant during our wedding, but obviously found out after. And we'll call her Natalie just to make this story a bit easier for you to follow. And we'll call my husband Mark. And when we actually announced we were pregnant, she had the face like a slapped ass. However, me and Mark were super happy. We were super happy in the relationship, but also with this news. Really are each other's best friends, and I don't know. And Natalie did not keep her mouth shut that she was not happy about this pregnancy. She literally pulled Mark aside and said, he's cheated on you. I don't even know where she got this from. She just couldn't fathom that me and Mark were very... before the wedding. She'd have a heart attack if she knew what we got up to at college. So the time came around and me and Mark had our little girl. And I know I keep saying it, but we were just so happy. And we actually decided we did only want one child. And as time went on, you would think maybe Natalie eased up her opinion because our child literally looked exactly like me and Mark. Like, I know that sounds silly because she's our child, but I look at her and sometimes I'm like, whoa, I'm looking in a mirror. So this was 11 years ago, so we are getting on now. Natalie just still can't get over the fact that we were intimate before the wedding. But me and Natalie actually had an argument not so long ago. Over a few things, to be honest. I keep thinking she's so over the top about mine and Mark's parenting. And I ended up shouting at her over dinner the other day because she was just telling me how to parent our kid. And during that argument, she brought up the fact that she didn't think our little girl was Mark's. And I ended up having to go at her because I was like, you've literally been saying this for 11 years, leave it out. Mark was also kind of agreeing with me. He was just like, obviously, Mum, like, no, for a fact, that kid is mine. Natalie was having none of it, and she's actually started demanding that Mark gets a paternity test. Now, Mark was very much against this idea. He was saying how he just knows our daughter is mine. He doesn't have any fear in that. I said, I am totally the same way, obviously. However, if this is going to shut your mum up, I don't mind doing it under one condition. His mum needs to have absolutely nothing to do with it. I do not trust that woman. I purely think if she had anything to do with it, she would switch results somehow or manipulate it to look like Mark has not had our kid. But I shall keep you guys updated because Natalie is a lot.
Am I the asshole for threatening my family after they insulted my wife in front of my face? Told her that. She said after that she accepts my wife, but I will end up paying too much attention to my wife instead of being with her. And it's only reasonable that a brother should always be with his sister during her wedding. I just said I will always be with her. She doesn't have to worry about my wife. That's when my brothers came in. They said that I have done enough for my wife and it's time to do something for my sister. They said I should have married another woman instead of a burden. I looked at my dad and he just gave me a sign to calm down, but my mother joined as well and told me that my siblings are right. My wife shouldn't join the wedding because I won't pay attention to my siblings' wedding and keep taking care of my wife. I finally lost my cool. After hearing all this, I went sober. I said if my wife is not invited, then I'm not invited either. I said I'm leaving. As I was going upstairs to wake my wife up and leaving, my family stopped me and said I'm being unreasonable. I said I'm not in the mood right now. If I hear another offensive word, I'll do something we all will regret. So I just grabbed my wife and went back home. She asked why we left. I said I got urgent work in the morning. My boss called me on short notice. She bought it, but my family keeps saying I was in the wrong for threatening them. So am I the asshole for the way that I reacted?
Today I fucked up driving my date to her friend's house. Last night I went on what could be described as the shortest and saddest Tinder date ever. The girl was really cute and seemed really interested in getting to know me. She was so keen to hang out with me that she suggested I pick her up at her place. I agreed. Cut to us driving in my car. She was even more attractive in person. Conversation was not an obstacle either. We were having a good time until she told me to drive her to a location that was not our date location. It was a friend's house. There was something of hers that the friend had which she needed back. The house happened to be on our way, so I didn't really mind. When we got there, she went inside while I waited in the driveway. I waited for about 10 minutes before I sent my first message requesting an update. No response. Eventually I called, but still nothing. Finally, I decided to walk up to the house and knock on the door. A tall guy answered the door. Good looking, tattoos. Classic case of not the kind of guy girls bring home to their parents type. He asked if I wanted to come in and said I'm actually waiting for my date to come out so we could leave. He told me she's not coming out anytime soon because she's having sex with his roommate. I don't know what my facial expression was at that moment, but tattooed guy decided to hug me without warning and said he used to fuck her too, and based on his experience, there's better pussy out there. Not gonna lie, I did shed a tear or two on my way home. This morning, I received a message from my so-called date. In the message, she blamed the striking Uber drivers in my country for forcing her to find other ways of getting car rides. I deleted her number without responding.
Am I the asshole for dropping the "we're not having kids, now stop bringing it up" bomb on my mother-in-law? My husband and I don't want kids. My mother-in-law is big into family in the traditional sense. She has always been pushy about us having kids since we got married. Literally, the week after we got engaged, she started asking. My husband has always changed the subject and has even told her that it's really none of her business. Every time we see her, she asks. Everything we do is built around the idea of us having kids. 3 years into our marriage, my husband said we might not even have kids, and my mother-in-law would not hear it. At year 4, my husband had a vasectomy and I had a tubal. So this weekend we were all at their home enjoying some barbecue and drinks and everything. When I get up to grab a beer, my mother-in-law asked me if maybe I should drink water instead because wink wink, nudge nudge, you never know. I was annoyed by this and said, there's really no chance. My mother-in-law's all-wide grin said, oh, come on, it's time for you two to finally get serious. Put down the beer and tell us when we can finally expect you two to make your family official. My mother-in-law gets real annoyed and says, well, you won't be real, uses the last name, until you bless us with babies. My husband said, Mom, enough. My mother-in-law pushed again and my husband repeated. After about 15 minutes of the usual comments, I finally snapped and said, Mother-in-law, part 2. Am I the asshole for dropping the "we're not having kids, now stop bringing it up" bomb on my mother-in-law? I finally snapped and said, Mother-in-law, husband got snipped, I had my tubes tied. We're not having kids, you need to stop bringing it up, period. Well, I thought I started World War III. She started crying and stormed off. Family looked at us with disgust and stormed off to comfort her. We left. The party kind of ended and the social media bullshit started shortly after. Vague posts, links about how motherhood is a woman's greatest calling, articles about how unhappy childless women are, etc. Some meme about how, I guess I wasn't a good enough mother, so I won't be graduating to grandmother. It's obnoxious to the point I just muted all of them. My mother-in-law finally called me this morning and told me that she was willing to put all of this behind us if my husband and I came over and listened to her reasons that we really needed to have kids. I told her no and that we were tired of being pushed into this. And she said, well then, I guess you two aren't really prepared to be real. I'd like a refund for what I paid for the wedding. It wasn't that much, like $400 for the rehearsal dinner. I hung up on her. So, am I the asshole? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Am I wrong for telling my husband I told you so and laughing at him when we got the paternity test results? I, 27 female, have been married to my husband, 28 male, for 2 years and gave birth to our daughter 5 weeks ago. What happened was that our daughter came out with blonde hair and pale blue eyes, while my husband and I have brown hair and brown eyes. My husband freaked out at this and refused to listen to my explanation that sometimes babies are born with lighter hair and eyes that get darker over time. He demanded a paternity test and threatened to divorce me if I didn't comply, so I did. After my daughter and I got home from the hospital, my husband went to stay at his parents' house for the first 3 weeks to get some space from me, while I recovered and he told them what was happening. My mother-in-law called and informed me that if the paternity test revealed that the child wasn't his, she would do anything within her power to make sure that I was taken to the cleaners during the divorce. Oh my God. This man ran to his mother, and his mother called you. Oh, enough said about this guy. To the cleaners. Whew, man, this is not the 80s. Please chill out. I had my sister to lean on and help me take care of the baby during all of this. We got the test results back yesterday, and my husband came home to view them with me. I was on a couch in the living room, so he sat next to me and we started to read the results. They show that he was the father, and my husband had this shocked, kind of mortified look on his face with his eyes wide as he stared at it. I couldn't help but say, I told you so, and started laughing at the way he looked. My husband snapped out of his shock and got mad at me for laughing at him. We argued for a bit, which was mainly him yelling at me, before my sister came downstairs and my husband shut up. After that, my husband went back to his parents' house to clear his head, and 2 to 3 hours later, my mother-in-law called to scold me about laughing in my husband's face because apparently it was kicking him while he was down. No, kicking you while you're down is going through 9 months of pregnancy with someone who's supposed to be the love of your life just to push the baby out and for them to question if that baby is theirs. They question your fidelity. That is kicking someone when they're down, okay? She's also left a couple of nasty texts essentially saying the same thing this morning. I don't think I'm the asshole, but I like outsider perspective on this.
There's this girl going viral on the internet right now because she flew all the way out to Scotland for one of her friend's weddings just to find out that she wasn't invited to eat dinner with all of the other wedding guests. For the sake of the story, we're gonna call our main character Amy. So Amy and her other friend Jill are invited to one of their friends' weddings in Scotland. And so they decide to book all of their travel arrangements together and go together all the way to Scotland for their friend's wedding. When they get to Scotland, they go to the bed and breakfast that they booked. It's run by this little sweet lady, and she offers to drive them to the wedding the next day. The day of the wedding, the bed and breakfast lady drives them to the ceremony. The ceremony is beautiful as expected. And after the ceremony, they remind everybody to go out to this other venue for the reception dinner. Amy and Jill call the bed and breakfast lady and ask if she can transport them over to the dinner. When they arrive for the dinner, they notice that there are seating charts at the entrance. So they're looking at the seating chart and trying to find their names on it to figure out where they need to sit. All of a sudden, the security person walks up and asks them to see their invitation. And they travel a long way, so they didn't think to bring their invitation. So they tell the security officer their name, Amy and Jill. He looks at the list and says, you're not on the dinner list. I do see you as a wedding guest, but you weren't invited to the dinner. Amy and Jill are super confused. They're like, why would we not be invited to the dinner, but just the ceremony? I mean, after all, we flew all the way to Scotland for this. The security guy lets them know that while they're not invited to the dinner, they can come back in an hour when the dinner's over to come dance and enjoy cocktails. I forgot to mention the security guy also mentioned to Amy and Jill that at the very bottom of their invitation in small font, it indicated if they were a dinner guest or not. And Amy and Jill did not see this on the invitation because it was in small font at the bottom. Amy and Jill are pretty upset because they're in the middle of a place that they don't know anything about, Scotland, and they now have to figure out what they're going to do for dinner. And it's not like they could just walk down the street and go eat dinner somewhere else. They would have to travel to wherever they're going to now have to eat dinner. Not to mention, their ride is the bed and breakfast lady, and they did not tell the bed and breakfast lady that they would need another ride in between all of these things just to eat dinner. They decide, you know what, it's stupid for us to go eat dinner and then come back, so they decide to just call the bed and breakfast lady and get picked up and not come back. But what do you guys think about this? Is it weird to not invite your guests to dinner?
Am I the asshole for telling my sister not to come to my wedding if she kept bringing up her miscarriage? 3 years ago, my younger sister Jen had a miscarriage at 9 weeks. She and her partner Scott were devastated. I was there for them as much as I could be, but it was a tough moment for them. A few months later, Scott left Jen. Jen said it was because of the miscarriage. Her and Scott had a close-knit group of friends, and I found it odd that no one had checked on her. So I rang her best friend to suggest a girls' night. She told me the reason they broke up because Jen had slept with someone else. When he confronted her, she blamed the miscarriage. 9 months ago, I got engaged, and I asked Jen to be my maid of honor. At our engagement party, Jen became inconsolable at seeing our friend's baby. Everyone's focus, including mine, was on Jen all night. I wasn't upset with her. I figured that she was imagining what all these big family events would be like with the baby, so I gave her grace. Since then, anything to do with the wedding, she brings up her miscarriage, but only at events related to my wedding. I asked her to help me pick flowers, and she lost it when she saw baby blue roses. She's convinced she was having a boy, and we had to leave. Okay, see, at this point, Jen is doing way too fucking much. At this point, baby girl needs some help. Baby girl needs some help. You said, go back. In the very beginning, you said 3 years ago, she had a miscarriage. I'm not saying get over it because that's one of the pains that you don't ever truly get over. It gets easier to bear, but you don't get over it. But you also do not make all of this shit about you. Jen needs some help. She needs to go and talk to somebody. When we went wedding dress shopping, she picked out a maternity bride's dress and asked to try it on so that she could see how she would have looked. Okay, look, I said Jen was doing too much, but clearly it gets fucking worse. What? When she said that, I thought she's actually lost it. And I had to walk away when she started stuffing a cushion up her dress. I tried to talk to her about going to counseling again, but she's insisting that this is a normal part of the grieving process. It's not. It's not. It's not. No explanation. It's not, baby. You need to go and talk to somebody. Jen planned my hen party, which I was so grateful for, but I found out she sent everyone a list of rules, which included no talking about pregnancy or kids, no one wearing baby blue, etc., etc. I confronted her, but I was gentle about it. I suggested counseling again and said I was there for her, but also if she wanted to impose any other rules on anything to do with my wedding, she needed to come to me first. Yeah, Jen needs help. She's doing way too fucking much. It all came to a head when one of my friends and bridesmaids announced that she was pregnant. She'll be 7 months at the wedding. After the announcement, Jen called her and said it would be best if she didn't come because she couldn't maintain her peace if she was forced to be reminded of the loss of her child. Look, Jen, at this point, baby, I need you to stay home. You are clearly struggling with this, and that's 100% understandable. But you do not get the right to dictate everybody else because you're struggling. You have to deal with your struggles and your struggles alone, my love. No one else has to accommodate you, especially at your sister's wedding. That's some selfish shit. Nah, you're not the asshole. I lost it when I found out and said she was using her miscarriage to get attention. And if she made one more demand or made a single comment about it at anything wedding related, she was uninvited. And in either case, she was no longer going to be my maid of honor. Since then, Jen has told everyone that I've dumped her from the wedding for being too upset about the loss of her baby. No. You're not getting dumped from the wedding because you're upset. You're making my wedding about your miscarriage. And that's not how the fuck this is going to be, baby. If you want to throw a party in honor of the child that you lost, you do that. But what you're not going to do is try to stop me from doing whatever the fuck I want to do on my big day because everything triggers you. You need to go and get some fucking help. In retaliation, I've told everyone and anyone who will listen the real reason that her and Scott broke up. Half our friends and family think I'm an asshole. Half of them think she is. I'm still horrifically angry and stuck in a place where I'm not sure if I'm rightly angry or if I should be more understanding. So am I the asshole? Edit. A couple of people have said that I went too far telling people about the reasons why she and Scott broke up. I can take that. But just for context, I had multiple people reach out to me who she had spoken to first. Each essentially said I was being a bitch for dumping her from the wedding for having a miscarriage. Some said something along the lines of, she's lost her partner and her sister because she lost her baby. I felt I needed to correct them, that she had actually lost neither of us because of the miscarriage. She lost us because of her actions since, and her blaming the miscarriage is part of a pattern of behavior. I didn't go into details. I just said, actually, she lost Scott because she cheated on him. She lost me because she uninvited one of my bridesmaids without my knowing because she's pregnant. I was upset and hurt that they were saying this to me, and also that she wanted everyone to think I was the sort of person who would dump my sister because she lost a baby. So I lashed out by telling them what actually happened with Scott. I suppose as a way to defend myself, as you fucking should. Your sister's going around lying to people, telling them the reason that you're telling her she's no longer going to be a part of your wedding is because that she had a miscarriage. Conveniently leaving out the fact that she's making everything about your wedding about her miscarriage and what's not allowed at your wedding. No, you didn't do anything that crossed the fucking line. You told the fucking truth to someone who was lying on you. Edit 2. Thanks everyone for the feedback. Someone mentioned the phrase weaponized grief, and seeing that written down, that's what this feels like. She clearly didn't deal with her grief at the time that she had the miscarriage, but I'm still surprised that it's presented itself now in the way that it has now. Part of me wonders if she's seeing me get married and thinking that it should have been her and Scott. Perhaps her feelings of guilt over what she did and not dealing with her grief have caused her to have some form of mental break. I'm not sure, but I'm glad to see the consensus seems to be that I was right to set the boundaries I did. This gives me some measure of peace as we get closer to the wedding. Although if it comes down to it and she's not there, I will still be absolutely devastated. No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. And I completely understand being devastated if your sister can't be there, but I'm going to need you to try to work your way to build past that. Because you've already seen what the planning has gone like. Do you really think she's going to allow your wedding day to go off without a hitch, without making at least 3 of the moments about her? She tried to validate her cheating with the fact that she had a miscarriage. She came in and purposely acted the fuck out while you were planning your wedding and then blamed it on the fact that she had a miscarriage and you were kicking her out of the wedding party because of it. Your sister's not a good person. This is not someone I would want to be around on my special day. Not after acting like this.
Am I the asshole for kicking my entire family out at 1 a.m. on Christmas Eve after they showed up unannounced? It's a good one. So Merry Christmas, everyone. Throwaway account because I don't want any more family drama affiliated with my main account. So context is I'm 29 male and my husband is 27 male. We have a 2-year-old son. I lost touch with my family in my early 20s after coming out. They reached out right after my son was born, talking about joys of family and can we reconnect? They want to be grandparents and all that. So we've all been very slowly building our relationship, but they have no concept of boundaries. So it's not been going so well. Yeah, especially after something like that major happens, boundaries are a hard thing to reestablish for some people to understand. That's a long story. Anyhow, only reason they call our visit now is to see the baby, but they're very, very salty to me still, which does not help me want to see them. They live 5 hours away and they asked me to visit for Christmas so they can see the baby. I said, no, we're going to stay in this year. We're not getting out. Work, money, all the things. It happens. So they showed up anyway with no notice. My mom, dad, sister, brother-in-law, brother, sister-in-law, all their kids, etc. So like literally 9 people showed up to my house unannounced on Christmas Eve. So their plan was to stay over and have the baby spend Christmas with his cousins and make some memories. We live in a 3-bedroom house, so obviously no, for many reasons. They got here around 1 a.m. They got there at 1 a.m. Oh, hell no. Hell no. Who shows up at Christmas Eve at 1 a.m. like unannounced? Not nobody. They said it's snowing outside and there's not a lot of visibility and all the things. And I was like, I don't care. You've got to go. You showed up unannounced 1 a.m. It's Christmas Eve. I guess they were thinking, oh, we're not gonna be kicked out. They said it's snowing outside, but yeah. So there was a whole fight, and my husband was fighting with them as well. And the baby woke up and was crying, and it's Christmas Eve, and all hell's breaking loose. And so the family just wants to stay, and I'm just like, no, this is wild. What are you doing? So I kicked them out anyway. I had to threaten to call the cops, which I admit was a little bit dramatic, and call the people on them. So baby was up until 5 a.m. after crying. And then, of course, babies often start getting their wind back. So the baby was dancing after that and having a good time. So I haven't slept at all. And guilt is starting to set in a little bit because I was thinking, where would they have gone? There's no hotels. It's Christmas Eve. It was snowing. What if something bad happened? What if they broke down? But part of me is also still really mad, like mad as hell, because who does that? I keep going back and forth. Maybe it's because I haven't slept at all. I'm really tired. So part of the reason I feel so bad is also because they had young kids with them, and I don't like my family, but I don't really want something bad to happen to them. It's not their fault. So I might as well have sucked it up and kicked them out in the morning. But then again, I don't know. Ooh, I'm sorry your family makes you feel like this, especially it's Christmas, and I don't know about you, but I'm trying to avoid all the family drama on Christmas in my own personal life. But yeah, I admit telling them no was definitely setting your boundaries. It was late. You had your baby. The baby was up and crying, and but also they did have the kids with them. Did they bring the kids as like a chess piece to be like, oh, they're not going to turn us away because it's Christmas Eve and we got the kids. They're not going to, they're not going to say no. Maybe. And I don't know what the right answer is. I would love to know what y'all think, because I don't think that you were the asshole for setting your boundary and being like, no, I already told you no. You didn't let me know that you were even coming, You showed up here unannounced and you got kids. You got 9 people. 9 people. Who brings 9 people unannounced? What if you were gone? What if you had a Christmas party to go to? What if your house was trashed and you were not, obviously you're not expecting company. Maybe you were up wrapping presents and it was like wild. So no, I don't think you were the asshole. They should have thought a little bit more carefully about crashing your house on Christmas Eve. But I do feel for the kids though, being there and not, it's not their fault. They don't know what's going on. So let me know what you think in the comments, because Christmas drama is real, people. It is ripe this year. So see you soon.
Am I the a-hole for serving divorce papers to my ex at his job the day before he thought he was coming back home? I'm sorry, this is really long. Backstory. I, 59 female, was married to my now ex, 57 male. We'll call him Ed, for 10 years. Together for 13, but originally met him 40 years ago as teenagers. He was in my circle of friends, but we never dated. We used to live in Florida, but when I was 19, I moved back to Michigan, where I'm originally from. 27 years later, I went back to the city in Florida where I used to live to visit friends. I ran into Ed while on vacation, and we began talking on the phone daily. 3 months later, he left Florida and moved in with me. 3 years later, we were married. Not my first, but his first. We had our ups and downs, but mainly we got along fine and didn't argue much. He would throw tantrums if things didn't go his way and would punish me by sleeping on the edge of the bed. Okay.
That sounds like great to me. Charlotte sleeps in the middle of the bed.
I know, I don't mind that.
She sleeps on a 45-degree angle.
Can you do that the next time we have a fight so that I have the whole bed?
No, we just need to get a bigger bed.
We already have a king-size bed.
Sometimes when she gets scared and she just wants to cling on to me or grab me, and it like jars me up, I'm like sleeping peacefully, dreaming about puppies or, chocolate or whatever. And she grabs me and I'm just like, oh God.
2 years into our marriage, things went horribly wrong when he got into it was horrible. One night, I finally had enough, and I was on the phone with my mother-in-law telling her I was sending back to Florida when the sheriff's department knocked on my door. Someone had found my husband unconscious, severely beaten, in a ditch a block from our house. We lived in a small village with woods across the street. I raced to the hospital and didn't recognize him when I saw him. He was so swollen and bruised. Now, my husband was a man who could fight, and he was strong. Come to find out, it took 3 men to do this. They thought they could rob him since it was payday, but he'd been home and purposefully left his wallet at home. I sat with him 24/7 while he was in the ICU. I slept on a couch in his room. I prayed for him, bathed him, and took care of him even after he came home. This actually saved his life. He got clean and went back to work full time, always putting me and my grandson first before his needs. He went to work and came home. That's it. 4 years later, I finished my education and became an ordained priest and have been the pastor at my church ever since. At first, he didn't mind, but then he would say things like, I didn't sign up for this, even though I never pushed church on him. I knew he believed in God and he prayed daily. I would invite him to Christmas and Easter, and he also came home when I ordained and when my grandson, who calls him Grandpa, was baptized. For several years, things were really good. Then suddenly, he began coming home from work, showering, changing clothes, and leaving. Why is that a red flag? Coming home, shower, changing clothes, and leaving.
Where are you going?
I almost think, was he cheating or something?
Yeah.
I love how you know that.
No, I'm just saying, that's like a red flag.
Yeah, it is a red
Someone
flag.
comes home, is like, hey, where you going? I'm just going to shower and change for my buddies that I'm going to go see. No, he's going to Slamtown for sure.
At first, he said it was to watch whatever sports were playing on TV because we didn't have live TV. He then told me he'd be back whenever he got back. Then things went back to how they were. We laughed a lot, we joked around, and I began getting the usual kiss goodbye before he left for work. Okay, so the affair was over. One night, he had done his laundry, like he always did, and I talked to him while he was folding it. He never wanted me to do his laundry, so that wasn't new. We ended the night laughing as he was trying on old clothes. The next morning, I woke up and went to the living room to ask what time he had to be at work, but he was gone. I assumed he had to be there early. I walked back into the bedroom and saw his keys on the bed, which made me wonder why he would walk to work on such a cold day. It was December 1st. I started leaving the bedroom once again and noticed his laundry basket missing. So I went to the laundry room and it wasn't there. I went back into the bedroom and noticed his closet empty.
Whoa. Sounds like someone's making a run for it.
I called him to ask where he was and asked if he had moved out, and of course his answer was yes. Come to find out, he'd met a woman at his job who works for one of those shopping apps where people buy and deliver your groceries. He moved in with her. Over the next 6 months, he called almost daily and would say things like, our marriage will survive this, just give me time. What?
What?
He even told me he would be mad if I began dating. I'm sorry, wait, hang on one second.
Do you know what you call that?
What do you call that?
It's what we call a double standard.
Period.
Dude, I mean, he comes back, he starts showering, going out to watch sporting events. I'll come back when I come back. Oh, yeah. He's for sure boning someone.
He admitted to it. So he's essentially trying to keep her from seeing anybody else, trying to like leave breadcrumbs to say like, no, I'll be back.
Yeah, just wait for me.
While I go to Slam Town, Pound Town. During one of our phone calls, he told me he wasn't happy with her and was going down to Florida to visit family. Oh, good. Well, I'm just here waiting for you. Let me just sit here and wait for you to be done with your affair. Oh, goody.
Am I the jerk? I want to break up with my fiance and pursue a relationship with her sister after she kissed me at Thanksgiving last night. So I, 26 male, am engaged to my fiance, 26 female. We've been together for 11 years. Our biggest relationship difficulty happened last year when I proposed and she rejected me. That was genuinely the worst part of my life, even though she apologized in the days and weeks after and said she panicked and did want to marry me. I was very close to ending things. Eventually I stayed. And a few months later I proposed again and she said yes immediately. I was super happy about it. But it's always been in the back of my mind how she rejected and humiliated me when I first proposed to her. So my fiance has a sister, 26 female. The three of us grew up almost like a trio. Growing up, though, I was always closer to her sister. She always reminded me of my own sister who passed when she was 10. She asked me out once in middle school and again in freshman year of high school. But I always saw her like a sister, and in sophomore year, I started dating my fiance. She was nothing but supportive and genuinely happy for us. So yeah, Thanksgiving was yesterday. I was invited. I'm close with her parents too, and we all drank, laughed, and talked. Late at night, my fiance's sister asked if we could go to another room to talk. We were both drunk, reminiscing about old memories, and she kissed me, and I didn't stop it. The worst part was that I've never felt anything like that before. It wasn't butterflies. I literally felt like white sparks behind my eyes and this deep feeling in my chest. Yeah, you're the jerk. You're the jerk, son. Yes. It felt like my heart skipped or something, like a heart murmur. It hit me so hard that even now, just thinking about it, I can feel that heart murmur. I asked her yesterday if she regretted what we did, and she said not at all, and that she was just shooting her shot one last time and would respect my decision either way. And also admitted that if I did choose her, it would likely destroy her bond with her sister and also the family dynamics. But she said it would be worth it for me. So yeah, I know it's horrible, but I'm just thinking about so many emotional moments my fiance's sister and I have shared. Like when she was there for me during my worst moments, including sleeping in a hospital chair for 3 days straight after I had a major accident. She asked me back out when I was overweight, shy, and had zero confidence. I only started dating my fiance after a huge weight loss transformation, which took almost a year. Her sister never cared about any of that physical stuff. She's always been super loyal. And that kiss, I can't lie, I've never felt like that ever in my life. Would it be wrong to end the engagement? I'm not delusional about the consequences. I feel sick and nauseous even thinking about all the fallout and the ruined family dynamics. But I would never even thought about entertaining this if my fiance hadn't rejected my proposal last year. Ever since then, it's always been in the back of my mind. You are the jerk. I mean, she didn't even want you until your sister wanted you, so why now? Did you question that?
Did anybody else have like an actual insane grandmother? I was talking about this with my friend the other day and I was like, wait a minute, my grandma was crazy. So here are just some stories that made me realize like grandma was absolutely insane. The first one that sticks out in my memory is right after my cousin passed away, and he passed away tragically. Like it was pretty horrible. My grandma got super mad because she thought my uncle was throwing a party and like he didn't invite her, which was just insane because like there was no party. People were just coming over to mourn, drop off food, say their like condolences and all those things. And my grandma like drive by and saw that there was so many people there and was upset that nobody invited her to the party. There was no party, babe. We were down bad. We were losing our mind. Throughout my entire childhood, I was not allowed to talk about my grandpa. So like her ex-husband, they had a divorce and it was like a very bad divorce. I wasn't allowed to talk about my grandpa. Like she thought we were in no contact with him. But me and my youngest cousin, we would go visit him every single summer in Florida. And like we were just like not allowed to tell her because she would just lose her mind if she knew that we were in Florida with him. So one day, right before school, my youngest cousin, she had to have been like in literal 7th grade. My grandma was snooping through her house and found a photo of her with my grandpa. It was like me, my grandpa, and his wife. Lost her fucking mind and was screaming at my cousin at 7 a.m. like, you better explain this right now, like going actually crazy. But yeah, we weren't allowed to talk about grandpa. And whenever she called us when we were at our grandpa's, we had to say we were away at summer camp. This one is actually my favorite because it's genuinely just so insane. But right after we left my dad, like my mom had literally no money, but she had a job. Like she had a job, but she was just trying to get back on her feet again. And my grandma came over one day and was like, you should probably be a bus driver. Like literally like dead ass serious to my mother was like, Dina, like you should probably become like a bus driver. Like you should really be a bus driver. My mom said that she circled a bus driver wanted position on a piece of paper and like slid it to my mom and was like, you should probably think about being a bus driver. And my mom was like, I have a job. Like I fully work 60 hours a week. I have a job that pays well. Like what are you talking about? And my grandma was very persistent on her becoming a bus driver. And my mom was like, I don't know even how to like drive a bus. Like why would I be a bus driver? My grandma was also like very insane about our weight. Like she would always comment on our weight. And that was definitely just like the generation that she was in. But my cousin and I were talking about it and she was like, no, one time I came down in 7th grade, like I came down with an outfit that like I wanted to wear to school. And grandma was like, no, like you look fat in that. Like you can't wear that. She was like, I was in 7th grade. Like I was in 7th grade and grandma was like, you look very fat. Like you can't wear that. At my cousin's wake and funeral, she spent the entire time telling my mom how good she looked. She was like we were all mourning, really going through it. Obviously, we're at a funeral. And my grandma the entire time is just telling my mom, she was like, I look so amazing. Like I look so good. Do not get me wrong. I absolutely loved my grandma. Like I thought she was perfect. I thought she was just amazing. But I also thought all grandmas were like this, and I don't think that they are. But grandma, she really was one of a kind. She passed away. She was one of a kind, and like I do miss her, even though she was like actually insane. Let me know if anyone else's grandma was like this or mine was just like wildly out of pocket.
My dad just decided he's not going to pay for my wedding anymore. What I'm finding out is if you let your parent pay for your wedding, you kind of have to do it their way. Finally told my parents, I'm gonna do this my way, and they backed out of paying for it. So let me tell you what happened. I have to give credit where credit is due. My parents raised me to be an independent thinker, and as an independent thinker, I've decided we're not gonna do every single wedding tradition at my wedding. And that's where the fight comes in with my dad. It's the year 2023. Women are not property anymore, which is why I decided I will be walking myself down the aisle. My parents do not own me, and I'm not some property to be given away. My dad was not very happy to find out he wouldn't be walking me down the aisle. In his eyes, I'm taking away one of the most important parts of the day. Apparently, a first dance with my father isn't enough. My dad keeps going back to the point of, we've never treated you as property, why would you say that? He's also trying to say I'm discrediting everything him and my mom have done for me, which to me just feels unrelated. Like, I'm just not a fan of that tradition. I feel like he's been talking to his buddies because the other day he came back to me and said, well, if you want to be independent, then you can pay for it yourself. Which to me still feels like if you're not going to do your wedding the way I want, then I'm not going to pay for it. And that just doesn't feel right to me. So anyways, do we agree that my dad's being a complete jerk right now? Really hoping he comes around because there's no way I can afford this wedding if he doesn't help me with it. So I'm just kind of holding out hope that he'll come through.
Am I the asshole for circumventing my wife's plans regarding her son's wedding? My wife and stepson had a huge fight right after he graduated high school, and it never really got resolved. Whenever he visits, the fight inevitably reignites. However, when he decides not to visit, my wife feels slighted and gets angry. He's getting married, and we're all invited. How far away did your stepson want to move for college? That's what I feel like the fight was about. He wanted to get as far as he possibly could from his mother, and she was upset about it because she did not want to cut the cord, because the fight comes back whenever he does visit. But when he doesn't visit, the fight gets even fucking worse and she's angry because he's not coming around. I feel like the initial fight right after high school was because he was going far, far away. My wife's plan for the wedding is as follows. We get up at the ass crack of dawn to drive 2.5 hours to the wedding. Then we go to the reception. Then we drive 2.5 hours back home. We don't attend any pre-wedding events, of which there are several, and we're invited to almost all of them. Yeah, I'm not going to do that shit. I said we'll drive down Thursday evening and attend the rehearsal dinner. Then I'll go to the bachelor party on Friday. We'll enjoy a peaceful Saturday, and then we'll get up at a reasonable hour on Sunday. Go to the wedding, then the reception. We'll sleep in on Monday, and then drive home. Sounds good to me. Because ain't no way in hell I'm about to drive 5 hours round trip for a wedding when I know good and goddamn well we can take 4 days and do it logically. I know why my wife doesn't want to do the long weekend. She wants to punish her son. Well, I refuse to catch a stray and suffer to aid her punishment of him. I want to enjoy the wedding, not hear about how shitty we were about it at every family reunion for the next eon. She says that he's her son and it's her decision. No, baby, your decision is how you go to the wedding. You're not going to affect me with your pettiness. Absolutely not. I want to go to the bachelor party because I was invited to it. I want to go to the rehearsal dinner because I was invited to it. If you want to be petty and try to make it all about you and not show up, that's on you. All they're going to do is talk about you. I told my wife, do what you want. I'm taking the kids on Thursday. Come with us or don't. I'm not going to play this game. I'm not embarrassing myself in front of the extended family just to present a united front. Anyways, I'm typing this from the guest bedroom because that's where I'm sleeping tonight. My friends who I thought would be on my side said that I'm being an idiot. He's her son, so I should support her and do what she wants. No, because wrong is wrong regardless of what your fucking connection is to the person. And you're fucking wrong. Being my wife does not change the fact that you're fucking wrong. I'm not going to support that shit because it's wrong. I get that he's not my kid, but that's not going to be a very good defense in 10 years when all the kids are reminiscing about what a prick I was when their brother got married because I hadn't slept the night before. Am I being a shitty husband or a good dad? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. Him being your biological son or not does not matter here. You are doing what good dads do and you are putting your son first. Take your kids, stick to your plan, leave on Thursday, and enjoy your weekend. If your wife comes, that's great. That's great because that's what we want to happen. We want her to come and enjoy the weekend with us. But if she can't put her pettiness to the side and she decides to not come, oh fucking well. Oh well, you take your kids so they can enjoy their brother's wedding. I don't know what the fuck your wife did, but I know she did it. I know it's her fault. I know it's her fault. The simple fact that she wants to and is okay with waking your children up at the ass crack of dawn to drive 2.5 hours to a wedding, go to a reception, and then turn around and drive 2.5 hours back just to punish her oldest child, I know she did it. I know it's her fault that their relationship is as strained as it is.
Am I wrong for being upset that my boyfriend is moving in with his girl best friend? Story time. So me and my boyfriend Steve have been together for just under a year, and when we first got together he told me all about his girl best friend Amy. Now here's the thing, I didn't have a problem with them at first. They had been best friends since they were in primary school, and at the time Amy had a boyfriend. And to be fair, the way she acted towards Steve was the exact same way she acted towards other male friends, so I wasn't very worried. Now recently Amy and her boyfriend have broken up. I don't know the details on this, but apparently it's absolutely horrific. It's very, very messy. Now, at the time of the breakup, her and her boyfriend were living together and she got kicked out. So Steve offered her his couch. This is where I started to feel a little bit uncomfortable. Not gonna lie, I don't really want a girl staying at my boyfriend's house. We argued about it. He won. Amy ended up staying. Eventually, I kept getting more and more annoyed because one night I wanted to go back to Steve's, I wanted to show my boyfriend how much I loved him. But he was like, no, we can't do that because Amy will be on the couch. Now, fast forward to about a week ago, Steve was not feeling well, so I wanted to go around, be a good girlfriend and surprise him with some food. I get there, knock on the door. Amy answers in a really tight vest top and the tiniest little booty shorts you have ever seen. I went in, I saw Steve, and when she got in the shower, I asked him if she normally wears that type of stuff in his house. And he was like, oh yeah, it's quite normal. I was obviously really, really annoyed by this. And when I raised it with him, he was like, oh, I feel like you're not going to like what I'm going to say then. And he basically told me that him and Amy were looking for a place to live together. Instantly, I fear Steve needs to get in the bin. As I am sure you can imagine, I absolutely lost my shit. Amy had heard us fighting and she came out of the shower, somewhat dressed this time. Firstly, she has the nerve to ask me what is wrong. I'll tell you what's wrong, Amy. I told her I was not comfortable with any of this, and she actually apologised, but then went on to say that I better find a way to get comfortable with this. I looked at Steve and I went, seriously? This man said nothing. He then sighed and was like, I hate to say it, but she's right. He said that Amy has been in his life longer than I have, and therefore she is his priority, and this move was going to benefit them in the long run. Honestly, I was so unbelievably mad and shocked. I just immediately left. I texted him that evening and asked him to actually think about this and see it from my side and my perspective, because I just don't know how Steve can actually think that this is acceptable, but I do feel like this is probably the end of our relationship. He said that I'm just clearly very, very insecure about them, and it's something that I will need to work on in myself. What do you think? Am I actually wrong here, or is this something that I need to go to therapy about? The end.
Would I be in the wrong if I refused to babysit my ex-wife's child in an emergency? I, 30 male, have a child with my ex-wife, 30 female. We married young, had our child young, and then she cheated on me with her current husband. After the divorce, she had a child with her husband. I never had any kind of relationship or presence in this child's life. I communicate with my ex-wife through an app called Our Family Wizard, and we see each other very infrequently. I keep things civil when I do see her or her husband for the sake of my child, but I do not pretend to be friends, and I have no respect for either of them. My ex-wife's husband was recently diagnosed with cancer. She told me this in person at a school event for our child. While telling me, she admitted they don't have the support network anymore and they had some concerns about what would happen in an emergency with their child. She asked if I would be willing to babysit in an emergency situation since our child would be dropped off to me in that event anyway. I told her that I would not, and I would appreciate it if she didn't ask me again. But ask me again she did, before I could leave. She told me I didn't understand the lack of support they have and how their child should be protected the same as our child. She told me that I surely wouldn't say no to an actual emergency. I told her to have something else in place for the emergency and not to rely on me because I do not want to be left caring for her child with the man that she cheated on me with. I told her that she needed to let it go before our child picked up on any tension. She texted me afterward and said I need to reconsider because they have no other options. I replied that my answer was still no and to please use the app only going forward. My attorney said it was the right move because it's documented in case she ever tries to drop her child off with me. He has filed it away in case we ever need it in the future. This isn't about the legal aspect though. I wonder if my refusal will make me an a-hole in an actual emergency when according to her nobody will babysit their child. My ex-wife is clearly very stressed, so maybe I'm not showing the compassion that I should. I find it hard to have any for them after what they did. But the child wasn't part of it, and my lack of concern for the child might be a-hole worthy, especially in an emergency situation.
A lady asked why I'm letting myself go. This happened like 2 hours ago, and I'm still kind of shaky, but also weirdly satisfied. I, 34 female, was at a Target in Minneapolis getting groceries. I've lost a bunch of weight recently, like 40 pounds in 3 months, and not in a good way. I have stage 3 colon cancer, and the chemo makes me look like absolute hell. No hair, eyebrows gone, I'm wearing a beanie, and I look sick, because I am sick. So I'm in the produce section trying to figure out what I can eat that won't make me immediately nauseous when this woman, probably in her 50s, rolls up with her cart. She looks me up and down and goes, "Honey, are you okay? You look exhausted." I'm used to this, so I just smile and say that I'm fine, but she doesn't leave. She then goes on to say, "I don't mean to pry, but have you thought about maybe putting more effort into your appearance? I know us ladies can get comfortable, but men really do notice these things. My daughter let herself go after her second baby, and her husband almost left her. Are you fucking serious?" I would have cussed this bitch up and down the fruit aisle, because you don't fucking know me. You don't fucking know me, and her poor daughter probably had postpartum depression, and this bitch over here talking about she let herself go. Oh my gosh. I'm just standing there, holding a cantaloupe completely frozen, but she keeps going. A little makeup goes a long way, and there's some really nice wigs out there now if you're having hair troubles. You're still young enough to turn things around. Something in me just snapped. I turned to her and said very flatly, "I have cancer, stage 3. The chemo makes me look like this. I'm trying to figure out if I can eat this melon without vomiting. My husband thinks I'm beautiful. Anything else?" Her face went white, like it actually lost all color. She started stammering, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I just thought." I cut her off. "You thought what? That I needed your advice? I'm just trying to buy groceries." She basically ran away, left her cart and everything. Now I'm home and a part of me feels bad because she looked genuinely horrified. Good for her. As she fucking should be. She doesn't know you from a can of fucking paint, but she chose to walk up to you without knowing you or your situation to give you beauty tips and tell you to not let yourself go. She 100% deserved to be fucking terrified. Fuck her. Maybe she'll learn to mind her goddamn business. But at the same time, fuck that noise. Don't comment on people's appearances. My husband says that she deserved it. My mom says that I was too harsh. I don't know. Your mom is wrong. Your mom is so fucking wrong. You were not harsh at all. This bitch deserved all and then some of the sass and attitude that you gave her, because minding your fucking business is free. You don't walk up to a complete fucking stranger and start talking about their appearance. You don't know what the fuck is going on in that person's life. Why? Because that is a complete fucking stranger. I don't know when the fuck people became so goddamn comfortable to just randomly, unprompted, unasked for talk about someone's fucking body, but that shit needs to stop. It needs to stop. That shit is disrespectful as fuck and it's rude as hell. I gotta be honest, y'all. This story triggered the absolute hell out of me. It did, because stuff like this happens to me on a weekly basis right here. People DM me all the time making comments about my body. And then when I DM them back and I ask them, well, are you a medical professional? The answer is always no. My sister's husband's dog's cousin's godmom's aunt had something like that and you should get it checked out. Never once do people give a fuck about what if you're pointing out fucking insecurities. You don't know what the situation is. Why? Because we're fucking strangers. This shit is absolutely not okay. You guys need to be more mindful of the things that you say, even if you're doing it out of concern. If nobody asked you, do not say anything.
Am I in the wrong for taking a job that conflicted with my best friend's wedding after he refused to compromise on unreasonable demands? So my best friend got engaged about a year ago and asked me to be a groomsman. I said yes immediately because that's what you do. We've known each other since like middle school and I was genuinely excited. But then planning started and it got weird. His fiance, who I've never been close with, started making all these demands about what groomsmen needed to do. Custom shirts, specific haircuts, mandatory bachelor party at her chosen location, contributions to things I never agreed to. It was getting expensive and honestly kind of controlling. I mentioned to my friend that some of the stuff seems excessive. Like, I get wanting your wedding to look nice, but requiring specific haircuts felt over the line. He just said, it's not that big of a deal, come on, and shut the conversation down. That's when I kind of started pulling back emotionally from the whole thing. Fast forward to about 3 months before the wedding. I got a new job offer that required me to relocate for like 2 weeks of training right before the wedding. I told him immediately and said I'd try to reschedule it or work something out. He lost it, started saying that I was abandoning him and that real friends would just turn down the job. I reminded him that I need to actually have a career and that I was still going to be there for the wedding. Here's the thing though, I could have tried harder to reschedule. I didn't really push back with my new employer because honestly, I was kind of over the whole wedding stress at that point. I think subconsciously I wanted it out. His fiance apparently told him it was suspicious timing and that I was being selfish. My friend basically told me that I was either fully committed or not committed at all. I ended up keeping the job training and going, but I told him that I'd only make it back the day before the wedding. That meant I couldn't go to the rehearsal dinner or the bachelor party. He said that was unacceptable and that if I couldn't be there for everything, then I shouldn't be in the wedding at all. So I got dropped as a groomsman like a week before the wedding. I was upset but also kind of relieved, which tells me something about how I was feeling about the whole thing. Now a few months later, he's still mad at me. He says I chose a job over my best friend. I say he chose his fiance's demands over our friendship. My other friends are split. Some say I should have just turned down the job. Others say the wedding demands were unreasonable and he was being controlling about it. The thing is, I could have been more honest about feeling uncomfortable instead of just pulling back. And yeah, I definitely could have tried harder with the job thing. So, am I in the wrong?
My boyfriend of 7.5 years cheated on me, so I disappeared from his life. This is the update on yesterday's story time. So thank you so much to everyone for your comments on yesterday's video. Some of the comments were really making me giggle. So I compiled a list of basically all of your guys' advice and this is what I came up with. I logged myself out of everything. I cancelled the Wi-Fi and then returned the little box to the courier. Took all of my payment details out of our utility bills. I then went ahead and packed up all of our cooking oils, spices, seasonings, those types of things. But I made sure to leave the rosemary because he is allergic to rosemary. And then here's where I started to get a little bit more savage. I printed out a picture of his Tinder profile, framed it and then left it on the dinner table. I then went outside, grabbed a little bit of our dog's shit and left it right next to the framed picture, just in case he was confused about my feelings on the situation. I then took a video of the entire flat because I didn't want him to go to our landlord and wreck the place and be like, look what she did. Made myself a little appointment at the doctor's to get tested for STDs. Stay safe out there, kids. Now, here's the thing. I already had this man blocked by the time he landed from his flight. And this is when I started to get a barrage of calls from his sister, from his parents, and I genuinely didn't even notice them. However, when I finally saw his sister was calling, I did actually pick up. And at first, she was incredibly hostile. She was making me out to be some sort of crazy ex-girlfriend that just couldn't let her brother go. Funny that, considering it's only been 5 hours since I packed up and left. This is when I told her that my ex had never actually approached me about breaking up. At this point we reset and she allowed me to tell my side of the story. I tell her that he'd been a bit distant recently, but he was visiting his grandparents quite often. To which she was like, what? Turns out His grandparents both died over 2 years ago. Now, we did end the call on somewhat of a positive note. She said she was going to take some time. This was a lot to take in. And she also realised that Steve had actually been cheating on me with one of her best friends. Amy said she had introduced Steve to this other girl when he was unhappy in his relationship last year. Apparently they hit it off extremely well very, very quickly. And he was supposed to have broken it off with me. Turns out he was also in a full-blown relationship with Amy's best friend, which she was also confused as to why he was then on Tinder. You have 2 girlfriends. So later this evening, lo and behold, I get an email from my ex. Essentially, to sum it up, he asked me to come back to the apartment so we can talk it out. As far as I know, he has absolutely no idea where I am. I truly don't know if I'd have got through this past 24 hours without you guys.
Am I the asshole for wanting to walk away from my marriage and the child we were raising after finding out the child is biologically my husband's? My husband's sister adopted a child 4 years ago. She had talked before about being a single mom by choice, and when her friend had a child, she didn't want to raise the child. She said it made sense to step in and offer to become the baby's mom. Everyone was supportive and welcomed the child into the family. 2.5 years ago, my husband's sister was diagnosed with MS. She unfortunately declined rapidly and asked us to take in her child, and we agreed. We had not yet had children of our own at that point, which made it a bit easier. We made sure she still spent time with her child, and she asked that we continue to raise the child no matter how bad she gets or if she dies, and we agreed. I'm only saying the child to keep everything anonymous. My husband never acted weird around the child. He never acted like he had some secret. He acted like an uncle willing to step in and raise his sister's child. Recently, his sister confessed to me that my husband was the biological father of this child. She said my husband and her best friend used to hook up occasionally. He did it again right before we got married, and this child is the result of his infidelity. Oh, hell no. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. I was sick. She told me she couldn't keep lying to me because eventually it would all come out. She wanted to minimize the damage. I confronted my husband and he denied it, so I asked him to do a DNA test. He's the father, there's no doubt. DNA confirmed that he's the biological father. My husband told me that nothing has happened since we've been married and that he loves me and he's sorry for what he did. No, sir, you're sorry that you're now getting caught for a secret that you tried to hide from me. I mean, was it really a secret that he tried to hide from you though? Like, did he know that he was this little girl's father? Because you didn't say that they were in a relationship. You said that they used to hook up occasionally. And when she became pregnant, she didn't want to be a mom. So she went to her best friend and the best friend decided to raise the baby. So the sister knew that was her brother's child, but he denied it and then took a DNA test that confirmed it. Like, did he know that the baby was actually his? I'm not trying to defend his actions because bro is a whole fuckboy and a half because he cheated on you while you guys were together before you got married. Not defending him. But did he know that the baby was his before the DNA test? He said it was a drunk night before our wedding and he would never do something like that again. Then he said he wanted us to be a family and offered to adopt his child and raise them as our own. He told me this doesn't have to end us, but I don't trust you. I don't trust you. You've been lying to me by omission for years. For years, you've been lying to me. If you knew this baby girl was yours and you just allowed your sister to adopt her so your skeletons wouldn't fall out of the closet, I can't trust you. I can't be with you. I do not want to raise a family with you. If you didn't know that this baby was yours, it doesn't excuse the fact that you cheated on me before our wedding. I cannot trust you. This is, unfortunately, the end of us. I left the house and I've been staying with my sister since the DNA results. I'm disgusted and I don't want to sign up for this. I know that baby is innocent, but I now can only see what my husband did, and I can't imagine raising them and acting like their mom and keeping my husband in my life. My husband's sister has reached out to apologize multiple times, and she told the rest of their family the truth as well. So she was the only person in the family that knew this baby was his. Did he know? Was he aware that the baby his sister adopted and was raising was his? Because nowhere in this have you said if he knew. He knew he cheated, clearly. We know he cheated. But nowhere in here have you told me if he was aware this baby girl was his. My husband's parents have tried to contact me to get me back to my husband. They've told me that I have a family now and I can't leave, especially not with their daughter unable to raise this baby again. I had to block them because their messages were blaming and shaming me more and more. for not agreeing to marriage counseling and moving forward as a family. I don't see a way back from this, but I've been in this child's life since birth. I raised them for more than a year and a half. I just don't know if I could ever be a good mom to them knowing what I know. Am I the asshole for wanting to divorce and walk away? Honestly, baby, I don't think you're wrong. I don't, because this type of shit comes with an obscene amount of hurt and betrayal. And honestly, I do not fault you for wanting to walk away. This was not a situation that you agreed to be a part of. You were kept in the dark until you could no longer be kept in the dark, and now you're expected to just be okay with the fact that your husband has been lying to you for years. So I came down to the comment section because I am hell-bent on finding out if the husband knew for a fact that this baby was his, and I'm just gonna go with yes, because the way that OP phrases it in the comment section, like, he knew. Him and his sister were the only two in the family that were 100% aware of who this baby's biological daddy was, and they chose to keep it from everybody in the family. And once the sister told OP, that's when everybody else in the family, learned the truth. So I'm assuming, yeah, this man did know that the baby was his and he's a piece of shit, and he does not have the right to be upset at you, nor does his family have the right to shame and blame you for not wanting to be a part of a situation that nobody asked your permission for. Listen, baby, you blocking your in-laws was the absolute best thing that you could have done for yourself, because they don't care about you. They do not care about how this situation is affecting you. They just care that you stick around to continue to clean up the mess that their family member has caused. His sister has already stepped in once to clean up his fucking mess. If you leave, that responsibility falls on them, and they don't want that. It would be easier for them to shame, blame, and try to guilt trip you into sticking around and cleaning up his mess than it would be for them to tell him, like, bro, you're a lying, cheating stack of shit, and I am not surprised that your wife is leaving you, because this is absolutely not okay. But no, their whole purpose is to try to protect him from the consequences of his fucking actions. You are absolutely not wrong for not wanting to stick around to some shit after he has spent years hiding this from you. No, baby, you're not wrong. Listen, I understand the baby's completely innocent in this situation, and that baby deserves two loving parents. And because of that, I don't think OP choosing to walk away from the situation is wrong. She admitted that she does not believe that she's capable of loving this child and taking care of this child the way that that baby needs to be taken care of. And that baby does not deserve to be on the receiving end of any type of resentment that OP will be holding towards her husband. Because of that, her choosing to walk away is the best thing for everybody involved. Am I the asshole for taking my daughter's inheritance and putting it in a 5-year savings account without talking to her first? Okay, so I know how the title sounds, but just let me explain the situation. I, 50 female, have a daughter named E who's 19. In 2018, her father, my ex-husband, passed away and left all the children life insurance policies that were to be paid out at the age of 18. Due to some circumstances and life happening, the payout didn't come for my daughter until she was 19. I would like to add, I did not take my son or other daughter's inheritance. They're all different ages and they received theirs at different times. Basically, the reason I'm asking if I'm the asshole is because my daughter is currently going no contact with me, and I'm second guessing if I made the right choice. Basically, she received the inheritance in the amount of about $50,000. Now, I want to add that at the time of this decision, she was dating a man that we'll call Z, 23 male. He was, from what I could see and was told, extremely controlling and borderline abusive, but she was head over heels for him. My concern began when they first received the check, and immediately the boyfriend was talking about what to do with the money. Example, buy a new truck, a new boat, a four-wheeler, etc. Here's where I'm asking if I'm the asshole. I convinced my daughter to give me the check and deposit it into my personal account, where I would then give her a certain amount of money each month to deposit into her account to make it last. I will be honest and say that I told her this was the only way to prevent her losing her financial aid and having to pay her college tuition out of pocket. So she signed the check over to me under the impression this agreement would last, and I will be honest about that. At some point, however, I noticed that her boyfriend was spending the money on ticket items, such as a four-wheeler and a new truck, that costed roughly $15,000 together. I was very concerned with the spending habits, and as a result, I took the remaining money and put it into a 5-year savings account without speaking to my daughter first. Listen, I get why you did it. I 100% get why you did it. And for that, you're not the asshole, because I truly believe your daughter's going to thank you later on down the line. But doing it without her permission, knowing that it's her money, that is a bit of an asshole move. Justifiable, but still an asshole move. I told her about it after the fact, and she was extremely angry with me and has gone no contact with me since. I just want to know if I'm the asshole or if I made the right decision. I'm seriously second guessing myself, but I don't know what I can do to go back and fix it now if it was an asshole move. And if not, I don't know what to say to my daughter to get her to understand where I was coming from. All opinions are welcomed and appreciated. Okay, listen, I'm going to give you a very soft, you're the asshole. Because you did it for the right reasons. And sometimes being the asshole is necessary. Rarely do we come across a justifiable asshole, but here we are. You did this for the right fucking reasons. And your daughter is 19 right now. She's going to be angry for probably the next 5 years. She's going to be angry for a very long time. But hopefully later on down the line, she will understand exactly why you did it when her boyfriend is now gone and she's only out $15,000 and not the entire 50. As teenagers, we do not look beyond what is in front of us. When I was 18 years old, I won a Hummer from a drawing in a mall. You know how you go to the mall and they be having cars parked in the middle of the mall and you sometimes fill out the piece of paper, put your name in shit, and they pick out the name and you win the car? That happened to me. I won a Hummer. I was 17 years old. And after I filled out the information, completely forgot about it, moved to Louisiana, out of state, across the country. My daddy called me randomly like 2 months later and was like, hey, some people called here and said that you won a car. I told them that you didn't live out here no more and that you were underage. When I tell you I was livid, you would have thought that man went and stole the car that I owned from me. I was so angry. I didn't talk to my daddy for the rest of the summer. At 17, I felt like my anger was justified because I was pissed. How dare you tell those people that I wasn't there? I would have came back and got my car. I won that car fair and fucking square. But at 35, I laugh at my younger self because what the fuck were you thinking? You were 17 when you had nobody's motherfucking job, nobody's fucking money. Who was paying the taxes on that car? Who was going to pay the insurance on it? Who was putting the gas in that fucking tank? We do not think beyond what is right in front of us when we're young. Hopefully your daughter will thank you for doing this for her later.
Am I in the wrong for leaving my struggling wife? My wife, 32 female, and I, 38 male, had our daughter 2 years ago. We've been together for 10 years and wanted our life together before kids. The pregnancy was complicated, and she went into labor 2 months early. Everything happened so fast, I could barely process it. She had to have an emergency C-section, and for a few terrifying hours, I thought I might lose both of them. After a few weeks in the hospital, both my wife and our baby were finally stable enough to come home. Our daughter was small but strong, and I thought once we were home, things would slowly start to feel normal again. I was wrong. About 2 months later, my wife told me that she didn't feel connected to our daughter, that she didn't feel love for her. I didn't know what to say. I just hugged her and told her it was okay, that it might just take time, and that we'd figure it out. I helped her get into therapy and tried not to pressure her to bond with our baby because I didn't want her to feel worse. Months went by. I took unpaid leave from work to take care of the baby and try to keep everything together. I did the feedings, the diapers, the appointments, everything. My wife barely left our bedroom. She went to therapy and talked to her doctor, but there wasn't much improvement. My wife's mother told me that she'd snap out of it after a while and just needed time, so I kept telling myself that it was postpartum depression and that she'd get better eventually. When our daughter turned 1, I threw her a little birthday party. I decorated, invited both sides of the family, and tried to make it special. Everyone had a good time. My daughter was laughing. It felt like things were okay. My wife stayed upstairs the whole time. I brought her a plate of food and asked if she wanted to come down just to sing happy birthday. She told me she won't remember it anyway. I just nodded and left her alone. The next year, my wife stopped answering her therapist's calls, stopped talking to me, and leaving our room completely, no matter how much I tried to talk or get her help. When it was our daughter's second birthday, I planned the entire party by myself, hoping she might finally come out and join us. She didn't. She hadn't held our daughter in months. She barely spoke to her. I finally snapped that day. I went upstairs and told her how unfair it was that our daughter didn't deserve to be ignored or treated like she doesn't exist. My wife just stared at the wall and didn't say anything. I stood there for a bit, then walked out. After that, something in me just broke. I realized that I couldn't keep doing it. It wasn't fair to my daughter or me. I'd done everything I could. Therapy, patience, support, but nothing changed. A few weeks later, I packed up and left. I took our daughter with me. I went to my mother's and I've been staying with her. Now my wife's family is furious. They tried to take my daughter. They've been calling me an insensitive POS, saying I abandoned her when she was struggling, that I should have just stayed and been more understanding. But I was understanding. For 2 years, I supported her through everything, even when it meant putting my own life on hold. So, am I in the wrong?
My stepdad confessed that he's in love with me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I repeat, this is not my story time. 4 months ago, I got laid off from my job. One of my ugly coworkers hated me so much that she got me fired. That is a whole other story time. I was living with my mom and my stepdad at the time, and I was helping them pay for most of the rent. My mom has really bad injuries, and she can't really stand up or work much. So she stays home taking care of my sister's kids. My stepdad, on the other hand, is completely able to work, but he's just lazy and doesn't want to get a job. Once I got fired, I knew I had to do something. So the day I got fired, I got home and I was
crying. It was devastated, you guys. This job was great. I got paid $50 an hour, and all I had to do was answer phone calls at an office. I knew I wasn't gonna find something as good as that. As I was crying, I looked in the mirror and I thought, you know what? I'm gonna start an OF. Now, I'm confident about my body, so I wanted to try. The first month, I made $700. The second month, I made $3,000. More than enough to pay rent and food. After 2 months, my stepdad started acting weird. He'd always walk into my room without knocking, and he started offering to do my laundry. And once you find out why, you're gonna gag.
My boyfriend matched with my best friend on Hinge. Story time. So this weekend, me and my boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, were at a pumpkin patch. We had the cutest little date day. In the evening, one of my best friends, Amy, and one of his best friends came around in the evening and we were carving pumpkins together. It was honestly such a cute day. We had a nice little charcuterie board, we had some spicy margs, and we ended up getting a little bit tipsy. Now listen, I've been in a relationship for nearly 10 years. I find it so fun to play on people's dating apps, especially Hinge, because you can get all of the like prompts and stuff. I don't know, I just find it really funny to listen to them all. So we end up screen mirroring Amy's phone to my TV so we could all see what's on her phone screen. Honestly, we were howling. It was so funny. The night goes on, we're getting a bit more drunk. Steve is absolutely hammered. Don't think he knew his own name. So we're scrolling, and then all of a sudden, I see Steve's picture on my TV. His recent Hinge update. My guy was active in updating this. Shall I tell you how I know that? One of the pictures on his profile was him from the pumpkin patch. That day that I, his girlfriend, had taken of him. We all slowly looked at Steve. And now, I don't know if it's because he was absolutely sloshed, but he didn't seem to have any sort of emotion, remorse, apology, embarrassment at all. He just sat there. And I think that made the whole thing worse, to be honest. I was bamboozled. So I looked at his friend and I was like, you need to remove him from my property right now. So thankfully his friend did do just that. He took him to his house and said, I'll come to collect his things tomorrow. And I thought, I need some sort of revenge here. Packed up all of Steve's things, popped them in a bin bag, and then looked over to the pumpkins. And I then looked over to the inside of the pumpkins, the seeds, the guts, all of that, and decided that that was going to go inside the bag as well. So it was all mushy, it stank, and I left it outside in the night because I knew all of the rats, the mice, the foxes would get in it and hopefully chew apart all of his belongings. I just feel like, Steve, are you fucking dumb? Anyway, bye!
Divorce. Can I go after ex-wife's daughter's income? My wife and I are separating due to irreconcilable differences. It appears it's going to be a clean split on the finances. I'm buying out her half of the house, etc. My main issue is that my wife has moved out to stay with her daughter now, which leaves me to cover all of the household bills, etc. I earn about $80K a year, so it won't be an issue, but up until now, we had always split bills 50-50. So I have grown accustomed to a certain standard of living. My wife is only on a minimum part-time wage, so I don't think I would be able to go after her salaried income. However, now she lives with her daughter, who is quite well off, and she has very little outgoing expenses other than food, phone bill, and car payments, as I'm assuming her daughter will be paying my wife's way. So once the dust has settled here, I'm going to be spending more every month, and she will be spending less. Is there any recourse for going after my stepdaughter's income, since it will be being spent on my wife? So would that count as income for my wife? I would like to know. Please help.
The audacity to go based on the assumption alone that your ex-wife is obviously going to be living off of her daughter's income. Babes, whom the fuck said that? Oh, you suck.
Am I wrong for telling my daughter that I won't budge even if she never speaks to me again? My daughter Casey, 17 female, worked and saved up money for around a year to be able to afford a better car than we would buy her with our family budget. My older daughter Alana, 16 female, has ADHD. Recently got her driver's license and asked to drive Casey's car. Casey allowed it, but Alana ended up having a bad accident around 6 months ago, which basically rendered the car unusable. The insurance payout wasn't nearly enough to cover the replacement, and with Alana's medical bills from the accident, thankfully there was no permanent damage, just a broken arm and leg. There was no way we could afford to replace Casey's car immediately. Alana was very apologetic to Casey, and so were we since we couldn't afford to replace her car. Casey didn't accept our apology and has been basically avoiding us, skipping family dinners and pretty much pretending that her mom, Alana, and I don't exist and only talks to us if she needs a form signed for her school. I begged her to come to a family therapy session and she eventually relented, but with the condition that Alana wouldn't be present. In the therapy session, she told us that she won't be resuming a relationship with us until we replace her car, which realistically won't be until next year. When the therapist asked how she expected us to do that, Casey said we could just make Alana work to earn the money. The issue is that Alana has severe ADHD and already has trouble managing her schoolwork. I'm worried that making her work to earn her money will harm her grades and have significant ramifications for her future. Casey said, well, she should have thought about that before destroying my car. I don't care. I'm not going to speak to any of you unless I have my car replaced. I responded that she was free to avoid speaking to me for as long as she wanted, but I'm not going to permanently harm her sister's future to get her a car earlier. My wife agrees with me that we need to stand firm on our position, but is also genuinely afraid of Casey never speaking to her ever again. I understand that her car was ruined, but I as a parent need to look out for all of my children, not just one. I also don't want to set that precedent that emotional blackmail will ever work if what you're asking for is unreasonable. So, am I the asshole? Yeah. Sorry. 1000%. I'm like at a loss for words. 1000% you're wrong. I'm looking at this from Casey's perspective, okay? She worked hard for something valuable to her, and it was taken away due to an accident that had nothing to do with her involving her sister. She's understandably hurt and frustrated. And not just because of the car, but also because she feels like her hard work was for nothing. And her anger may also be amplified by the fact that the accident was avoidable, even though it may not have been intentional. And especially for a teenager, the car symbolizes much more than transportation. It's like her independence, achievement, and like, in fairness, like I'd be like, yeah, I worked hard for that car. That's a sense of like, you're proud about it. Like, I did this by myself. I think Casey feels that there has not been enough accountability or consequences for Alana's actions, which is leading her to this very strong emotional reaction. Alana made a mistake. Mistakes happen. It doesn't negate the fact that she's also responsible for said consequences. However, sorry, I'm like taking a break. The argument that her schoolwork would suffer if she worked isn't necessarily a strong justification for her not contributing in some way to fixing the situation. ADHD is for sure a challenge, but many people with ADHD successfully balance school and part-time jobs. You can't use this as a weakness against her, then she shouldn't have been driving if you were that concerned about her ADHD. No, Alana needs to get a job. If it wasn't her sister, what would you have done? You're getting some grace because it is your other daughter. But if it was someone else's car she crashed, you'd have had to pay it out. On principle, right? I think Casey would have had a different reaction if you guys all weren't so on Casey's side. I mean, Alana's side, you know, like I know she would have had more grace for her sister, but as long as someone like, hey, promise we're going to pay you back, but we're going to get this back to you sooner than a year, then she would have been okay. But the fact that you guys are making excuses for Alana would piss me off too. Work. Update. My sister-in-law ended up coming to my house and apologizing, as well as telling me the full story. My brother put her up to the DNA test. Oh, see, this kind of makes more sense because the fact that he took the sister-in-law, his fiancé side, just didn't make sense at all. Like, why would you do that? You should know the situation. When I first adopted Lily, my brother for some reason believed that Lily was my bio daughter. He thought that me and Lily's mom were together and just weren't telling anyone. He believes that when she got pregnant, Lily's mom told me that Lily was mine and that she was just going to say that it was her husband's, and I went along with it because I didn't really want kids. Sister-in-law was under the impression I believed I was Lily's bio dad. She saw the picture of Lily's mom and I, and after asking for clarification on who she was, assumed we were together in it, and then got suspicious when she saw that the other guy in the picture, Lily's actual bio dad, looked a lot like Lily. I also want to clarify, I didn't tell her that Lily's bio dad was in the picture because she had specifically pointed to Lily's mom, and I assumed she knew that Lily was adopted. I didn't know my brother had been telling her lies for nearly 2 years. She got the DNA test out of her own suspicions, and my brother helped her with it because he thought it would reveal that I was actually Lily's bio dad. He manipulated her into thinking that it would clear the air of suspicion, when really, he was just trying to prove that I was really Lily's bio dad and lying about the reasons for adoption. Well, of course, the results proved I wasn't lying and that my brother was wrong. My brother felt too embarrassed to confess to his fiancé that he had lied about the circumstances, which is why my sister-in-law confronted me with the results. She also apologized for showing me the results in front of my daughter. She told me that her mom had an affair and cheated on her father, got pregnant with another man's kid, and had let her father believe the kid was his. Her father was devastated by this when he found out, and she grew up very resentful of women who do that to their spouses. She had wanted to sit me down and talk to me about it without my daughter, but when she saw me with my daughter, she got angry thinking I was being led on to believe I was raising my daughter when I was actually raising another man's kid. And she ended up exploding and immediately waved the results in my face. The problem I have about that, right? Even if you were under the assumption he was raising someone else's child, that child has no one. If you thought that Lily and her husband was the real parents, which they were, and he thought it was his kid, What did you want him to do about that? You are f***ing up that child's life. I think it's so selfish. Like, I don't like this at all. My sister-in-law does feel very guilty, and she's angry at my brother for lying to her. I'm not angry at her for doing the test because she thought she was doing the right thing. I also forgive her for the way she told me about the results, because clearly affairs are a sensitive subject for her, and I can understand why she would have exploded like that. I'm pretty sure she plans to break up with my brother now, and I don't blame her. When I called and asked my brother about this, he admitted it. When I asked why he would think this, he said that he couldn't think of a reason why a man who had been against having kids at the time would willingly adopt a baby without having a blood connection to it. He told sister-in-law that I was Lily's bio dad and was aware of the fact. He took it a step further and said that me and Lily's mom were together at the time of Lily's conception. Both me and my parents are going low contact with my brother for a while now. I know I'll forgive my brother eventually, but I can't do that right now. He believed I was low enough to have an affair with a married woman, get her pregnant, take no responsibility, allow her to pass off the kid as another man's, and then only take responsibility because her mom died. I think both your brother and your sister-in-law are getting off way too lightly. Low contact, like, okay, he butted into your family, lied to his wife, and sensitive issue or not, I don't care what happens in your own life. That girl violated your daughter's privacy and called her an affair child in front of her, deliberately. Like, you're an adult. I hate people like, well, I have trauma, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, then fix it. That's not my responsibility at all. I'm not responsible for what triggers you in your life. You have to be able to have some sort of, it's on you to go get that fixed or have a better control over it. Damn. Your brother has problems. He needs to go to therapy and figure out this sort of like, it sucks that your brother's initial thought was that no guy would be that nice and adopt a kid who's not his, who didn't want kids. This just showed your character. Because I don't think your brother was thinking of the fact that that girl would have gone into adoption or God knows where she would have gone lost in the system. And because you loved your friend that much, you took on her child, which I would love to have. I do have friends like that. Thankfully, I know would do that for me, but it's nice to see that someone actually put their action where their mouth is and actually do it. So props to you, man.
My husband has asked me if he can have an hour of alone time every single night. Little does he know that I know what he's up to. Story time. So me and my husband, Steve, had our first baby in June last year. My husband's auntie gifted my son the most beautiful, chunky, knitted blanket. And I was so jealous. I really, really wanted one of these little blankets myself. I had said to my husband over and over again that I would really, really like an adult-sized one of these that I could just cuddle up with in the winter months. Watch my little Hocus Pocus films. Recently, my husband has been getting back from work like an hour to 2 hours later than he should be. He refused to tell me where he was and why he wasn't home yet. And things were getting a little bit tetchy between the two of us. And then one night, I put our son to bed and he asks if we can have a chat. I, of course, agree. And he tells me that as soon as our son goes to bed every single night, he wants to have an hour to decompress on his own. He said, I don't want you to disturb me at all. I need you to stay in a different room. And if you do want to talk to me, you need to text me first. I was trying to be really, really mature about this and just accept that my husband was also adjusting to having a little boy as well. And we obviously get very, very little time to ourselves since having him. So we're like 2 weeks into my husband's alone time. And then I hear my baby crying. Of course, I decided to check the monitor. I could see that he'd just lost his dummy and that he was settling himself back off to sleep. Now, our baby cam actually shows like his whole bedroom. In the corner of the room, I could see my husband sat on the floor. He had this big mound of chunky yarn around him. I could see he was watching something on his phone. And he was watching a YouTube video. So I turned the volume up on the baby monitor and I could hear that he was listening to a YouTube tutorial on how to finger knit. This sweet man is making me a large size blanket of our son's blanket. The thing with my husband is that he loves surprising people, but he's the worst at keeping secrets. Because he was literally so bad at keeping secrets, I knew at one point he would break. And of course I'd act surprised. I was so excited to see it all finished so I could have my matching blanket with my baby. Weeks and weeks went by. I spent nights alone on the sofa watching Love is Blind. When the time came for him to give me the blanket, he was so sweet. He actually cried. He said, you worked so hard to make such a happy baby for us, so it only felt right that I could put the same effort in. Honestly, I did not think this story was going that way, but I'm so glad it did. That is literally the cutest thing ever.
After reading a lot of the comments, I realized that it was possible that my husband was having an affair with my best friend, and he knew about the camera and acted accordingly to make sure I didn't suspect an affair. Her running out of the house crying, my husband showing me the footage before I asked, and his love bombing would all make sense if he was cheating with my best friend. I can't be with the cheater, and I had to make sure my husband was loyal to me. On a side note, I made sure that my husband was okay and well after being forcibly kissed, and he said that he was fine and he didn't feel assaulted and it was just a kiss. He said that he was just worried about me because he knew how much this friendship meant to me. Oh my god, guys, before we beat it, do we think it was a cheater? Do we think it is? I don't know, something's telling me it is, because like I've heard of like best friend stuff, like cheating on you, but like I don't know, please be wrong. Over the weekend, I looked through my husband's phone and laptop while he was doing yard work. Both of us have full access on each other's phones, and I didn't find anything out of the ordinary in my husband's phone. I checked his messages, WhatsApp, social media, and deleted messages folder. There was nothing suspicious on his phone or laptop. This morning, after my husband left to go to work, I arranged for our next door neighbors, a friendly elderly couple, to watch the girls for a couple of hours, and I went to my best friend's place without telling her I was coming. She works afternoon shifts, so I knew she would be there in the morning. She let me in and seemed scared, and I demanded to know the truth. She said that she had always been really attracted to my husband, and she had tried making advances before, but my husband had always shut her down. She admitted to being jealous of me and my perfect life with my husband. I should have seen the signs earlier. When our firstborn was learning to speak, my best friend would always try to get her to call her Mama. When she held our daughter for the first time, she accidentally sat in my husband's lap. Oh, weird. She's been trying to replace me for years, and I never noticed, and my husband kept rejecting her advances because he only wanted me.
Can I just say, I'm so happy this is not a cheater husband story, because I hear those all the time and I'm sick and tired of them. So thank God we have there's loyal men out there, women. They're there. Evidence. Proof in the pudding.
She said that she had drank more than she should have at the barbecue, and she decided to try her luck when she saw my husband was going inside alone. I forced her to show her phone as well, and again, there was nothing implying an affair, and all of the messages appeared to line up with my husband's phone, so I knew there was nothing deleted or manipulated. She apologized profusely and asked me not to end our friendship over this. I told her that she is nothing to me, and she could have been happy for me, and I treated her like a sister all these years just for her to try and steal my life. Now I know for sure that my husband never cheated. The guilt of doubting him is eating me up. If I tell him that I snooped through his phone and laptop and met up with my ex-best friend to verify that he wasn't cheating, it's going to impact our marriage, and he'll be very disappointed in me for not trusting him. And if anything, he will lose his trust in me. If I don't tell him, the guilt is going to continue eating me up. I've never lied or kept secrets from him before, and I don't want to start now, but this is an impossible choice. He's only ever shown me how much he loves and cherishes me, and he doesn't deserve to be betrayed like this. I will update more when I tell him the truth. I told my husband everything, that I looked through his phone and laptop, and that I confronted my ex-best friend. I showed him both Reddit posts and told him that even the few comments that speculated that he was having an affair made me paranoid, and I acted on it. I apologized to him for doubting him and thanked him for always being an amazing husband and always turning down her advances and for spoiling me, especially when I was down. He said that he understands and he should have told me earlier about her trying her luck. I'm also starting therapy next week to figure out my paranoia and trust issues, process the end of my friendship, and in general try to get into a better mental space so I can be better as an individual, wife, and mother. I'm sorry, I doubted you a little bit because when I read it, I'm like, the comments like kind of threw me off too, and I was like, oh my god, maybe he did cheat. But I love that you have a perfect man in your life and you continue to have that perfect man in your life. Cope with the loss of your friend, because that definitely does suck. When you truly see someone as family like that and they betray you in such a dramatic way, that hurts. That does take processing and healing, and I'm glad you're going to therapy. But F that girl, that's so effed up. Can't trust nobody in this world, not even your best friend, not even your husband. I mean, in this case, you could trust your husband, but you know what I mean.
My ex tried to cheat on me, so this is what I did. Story time. So my ex would always sleep with his phone in his pocket, which I always thought was a red flag, but one night his phone slipped out of his pocket. I woke up to it like buzzing on my leg. So obviously I checked to see what is going on, and I see all of these notifications from Hinge. Obviously, I was furious and I wanted to slap that motherfucker away, but I decided to be smarter, and I decided I was going to make a fake profile. I called in a little favour for one of my girly pops. I used all of her pictures. Steve had never met her before, and my friend Amy is 100% Steve's type. Lo and behold, they matched the next day. Me, aka the fake profile, and Steve start talking. We're flirting, you know. That's when I suggested getting a hotel and meeting up, just to see how far we'd take this. I suggested that he should get the hotel room, bearing in mind Steve is unemployed. He hasn't been in work for the past year. This man has been draining my savings. But Steve accepts to pay for this random girl's hotel room. I hear you say, how is he going to afford that, Tatty? He came to me that evening and asked me if he could get an extra 50 quid because his mum's birthday was coming up and he wanted to get her a nice gift. Cool, Steve, real cool. You're a dick, Steve, so I don't have to help you at all. So that Friday is when the hotel is booked for. He tells me that he's going to go see his mum for her birthday. He gives me a kiss. I'm like, okay. fuck off. The moment this little weed leaves my house, I get to work. Start packing up all of his stuff, and I ditch it all outside the front of our house. Oh, sorry, my house. Meanwhile, Steve has now checked into the hotel. He's messaging me on the dating app. He's like, I'm waiting for you. Where are you? I can't wait to see you. Never mind, he checks in at 3 o'clock. We were supposed to be meeting at 6. I made him wait till 1 a.m. And this is when I sent him a picture of all of his stuff dumped outside the front of my house with the accompanying message, enjoy the night in the hotel. Obviously, he calls me straight away. I declined that call so fast. After this, we have the whole weekend and Monday rolls around. I come home from work. Of course, he stood at my door. Ugly crying, snot dripping from his nose. Oh, he looks vile. He is telling me that he's homeless and he has nowhere to stay. Please let me take him back. My guy was getting Larry. Thankfully, someone called the police and I got a restraining order put in place. Anyway, he moved about an hour and a half away from me, back with his parents. I heard he has a job now, so he can pay for his own hotels. I hope he just learnt the lesson, not to cheat on your partner. Love you. Bye.
I've taken my brother's cemetery plots. They won't know until one of them dies. My mother never shared the details of her will with me or anyone in the family. When she died, we all learned she made me her executor of her will. My 2 brothers were very upset that their little sister, who has an MBA and has a solid family life, was picked over them. Neither of them finished college, and one of them is an invalid who hasn't left his house in years. My mom left her house to the 2 brothers with instructions that I sell the house valued at around $250,000 and divide the money between them. All of her cash was to be divided between the heirs. Her other property was a small vacation home where her and my dead sister's ashes would be scattered. She left it to me and my dead sister's children. 30 or so years earlier, one of the brothers had told her he wanted to build his own cabin, so she deeded him an adjoining lot. Where she died, it was still an empty lot. He convinced one of my nieces to sell him her share of the cabin for $1 and not to tell anyone of the heirs before the paperwork was signed. The only way I found out was because he posted on Facebook, "I'm now a proud partial owner of the family's mountain cabin. According to my lawyer, no one can keep me out of it." We aren't friends on Facebook, but some mutual relatives are, and they alerted me to what had happened. In the state that we live in, even if fractional ownership allows the partial owners to enter the property anytime without restrictions. There were some very ugly emails between him and my niece when she tried to get the property back, and she admitted he did it out of spite to hurt me and make sure my family and I didn't get to enjoy the property. Brother number 2 had emailed my niece several times and told her he was so proud of her for selling to her uncle and he'd never seen his brother so happy. Mom's will was written so that the estate would retain ownership of all property, including real estate, until the probate process was completed. My brother didn't understand that and thought he would have immediate ownership. His lawyer didn't read the will very well and thought the same thing. The only way to get the share of the cabin away from him was for my niece to refuse her shares of the inheritance. Even with that, it cost the $600,000 estate, including the house she left to them, roughly $30,000 in attorney fees to fight this. But we won and the cabin is safe. I don't know how much he had to pay his lawyers, but it was a lot of money. The situation drug on for months. The property my mom had given him sits directly across from the cabin. Out of spite and anger, he clear-cut the property mom had given him and brought in over 100 tons of gravel, so the wooded area now looks like a gravel parking lot. This is directly next to the place where mom and sister's ashes are scattered. My brothers had asked for the 3 burial spots next to my dad. They adored and idolized him. My mom is scattered at the cabin and she won't be using them. So I gave them the cemetery plot paperwork. But before probate ended, I had the plots put in my name and they are now legally mine. The paperwork they have is worthless, but they don't know it. I didn't tell my brothers and they won't find out until one of them dies and they can't be buried next to my dad. Honestly, I know dad wouldn't have approved of what they did. He loved mom and he would be upset her ashes are scattered next to a gravel-covered lot, not the woods she loved. I haven't told them what I've done. Screw them. They wasted money from her estate and made mom's resting place look horrible. They don't deserve to be buried next to my dad. Oh man, I've never thought of it because I'm not like a real mom yet, but like I can't imagine fighting my siblings for money from my parents or things like that when someone passes away. That's a real thing too. Like you don't think about those things until it happens to you. Money is like the root of all evil. And so in these type of situations, I can see why your mom left it to you, but that still sucks. I would hate to like fight my brothers and go to court and waste all this money for what? Someone has a comment and I like this, it's actually really smart. And it says, my mother has a clause in her estate that if any sibling disputed the will, they were excluded from the will. And I thought this was brilliant. That is so smart.
My engagement may be ending because I'm refusing to make my fiance's sister a bridesmaid. My fiance and I are supposed to be getting married next month. Yes, you heard that right. Next month, in November. My fiance proposed about a year ago, so I've been spending the past year planning everything out, okay? I was one of those girls that was pretty type A about my wedding planning. I had the Pinterest board since I was little, so I knew exactly what I wanted, and I've been spending the last year making the most beautiful wedding of all time. I am so excited. One of the first things I did after getting engaged was pick out my bridesmaids and ask them to be in my wedding party, because there's a lot that goes into being a bridesmaid, okay? You have to buy the dress, there's the time commitment, you have to make sure you can actually make it to the wedding date, so I wanted to make sure my 5 best friends could be there, and they all said yes. Last week, yes, I'm repeating it, last week, a month before our wedding, my fiance, for the very first time, brought up the idea to include his little sister in the wedding party. Again, our wedding is in 1 month. I was like, babe, this is a conversation we should have had last year when I was picking out my bridesmaids. Not right now. Not after everything has been planned. Now, to be completely transparent, I don't hate my fiance's little sister, but I'm not her biggest fan. The last time I hung out with her is whenever we went wedding dress shopping, and my fiance requested that I invite her to come along. Again, I agreed, okay? I'm trying my best to be adaptable and to include her in things, but she did not have a single nice thing to say to me the entire time. At one point, I stepped out in one of the dresses, and she said, you know, maybe you should consider slimming down before your wedding. I feel like the dresses would look a lot better on you if you did. This one was absolutely wild. She said at one point, if I was my brother, I wouldn't want to get married to you looking like that. Well, good thing you're not your brother, okay? Because I wouldn't want to marry somebody with that kind of negativity. When I told my fiance she said these things, he was like, don't let it get to you. She's just a harsh critic. That's how she's always been. Okay, I feel like that's not being a harsh critic. That's actually just like attacking me in the way I look. So, reason number 1 that I don't want her in my wedding party is because she's not necessarily the most positive person. She's a mean girl, okay? I don't really want a mean girl in my wedding party on one of the most special days of my life. But the second reason that I don't want her in my wedding party is because we've already purchased the dresses. I have 5 bridesmaids, and we've ordered 5 dresses. My bridesmaids all paid out of pocket for them, and they were custom made to be for those girls. We do not have time to order another dress, okay? Even rush ordering another dress, it wouldn't come in time. So there's no way I could just add on another bridesmaids because we don't have another dress. But according to my fiance, this wasn't a problem at all. He had to love them all so much. I cannot even believe he suggested this. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of his little sister, if he would have told me it was important to him that she was a bridesmaid a year ago, I would have included her in my wedding party, okay? I love my fiance. I understand that this is his wedding too, and if he wants one of his family members to be included in the wedding party, I would have been accommodating to that. But he did not say anything until a month before the wedding, when literally there is no way to make it work, to coordinate it. My fiance and I are currently not speaking at all. He told me that he can't believe that I am not accommodating a family member of his when he knows how important family is to him. I'm like, I'm sorry. You asked me to take her dress shopping. I did that. If you would have told me when I was picking bridesmaids to accommodate her, I would have done that. You didn't ask. But I'm not speaking to him because I think it's absolutely absurd that he wants me to just treat my friends like trash, treat them like they're actually disposable. He knows how much my friends mean to me. I see my friends like family. And the fact he just wants me to kick one to the curb and say, sorry girl, actually you're not in the wedding party anymore. That's insane. And the fact that he doesn't even understand why I'm not willing to do that to one of my friends, maybe our values aren't as similar as I thought they were. Before this, I really thought my fiance was the love of my life and my soulmate, but now we might not even be getting married. Like a month before my dream wedding, it's just gonna fall apart. I keep hoping that he's gonna apologize for his behavior and say that he came to his senses about the whole thing, but I don't know. The wedding is getting closer and closer, and it seems like we're still at a standstill about this situation.
Would I be the asshole if I told my best friend she can't bring her new boyfriend around my kids anymore? I'm a 29-year-old woman, and I've been best friends with Maya since we were teenagers. She's been in my life for over a decade, and I honestly consider her family. She's always been Auntie Maya to my kids, and she's been there for me through a lot. Things started to change a few months ago when she began dating a new guy. At first, I was happy for her because she hadn't had the easiest track record with relationships. I wanted to believe this time it would be different. But every time she brings him over, I feel less comfortable having him in my home and around my children. He curses constantly, even when my 6-year-old and 3-year-old are sitting right there. He makes crude jokes that are completely inappropriate around kids. One time, he made a comment about how my daughter would break hearts when she's older, and it made my skin crawl. No, you're absolutely not the asshole, because normal fucking people don't do that. She's a child. She's a child. So what the fuck do you mean she's gonna break hearts when she's older? What the fuck? She should look like a fucking child. Why would you even think some shit like that? No, you're not the asshole. He can't come around no more. He should have been asked to leave right then and there. It didn't feel like a harmless joke. It felt wrong. He also drinks a lot. Not just a casual drink here and there, but several drinks in one sitting, to the point where he gets loud and sloppy. Last week during dinner, he stumbled and knocked over a lamp in my living room. Instead of apologizing or help clean up, he started laughing like it was a big joke. Absolutely not. My husband and I were both stunned. I tried to talk to Maya privately about it. I told her that I was uncomfortable with his behavior and that I didn't think it was appropriate around my children. She brushed it off and said I was being judgmental. You bet your ass I am. Yes, I am. This man is a guest in my home, and he continuously comes over here and behaves like he's in a fucking bar. Yes, I am judging him, because, sir, what the fuck is wrong with you? Have some decorum. According to Maya, he has a good heart, and people just need to get to know him. And I get that. But also, I can only get to know the person that he's showing me that he is. And what the fuck he's showing me is that he's a person I don't want around my fucking children. He does not know how to behave in someone else's house. He can't handle his fucking alcohol. You come to someone's house and get sloppy fucking drunk to the point that you're stumbling around and knocking shit over. And I know that happens, okay? But when you do knock something over, you don't bother to fucking apologize. You don't offer to clean up after yourself. You giggle and laugh like it's the funniest thing you've seen all goddamn year. No, I know everything I need to know about this man, and I've decided I don't want him around my kids. I've already seen more than enough, and I don't want my kids exposed to this kind of behavior. I love Maya, and I don't want to lose our friendship. She means a lot to me, and I know she's been happy with this guy. But I also feel strongly that my first responsibility is to my kids. They deserve a safe and respectful environment. Right now, I don't feel like I can provide that if this man is in my house. Would I be the asshole if I told my best friend that she's always welcome in my home, but her boyfriend is not allowed around my kids anymore? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. Like you said, you have the responsibility to create a safe space, a safe and respectful environment for your children. You have done just that. You're not wrong for not wanting somebody's random ass fucking boyfriend, regardless of how long you've known this person, to come in and jeopardize what you've managed to put in place for your kids. No, you're not wrong for that. Never. Maya's the asshole in this situation because she 100% knows what kind of man she lays down with every fucking night. She knows this man cannot handle his alcohol, that he gets so sloppy drunk to the point that he is stumbling around knocking shit over. She knows the type of humor that he has. She knows how he fucking talks. Yet she still thought it was wise to bring him around her niece and her fucking nephew. Let's just say, for argument's sake, that she doesn't know any of this, that she is seeing her entire relationship through rose-tinted glasses. She is ignoring all of the fucking red flags. You told her that his behavior was not appropriate around your children. And instead of her being Auntie Maya, jumping into fucking action and getting that man out of her niece and nephew's safe space, she blows it off and tells you you just need to get to know him, because deep down, past the drunk part, past the part where he's knocking shit over in your house, past the part where he's cussing around your kids, past the part where he's sexualizing your 3-year-old or 6-year-old, he's a really good guy. No. She's an asshole in this situation. And honestly, she wouldn't be my friend too much fucking longer. I don't give a fuck how long we've been friends. The moment I tell you that your partner makes me uncomfortable in my own home and that his behavior is inappropriate around my kids and you blow it off, we're no longer friends. We're no longer friends. You should be just as concerned about my kids' safety as I am when it comes to you bringing your partner around.
Am I the arsehole for cancelling a date an hour before because it was too humid? Story time. Okay, so I had a date lined up the other evening with the most incredible guy. I'm talking 6'5", buzz dark hair, biceps. Think like emotional support biceps. And we had been planning this dinner for weeks. I was beyond excited. I had my outfit picked out, everything was gonna go great. And then it rained. Not like cute singing in the rain kind of rain, no. I'm talking lashing it down. Humid as heck. It felt like a sauna outside. I was sticky, my hair was frizzy, my makeup was sliding off. My pores genuinely looked like craters on the moon. And being completely honest, ladies, I threw a massive BF. We've all been there. How I looked that night was not how I wanted to meet my husband. So I made a decision I fear I will regret for the rest of my life. I text 6'5" emotional bicep, Steve, and I told him that I was gonna have to cancel. I said, I'm so sorry, I can't make it. Everything is ruined. I look absolutely awful. And he left me on red. I went home, took all my makeup off, got into my PJs, ordered a takeaway. And then my best friend Amy texted me to see how it had all gone. I tell her everything. I'm like, rain, pores, makeup sliding everywhere. Can't go meet my husband. Amy is looking at me on FaceTime like, you cancelled a date because of humidity. I said exactly that, yes. And then she goes, oh my God, you just needed the poreless primer. This little primer would have been a game changer. This tiny little thing is like skincare and makeup if it had a baby. This little guy contains PDRN, so it smooths everything out. It instantly controls shine and oil, but it's a really, really interesting texture. It does not feel like any other poreless primer I've ever used. It's so silky and smooth. And one of the main things is sometimes pore filling primers are quite heavy and chunky, aren't they? This is so lightweight. It feels quite literally like pore blurring witchcraft, and it is great for the most sensitive of skin, which, hello, which what we can take for this, I could have found my future husband and my emotional support bicep. If only I had this primer, I could have been smooth, blurred, makeup still on, hydrated, found my forever Steve. But no, instead, I was on FaceTime to Amy with a Chinese takeaway, watching a horrific film. So now I'm asking you, was this a total overreaction? Or should I just blame my pores for ruining my love life?
Am I the asshole for letting my pregnant daughter live with me even though my girlfriend says no? Update. Y'all know the routine. Check the caption for the link for the original video and you can go back and check it out. My last post got a little overwhelming. I'm still glad I did it though. Reading the comments, I just got to the point where I was like, what am I doing? I asked Vera to talk. She started. She actually did kind of apologize and said that she was just stressed because she expected Maddie to either keep the same custody schedule or maybe a bit more, but not full-time and certainly not with the baby, even though you guys sat down and talked about this in depth. Okay, Vera's bad. Then she didn't think that I would actually let Maddie live here with the baby. She said she'd be able to work with a compromise of Maddie and the boyfriend, let's call him Doug, getting their own place when he started working full-time, and they could promise to never ask her for help. I guess she thought as long as she had an end date in sight, she would be able to handle it. That's her fault. Because you told her what it was and she thought something completely different. Her bad. I told Vera I understood, but her behavior was out of line and I can't see us working out after this. She was upset and seemed shocked and got pretty mad. I told her she was welcome to stay in my finished basement for a month while she found a new place and that I would pay her back for the bills that she paid. $790, so I rounded it up to $1,000. You better than me. You're better than me because at the end of the day, you paid for the bills that you racked up when you were living here. She wasn't happy about any of this and freaked out, so I called and asked Maddie if she could stay with Doug for the night. I offered to give Vera some space and she told me to fuck off. I was working from home that day, so I was around, but not in her way at all while she moved her things downstairs. She had worked that night and let me know the next morning she'd be moving with her friends. I offered to help, but again, she said no and left her key on the counter. I changed the security code, but told her if she left anything here to just let me know and I would let her to come in and get it. She wasn't happy about any of this and was freaking out, so I called and asked Maddie if she could stay with Doug for the night. I offered to give Vera some space and she told me to fuck off. I was working from home that day, so I was around, but not in her way at all while she was moving her things downstairs. She had worked that night and let me know the next morning she'd be moving to her friends. I offered to help, but again, she said no and just left her key on the counter. I changed the security code, but told her if she left anything, just to let me know and I'd let her come in and get it. So I thought there'd be no drama. I was actually obviously sad, but I felt better about the whole thing. We can't prove anything, but Maddie's carnivore plants started rapidly dying the last few days. She said a bunch of her concentrated fertilizer was gone as well. We all know not to touch them or water them, as she had me install rain barrels because they can't have tap water. She's devastated and hasn't said it directly, but we both think Vera did something to them. We all think Vera did something to them because these plants were absolutely fine, but within a few days of Vera moving out while she was moving around your house and you were working, they start dying. We know she did something to them. We know she did because Maddie goes as far as have you install rain barrels so that they get the correct type of water that they need. We know that Vera did something to these plants. God damn it, Vera. I've asked Maddie if she wants me to do anything about it, and she said no. And at one point, Vera sent her a nasty text saying she's the reason that I'm alone and she hopes that she's happy. I told her to block her. That's absolutely disgusting. Remember, Maddie's 18 years old. She's fresh 18 years old. This is a grown-ass woman who didn't want kids, that got into a relationship with a man with an 18-year-old daughter. And this is how she's acting because this man's daughter is moving into his home. The home that this bitch was living in fucking rent-free. That's absolutely disgusting. I don't know if Maddie feels guilty or like she deserves it. She doesn't even want me to replace the plants, and she says she'll just try to salvage the ones that she has. So if anyone knows a good site in the US to buy pictures or pings, hit me up. Please do. If you guys have any type of information, please let OP know, because this is heartbreaking for him. And for Maddie, these are her plants. Her plants are her first babies. Like, I'm so sorry. So not a great update. I'm going to stay single for a while, obviously, but there is some good news. I have a female friend who Maddie has known forever. She has kids and she took her out to lunch. My issue with Maddie was that she thought she could power through and take courses in the spring with a newborn. She wouldn't listen to me and told me that she would make it work. My friend was able to convince her that one semester wasn't going to ruin her life, so that is a positive. The boyfriend, Doug, I talked with his parents. They're like me, not thrilled, but they're gonna be supportive and they are excited for a grandbaby. They live over an hour away, but I told them I had a spare room they could use whenever they came to visit. And Doug, he does work part-time while he's in school. I told him, yes, work this semester, but next semester, your number one job is to finish your degree, no matter what. I'm willing to support them both financially and with the baby more than I normally would, because I know the best way to ensure my grandbaby has a good life is making sure their dad has his degree and a good job. He seemed to understand and was thankful. Maybe he's not as much of a ding-dong as I thought he was. Bro, this couldn't have worked out better if I had made it work out myself. I love this. I love that you guys were able to get rid of the cancer that was in your lives. Vera is gone. She was just going to make everybody miserable because she wasn't getting what the fuck she wanted in a house she was living in for free. Absolutely disgusting. I'm glad that she is no longer a part of our lives. I do absolutely love the fact that you and Doug's parents, while not happy about the situation, you guys are willing to be supportive, because Maddie and Doug don't seem to be just sitting down and just trying to figure things out. They're actively working and trying to make plans to make this work out. I have to give you your snaps. I do. I have to give you your snaps, OP, because you are doing a very good thing. You are setting a great example of what a parent is supposed to be for Maddie and for Doug. You are showing Maddie that parenting does not stop when you're 18 years old. That yes, you do make mistakes, but I am your father and I'm going to be right here to help you out as much as I can every step along the way. You are showing Doug the type of man and father that he would want to grow into one day. You're doing a very, very good thing. And I hope that your family has all the happiness in the world.
Am I the arsehole for refusing to pay my mother-in-law back for a gift I never asked for? Storytime. So my mother-in-law recently bought us this brand new coffee machine. I was a little bit confused at first because we have a coffee machine and it wasn't broken. It works just fine. But whatever, it was a really nice coffee machine, so I accepted. We got it all set up. It looked really, really nice on the counter. But then, as she was leaving, she was like, oh, by the way, can you just send me the 30 quid, by the way? And she goes, well, I'd only been planning on putting 50 quid down for the coffee machine. However, it cost me £30 extra than that, so you're going to have to pay that second 30 quid. Not quite sure that is how gift giving work. She must have sensed my confusion because she looked at me, she's like, I don't mind paying more, like it's not a problem, I just want you to be happy. I said, well, clearly it does if you're asking me to pay this extra £30. She's like, well, you know, it's just more a matter of principle than anything. And then she left. When she left, I thought, oh, maybe she's just gonna like let it go or something like that, but God, was I wrong. Because that night, she texted my husband and was like, hi, I'm still waiting for my 30 quid. If you don't send it to me within the next few hours, I'm going to come and retrieve the coffee machine. So I text her back like, Bertha, you are not getting £30 from me. That is not how presents work. Guess who's got an issue with this? Steve. Steve has an issue with this because he has now become attached to the coffee machine, whatever that means, and that I should just pay up and give her the amount of money. Well, you pay it then, Steve. Steve's story is arse because he said, well, it was a gift to you, so therefore you need to pay. Sorry, does no one in this family have any idea how giving gifts works? He said, I'm being incredibly selfish, I'm making it way harder than it needs to be, and I should just hand over the money. So what do you think I should do?
Am I the asshole for having my pregnant neighbor's car towed? I, 20 male, have lived where I lived for a year and a half now. Recently, my neighbor moved out and someone else moved out. I drive a big truck, so it's difficult to pull out because of how the driveway is positioned. My new neighbor recently started parking her car where I back out to get out of my apartment, which is in my driveway. I asked her before to move her vehicle but got nowhere. Yesterday, I had it. I was pulling out, and as I was nearing her car, she laid on the horn for at least 2 minutes. She got out and started screaming, "If you hit my car, I'll sue you for every dollar you make," along with some insults. I called a tow truck and they impounded her vehicle today because it was on my property. She has since then been slamming on my door trying to get a rise out of me, but that's okay because I have a car. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for refusing to babysit my grandkids because I don't want to? I am in my late 50s, and in general last month with the holiday and then my job being rough, the beginnings of the month I am tired. Today I was able to take a half day, and this weekend I plan on doing nothing. This seems to be a problem. So I got a call today asking if I could babysit the grandkids tomorrow night. They have to visit her uncle and don't want to take the kids to the nursing home. I told my daughter-in-law no. She asked why, and I told her I need to recharge. Daughter-in-law asked if I truly was doing nothing, and I told her yes. This started an argument where she thinks I am being selfish, and I can easily do this since I am doing nothing. I told her my answer was again no. My son is also mad at me now, and I am wondering if I should suck it up and babysit.
I learned today that my grandparents are siblings. My grandmother told me a family secret. And you ran to the internet? Me as fuck. Me as fuck. My grandmother told me a family secret and it left me speechless. I don't know how to react. I don't know how to absorb it. My mind is so clouded. My moral compass is cracked. I don't know if I can ever recover from this. Her confession gave light on why they don't have a biological child. I have 4 uncles and 5 aunties. My dad is their child. It never crossed my mind to ask, why do my grandparents oddly look like each other? And they look... Okay, all right. My grandmother mentioned it to me because I talked about an acquaintance that fell in love with their own aunt. They didn't know, but they continued the relationship even after knowing. She said my grandfather was her literal older brother. Oh my God. How do you look at your older brother and be like, that's the one? That's the one that I want. When I think of my brother, like, even trying to, like, mention his looks, it makes me fucking gag. It make my stomach hurt. Oh. She said my grandfather was her literal older brother, but they didn't grow up in the same house until they were 10 years old because she was my great-grandfather's bastard. They oddly fell in love and then eloped. They changed their names, got married, and adopted 10 children. She said without reproduction, they are no different from regular lovers. No, I mean, the fact that you guys have the same blood flowing through your veins might be another major difference, but I'm not a professional. You know, I'm not a professional, so don't quote me on that. I honestly never felt any toxicity in our family. No conflicts with any members whatsoever. 10 of my grandparents' children were so kind to each other. My grandparents were sweet. They cared for each other, for their children, for their grandchildren, and the people in our community loved them wholeheartedly. I thought our family was perfect, but then she revealed this to me. Like, OP's grandparents are like the OG Lannisters. I don't like that. No. I don't like that. No, I'm gonna stop judging. No, you know what? There's times where I'm judging. I'm judging because you guys knew you were siblings and you proceeded to get married and do the dirty. Just make sure you didn't have kids. Well, thank you for being responsible on that end, but I'm judging so fucking hard. I told my dad and said that she was joking, but my dad just responded with, "So now you know why they adopted us." Oh, no. No, you fucking knew. No, what? Oh, no. This is not okay. I was silenced. I can't say anything against them because I knew for a fact that all of my uncles and aunts were street orphans and my grandparents gave them a loving home. I'm conflicted with this fact and I can't bottle it up, so I'm letting it off here. I guess I'm ready for the Lannister jokes. I'm so sorry. I already made one. I'm so sorry. But being realistic and all jokes and judgment aside, like they This is really a really common thing that people are just now finding out through like those DNA kits and stuff. But I truly feel like this is one of the more mild cases of people who are siblings and they grow up and they get married and stuff because they were responsible enough to adopt children. They did not have any biological children. They lived like a regular married couple, unknowing to everyone around them because this was their secret to keep. So, I mean, besides it being awkward once you find out, it seems like OP really truly did have a great family. You know, like it seems like their grandparents and their parents grew up in a healthy, loving home, and there's truly nothing wrong with that. Like, I just felt the need to come in here and say that, even though I did crack jokes and, you know, cast my judgment throughout the story. Am I the asshole for not making an exception to my child-free wedding? I, 24 female, am getting married in less than a month, and I want a child-free wedding. I've always said this, and in the invitations, it says that it's child-free. I've been to weddings where there are children, and some kids have screamed during the ceremony and the reception. I was at one where a kid didn't want to wait for the cake to be cut, so he snuck up and grabbed a handful. The bride was mortified. Oh, hell no. Oh, absolutely the fuck not. My sister, 28 female, has a 5-year-old, and she said that she was happy to have some free time. Her boyfriend was going to stay behind the day of the wedding to be there with my nephew. I guess his friends rented out a cabin somewhere the week of my wedding, and he wants to go, so he doesn't want to, and in his words, babysit that night. I love my nephew, I do, but when things aren't about him, he will do anything to make it about him. She asked if I can make an exception and that she would keep him quiet. I don't trust her on this situation because my grandmother had her 80th birthday recently. My sister made the same promise to our family that she would keep him calm. He broke away from her and blew out our grandmother's candles and pushed the cake off the table when my dad tried to redirect him. Oh, hell no. You're not the asshole. Because, bitch, you don't have no control of your kid, so you can't be mad at me for not trusting that you're going to keep him calm. He blew out the birthday candles and then pushed the cake on the floor. He's the reason why we're not having fucking kids at the wedding in the first place. My sister said that she wouldn't be able to find someone to watch him. I told her that I would help her find someone, and she said she doesn't trust him with anyone. So I told her she needs to tell her boyfriend that it's not babysitting, and he said he would be there for her and their son during this night. The venue has open water and a lot of open field. I also don't want him to get hurt because he loves to run around and get into trouble. She rarely stops him. I told her I'm sorry, but I can't. She called me an asshole for inviting our cousin who turned 18 in December. You're an asshole for inviting our 18-year-old cousin to your wedding, but not my 5-year-old son. Bitch, be fucking for real. Like, be so fucking for real. I told my sister that she's an adult and can watch and take care of herself during this event. There's also going to be alcohol and other activities. A little puff pass. Later on in the night, I don't want a child around that. Our cousin is even leaving before we do other things. She's only going to be at the reception for about an hour or two. My sister says she barely turned 18. I'm your sister and you can't do this for me. This ain't got shit to do with you. There is an age limit. I don't give a fuck what your relationship is to me. These are the rules. And you were 100% fine with the rules until your punk ass boyfriend backed out of watching his own fucking kid, of being a fucking father. So instead of calling me the asshole, you need to go to your punk ass boyfriend and let him know you said you were going to have our son. So you need to have our fucking son. Like, bitch, you're focusing on the wrong person here. Edit. He is my sister's boyfriend's child. And I've talked to my fiance about hiring security. I don't want to take away my guests' time from having fun. This is all really sad to me because my sister is my only sibling, but the fact that she tries to pass her son off on other people when she gets tired, I just can't do it. Absolutely not. No, I don't think you're the asshole at all. Like, your sister has already proven that she is incapable of controlling her child. There was already a recent incident where she promised to keep him calm, yet he broke away from her and managed to blow out the candles and then push the cake over when he was told not to do that. Like, why would I give you the opportunity to not fucking follow through with your word? Absolutely not. Your sister is 100% the asshole in this situation because instead of her focusing on the person that is causing her to be frustrated, she's taking her frustrations out on you. You're an asshole because I'm your sister and you can't do this for me. This has nothing fucking to do with that. This has nothing to do with that. Your punk ass boyfriend said he was going to be a father for a day while you were at the wedding. But no, all of a sudden, because his friends are doing something, he doesn't want to babysit. Hell no. Bitch, you need to you got bigger problems than me not wanting your son to be at my wedding.
Hello everyone, get ready with me while I tell you the time a guy recently came back to apologize for his action. You guys, this story time is actually really crazy because one of my best friends and I were just talking about this person and I hadn't heard from this person for 2 years, and literally every time we talk about someone they just so happen to like hear us and come back. It was so weird, you guys. And to be fair, the only reason he got brought up is because I was asking her what story times I should tell you guys on TikTok, and she was like, dude, talk about this guy. And I was like, oh my god, I forgot about him, but perfect. We're gonna call this guy Justin. Justin and I basically met through his friend because I had hit up his friend a long time ago because during that time he used to make custom shoes. And also, you guys, I didn't even know who his friend was. We followed each other a long time ago on Twitter for the same reason that his shoes went viral, and I've always wanted custom shoes, so I was like, let me follow him just in case one day I ever decided that I actually want to purchase and make an order from him. So I was like, let me just follow him. So I want to say maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, November, I ended up messaging him because it was one of my really good friends' birthday and I knew that she liked Star Wars. So I messaged him if he can paint me some custom shoes for her, and he basically agreed. And he also, guys, by the way, lived like an hour and a half, 2 hours away from where my parents live. He lived more towards like San Diego side. So I placed my order with him, and then I believe he told me it would take at least 2 weeks. And so I was like, okay, cool, like no rush, like good thing I placed the order, you know, beforehand. And to those who don't know, Oceanside, out towards like the San Diego area, is my safe zone. So I was always in Oceanside. I was always in Oceanside even before I met both of these guys. I remember one day I randomly got a Snapchat notification and it says, Justin added you as a friend. And I was like, Justin? Like, who is this Justin guy? I just got a notification from the same guy earlier on Instagram, and I was like, how does this guy know about me? Like, who is he? What's going on? So if I have a little bit of time in my day, I would do a little investigation. And one thing about me is I find everything out. So if you girls ever need some help finding some stuff out, please let me know because I'm the queen. I pieced everything together, and it so happens that this Justin guy is friends with this guy that I just ordered shoes from. So I was like, this guy definitely told Justin about me. Like, there's absolutely no way he didn't. And there's one thing that I've learned, you guys, is that guys talk. Guys talk, and they love the cheese man, and they're just gonna spill the tea. Let me tell you that much. So I basically ended up adding him back on Snapchat, and you guys, that takes a lot for me because if you guys know me, if I do not know you, there's no way I'm gonna accept your request. For instance, even Instagram, if you added me back then before I made my account public, there was no way you were gonna be my friend. But because I decided that I wanted to pursue social media, I ended up making all of my accounts public except Snapchat. I really don't use it no more, so I don't really like to promote it. I don't care for it. But point is, Snapchat was like the little messenger back then. Hello everyone, welcome to part 2 of the time a guy came back recently to apologize for his previous action. I kid you guys not, the moment I added him back, my phone was getting blown up. Like, all you hear is like the ding, 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 like of the Snapchat notification. And that's like one of my biggest pet peeves. Like, I hate hearing or like getting notifications. It's so weird. Like, I don't know, I'm just that girl that I just hate it. So obviously because it was ringing super crazy, it caught my attention, and I look and it's this Justin guy, and I was like, oh my god, what does he want? So I did a little like snap trick at that time, and then I just remember him saying like, hey, how are you? He was introducing himself, and then right off the bat he was like, you're so pretty, I'm gonna marry you, da 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 da. And I'm like, what's with all these guys saying they want to marry me? Like, what in the world? Guys, it's gotten to the point where it's like these guys who freaking want to marry me, want to be with me, I don't want, but the ones that I do want, like, bro, like they just fumbling me, like and they want you after you don't want them. Like, he basically tells me how he wants to see me, and he's just telling me all of these crazy things. And I don't know why the person in me was like, oh, I ordered shoes from your friend, because I already knew he knew, so I don't even know why I ended up telling him. But I ended up telling him that I ordered some shoes from his friend, and he was like, oh my god, what day are you gonna pick them up so we can like link up and see each other? And you remember the day comes to finally pick up the shoes, and I ended up going to San Diego, and it was super late, you guys. I went at like 11-12 p.m. and that was the only time I can go because I was so busy in the day and I wasn't able to go any other day. Plus my friend's birthday was literally the next day, so I left this shit for last minute. I remember I arrived to the apartment that his friend lived at, and his friend just threw like a random like joke, like trying to be funny, and he was like, oh, Justin is the love of your...
Am I the asshole if I call out my husband for leaving shit on the toilet seat? About 4 years ago, I gifted my husband a bidet for Christmas. I didn't think that it would come back to bite me in the ass like this. For context, I'm newly postpartum, so I'm trying to taper my emotions and not let it feel so personal. But almost every day now, I'm finding shit splatter on the toilet seat from the bidet splashing off his butt cheeks. It's actually really infuriating. First of all, no, you're not the asshole. Second of all, I've got questions. You said on the toilet seat, like on top, like on the top of the toilet seat. Listen, I have never, ever used a bidet. Never had an opportunity. I don't own one. And I also feel like that's not something you go to other people's house and just be using. So I've never experienced this, but I have a basic understanding of what the fuck it does. And for it to be on top, was he hovering? When I started noticing a few months ago, I mentioned it to him. He was so offended that he brought up that I would leave period blood under the seat occasionally, and he never said anything because it's human, and he didn't want to embarrass me. It wouldn't have embarrassed me. I would have just cleaned it if it was noticed. First of all, listen, yes, it is human. Second of all, it's accidental. We get that. But most importantly, it's a fucking biohazard. It's a fucking biohazard. Say something. I'm not going to be embarrassed. I'm going to go and clean it up because I did not mean to leave it there for a fucking audience to look at. I was 8 months pregnant and hormonal at the time, so it felt pretty irrelevant to bring up the occasional blood splatter from under the seat when it currently wasn't an issue. Anyways, it turned into a bigger argument, so I've kept my mouth shut about the poop splash ever since. You better than me. You're better than me, because he would have came home from work to find that fucking bidet kicked across the front fucking yard. If you're not going to use it correctly, you're not going to use it. I'm not your goddamn maid. I will not be cleaning up shit every time I want to go to the bathroom. I'm pregnant. My baby ain't here yet. I shouldn't be cleaning up nobody's doo-doo yet. This a grown-ass fucking man. I'm getting to the point where I can no longer keep it in. It's so annoying to have to disinfect the seat every single time I'm rushing to use the toilet. Like, who doesn't look at the seat while they flush and notice that? It almost feels like it's on purpose, but now I know he would be too embarrassed to do something like that. Would I be the asshole if I pointed out again? Or should I spare him the embarrassment and just keep disinfecting the seat? I'm scared we'll have people over one day and they'll catch it before I do. Listen, baby, I already told you, I don't think you're the asshole at all. I think this is absolutely fucking disgusting, and I just cannot for the life of me figure out how this is going down. Like I said, I've never used a bidet, but I know exactly how it fucking works. And to my understanding, his ass should be on the seat and he should not move until he's done using the bidet. Therefore, the water should stay in the bowl. Bro has got to be hovering like 6 inches off the goddamn bowl. You're not the asshole. You let him know either you're going to use it correctly or we're going to get rid of it. You need to call him out. Every single fucking time that he comes out of the bathroom, you need to call him out and let him know that he needs to go back in there and wipe the fucking toilet seat down, regardless of how embarrassing it is for you. How embarrassing do you think it's going to be when somebody comes to your house and there's shit on the toilet seat? Yes, it is embarrassing, and he should be fucking embarrassed. This is a grown-ass fucking man. You said, and I quote, go back. About 4 years ago, I gifted my husband a bidet for Christmas. You said also, go down, when I noticed it a few months ago, meaning 3 years went by with no issues with this, but all of a sudden, there's doo-doo being left all over the fucking toilet seat. He's doing this on purpose. Embarrass him every single fucking time that he does it and call him out. That or get rid of it. Listen, OP, I know that you're newly postpartum and you've got a lot of shit to deal with, literally and figuratively, and nobody wants to add to that pile. But somebody needs to tell you this, and I've nominated myself, that if you've got doo-doo constantly splatter all over your toilet seat, that is not the only place that it is. I just need to let you know that it is on the back of your toilet. It is on the floor. It's on the wall. It's everywhere. The doo-doo is splattered. It's probably on the fucking ceiling. You need to disinfect your entire bathroom, not just the toilet seat, mama. And I second what I said in the last part. Let him know that if he cannot use that bidet correctly, it must fucking go, because this is disgusting.
My straight best friend lets me go down on her when she's bored. Lesbian here, early 30s, and my straight best friend, early 40s, is the most cool person I know for and men. I am that inexperienced lesbian who hasn't found love yet, and quite frankly, scared of it. She had a fantasy though, and I fulfilled it, to be in a threesome with her, but she just wanted sucking. I asked to go down on her and she agreed, and then it became a practice thing between us. In a span of 4 months, I've been in 2 different threesomes with her, probably like 10 plus times in all that, and I've eaten her out roughly the same. We've had 3 sessions alone. She said she has no desires or feelings when it happens, but says when she's bored, she'll let me practice using my tongue to give me experience and to learn. I'm not sure what to make of this. Is this normal? Is she secretly bisexual or a person who is hypersexual and will use anyone to satisfy herself? I mean, it beats master. I haven't caught feelings or anything, but it makes me wonder about her and what's going on in her head. It's been me strictly eating her, nothing else. No kissing. I do suck her sometimes. We get touchy sometimes during the act, but never out of it. No kissing, that's too intimate. I know this sounds absolutely stupid. Bear with me here.
So what's the question? Is just if the friend is queer?
Is this weird? Is this normal?
It's not. It's definitely a degree of abnormal. This isn't most people's sexual relationships.
I don't know. It does feel like OP's being used.
It does feel a little bit like that. I mean, it depends, right? How much is the person who wrote this lying to themselves and to us, right? Like, if the person's straight up like, I don't have feelings for her, we're just having honest fun, I'm just getting practice in. But the preface of being like, I've never found love, honestly, a little scared of it.
Yeah, if you've never really been in like a real relationship and stuff, and it's like this person that's giving me all of the things that kind of comes with a relationship. Normally a head's not in the Venn diagram, but in this instance, the head is in the Venn diagram.
I have somehow become the most hated person on the internet currently. You may recognize me from my video where I talked about how I wasn't going to let my dad walk me down the aisle. You guys did not react very well to that video. I'm getting hate comments, hate DMs, hate emails. I'm having big creators stitch the videos and make fun of me. But guys, I hate to burst the bubble. That was a Reddit story. I'm not mad at anyone, but this is definitely a lesson learned that if you put something in the caption, just know people aren't going to read it. People are going on my Instagram and finding a photo of my husband, child, and I and commenting on it things like, run from her, like, this poor man, and I'm like, guys, that was a Reddit story, come on now. For context, I do a ton of Storytime videos. I'm a wedding photographer. It's kind of my bread and butter. And people are not realizing I'm a wedding photographer, and they're going on my Instagram on photos of my brides and commenting things like, I hope daddy didn't pay for your wedding. My content has landed me in the news several times, so I'm super worried that the news is going to pick this up and just blast my name and this story everywhere and not read that caption first. I'm not making this video to tell you to stop hating me. I'm just telling you it was a Reddit story. You can still hate me. That's fine. Also, I made another Reddit story video where I actually put in the top right corner that it was a Reddit story and I put it in the caption and people still didn't read that. Granted, this got me a lot more views, but the whole image thing is getting out of control, so I'm just gonna start saying it in the videos again.
Am I the asshole for wanting to walk away from my marriage and the child we were raising after finding out the child is biologically my husband's? There's a lot to this, and it's all newly revealed to me, so I'm still processing, and I'm sure I'll be all over the place. I'm so angry about all this. My husband's sister adopted a child 4 years ago. She had talked before about being a single mom by choice, and when her friend had a child she didn't want to raise, she said it made sense to step in and offer to become the baby's mom. Everyone was supportive and welcomed the child into the family. 2.5 years ago, my husband's sister was diagnosed with MS. She unfortunately declined rapidly and asked us to take in her child, and we agreed. We had not yet had children of our own at that point, which made it easier. We made sure she still spent time with her child, and she asked that we continue raising the child. No matter how bad she gets, and if she dies, we agreed. My husband never acted weird around the child, never acted like he had some secret. He acted like an uncle willing to step in and raise his sister's child. Recently, his sister confessed to me that my husband was the biological father of this child. She said my husband and her best friend used to hook up occasionally, and he did it again right before we got married, and this child is the result of his infidelity. I was sick. She told me she couldn't keep lying to me because eventually it would come out, and she wanted to minimize the damage. I confronted my husband and he denied it, so I asked him to do a DNA test. He's the father, there's no doubt. DNA confirmed he's the biological father. Ooh, I can hear the anger in your voice. Through this screen, I understand. He told me nothing happened since we were married and he loves me and he's sorry for what he did. He said it was a drunk night before our wedding and he would never do something like that again. Then he said he wanted us to be a family and offered to adopt his child and raise them as our own. He told me this doesn't have to end us. I left the house, good for you, and have been staying with my sister since the DNA results. I'm disgusted, and I don't want to sign up for this. I know that baby is innocent, but I now can only see what my husband did, and I cannot imagine raising them and acting like their mom and keeping my husband in my life. My husband's sister has reached out to apologize multiple times, and she told the rest of their family the truth also. My husband's parents have tried to contact me to get me back to my husband. They have told me I have a family now and I can't leave, especially not with their daughter unable to raise this baby again. Entitlement to my life much? Ew. I had to block them because their messages were blaming and shaming me more and more for not agreeing to marriage counseling and moving forward as a family. I don't see a way back from this, but I have been in this child's life since birth and raised them for more than a year and a half. I just know I could never be a good mom to them, knowing what I know. Am I the asshole for wanting to divorce and to walk away?
I took my fiance home to meet my family and left with no fiance. I, 30 female, got engaged in March of this year to E, 31 male, that I have been dating for the last 3 years. It was heavenly bliss until I introduced him to my family. We went home to meet my family, and it was important for him to get their blessing. I didn't care either way, but I did it to make him happy. Everyone was welcoming of him and seemed genuinely happy for us. Before the trip was over, my eldest brother suggested a sibling/partners camping trip in a cabin up north to bond and get to know my fiancé away from our parents. I was reluctant as I typically didn't spend this much time back home, but eventually agreed. The trip was going well, so I let my guard down and decided to enjoy being in the mountains with my siblings. However, the day before the trip was over, everything changed. My sister and her husband were on their 17th argument of the day, and it was only 11 a.m. Her husband stormed out and she stayed there, just crying. I don't do well with other people's emotions, so I suggested a hike to clear everyone's head. My fiancé suggested that us siblings go so that my sister could talk freely if she needed to. I asked if he was sure, and he stated that he just checked some emails while we were out. Early on the hike, my sister said that she just wanted to go home. I offered to walk her back, but she said she wanted to clear her mind. We continued our hike and she went back to the cabin. After the hike, my brother and his wife wanted to explore, but I just wanted to shower, so I headed back to the cabin. My sister's car was still outside, even though it was a couple hours later in the day. I ignored it and went inside. I heard soft moans coming from upstairs and then a familiar grunt. Oh no, I was not thinking this was going to go this way. I went upstairs only to see my fiancé and my sister together in the worst way. Something broke inside of me. I took a pic of what I saw, quietly grabbed my things, and left my ring on the counter. I left, sent the picture to the family group chat, and I turned my phone off. The next day, I had 47 missed calls from my family and 75 plus texts from my fiancé. Apparently, her husband got the text as he was returning to the cabin and wasn't so kind to my fiancé. Initially, I felt justified in my actions. I hated it, but I did. However, I know now that even though what they did was terrible, what I did was wrong too. Sending that picture to the family chat was gross, and the innocent family members didn't deserve to get dragged into that. My engagement is over. I removed myself from the family group chat, and I haven't spoken to anyone about it since. These last few months have just felt so empty. I just want to move past this, but I don't know how.
Bride is going viral on the internet because her maid of honor booked her wedding on the same weekend as hers. Not only was it the same weekend, but it was the day after the bride's wedding. For context, this bride had her wedding planned for 2 years. So you can imagine her surprise when her friend texts in the group chat that she booked her wedding venue, and it happened to be the Saturday after this bride's Friday wedding. So immediately, some drama breaks out. The bride's first course of action is to ask her maid of honor to step down as maid of honor, as she doesn't think she'll have the ability to plan her own wedding and be, a good maid of honor. After all, a ton of planning goes into being a maid of honor and organizing. Bride and maid of honor were very close and they shared the same friend group. A lot of the bridesmaids and groomsmen in the first wedding, the original wedding, were asked to come be bridesmaids and groomsmen in the second wedding the day after. All of them immediately started expressing some concern about being able to afford to be in 2 bridal parties. Not to mention the time commitment of being in 2 bridal parties on the same weekend. To really top matters off, the friend/maid of honor ended up using some of the same vendors as the bride, specifically the florist and the photographer. After all, why do research when someone else did it for you? So what are your guys' thoughts on this? How would you react in this situation? And also it begs the question, if 2 friends want to have a wedding very close together, what is too close? Is having it in the same month too close together? In the same week? You know, what defines that?
Am I the asshole for skipping my sister's wedding because I never had the wedding I always dreamed of? Growing up, my parents always talked about how important weddings were. They said their own wedding day was one of the best days of their lives and made it clear they wanted to give that same magical experience to me and my sister. Over the years, they kept detailed binders and even created savings accounts to be ready for our big days, promising to give us the wedding of our dreams, no matter the cost. Last year, when my now wife and I got engaged, I went to my parents to finally begin planning our wedding, but what I got instead was a serious conversation. They explained that the pandemic and the struggling economy had taken a toll on the family business, and they wouldn't be able to afford to help with the wedding. I was heartbroken, but I understood. We kept things simple and ended up having a quiet, intimate ceremony. Then, just yesterday, my younger sister got engaged. Our families went out to celebrate, and the topic of her wedding came up. That's when my mom excitedly pulled out the wedding planning binder and started talking about the extravagant things they're going to do for her big day. As she described the venue options, decor theme, and a lavish guest list, something didn't sit right with me. How could they suddenly afford all of this now, when just a year ago, they had nothing to spare for mine? When we got home, I confronted my mom. She dodged my question and said something like, maybe it's for the best you had a more intimate wedding considering the circumstances. When I asked her to explain what she meant, she brushed it off. Later, my sister asked me to be her maid of honor. I told her I wouldn't be attending her wedding at all and explained how I felt. She got angry and said I was making her big day about me and that I needed to grow up. Since then, she's refused to speak to me. And to make matters worse, when I asked my mom directly if the reason I didn't get the support was because I'm gay, she told me not to play the gay card and said if I'm not adult enough to understand the situation, maybe I shouldn't be trusted with the family business. For context, my sister had also refused to be my maid of honor at my wedding, saying she didn't feel comfortable helping me with my big day due to how emotional I already was. Now I'm sitting here wondering, am I the asshole? Would you feel hurt in my shoes or should I just move on?
So your family's a bunch of homophobes.
Yeah.
That's the special situation. That's why you need to be more intimate.
Yeah.
Your parents are bad people. Your sister's a bad person.
Mm-hmm.
At first I was going to say, yeah, you are an asshole for not going to the wedding.
You think it's fine the sister declined?
The OP. The original sister for declining, no. Because clearly she did it because she's a homophobe.
Am I the asshole for telling my wife that I will lose respect for her if she doesn't apologize? Update. Y'all know the drill. You know where to go if you need a refresher or you don't remember the story. On Sunday, my wife wanted to take the 2 younger children to the library. I tried to talk to her, but she locked herself in our 4-year-old's bedroom. I took our older 2 kids to the dog park. She took our 4-year-old to the library. At the dog park, I talked to our 13-year-old. I explained to him that a lot was going on right now, and his mother was overwhelmed. I said that sometimes when a person is overwhelmed, the next thing that happens, good, bad, or neutral, is the thing that pushes them over. And the source of that thing, good, bad, or neutral, is what they lash out at. I said that his mom was wrong for lashing out at him, but it wasn't his fault, that she really didn't mean it. I said that she was embarrassed, and that was why she was avoiding him. He said that wasn't fair, and we kept going back and forth. I was trying to help him understand that he didn't do anything wrong and that he shouldn't feel bad. But all he could focus on was that he was being treated unfairly. He's 13. Being treated fairly that means the world to kids at that age. And his mom is going out of her way to not talk to him because he was right when he answered a question. He doesn't understand. All he knows, it's not fair and he didn't do anything wrong. I told him that it was unfair, but that his mom isn't perfect and everyone makes mistakes. I said sometimes he's unfair, but we forgive him because we love him. I said forgiving his mom, even though she's wrong, would be a nice way to show his love for her, but that he doesn't have to. Again, he just said the situation was unfair, which it is. It really is. He's not going to hear any of what you're saying because it doesn't need to come from you. It needs to come from the person that is treating him unfairly. So the words coming out of your mouth, it means nothing to him because you aren't the person that's wronging him. After the dog park, I took our 13-year-old to a friend's house and our 9-year-old to a friend of mine's house. I went home and I made dinner. However, my wife went out for dinner with our 4-year-old, so she didn't get home until after I had put everything away. I told her that we had to talk now. The older kids weren't here and not talking wasn't an option anymore. She still ignored me. I said if she wouldn't engage with me, I would have to call our sisters and get them to come over and help me. She got very angry, but she finally engaged. She told me that she's drowning. She said work is exhausting, and every day when she gets home, her patience is already below 0. She's scared and upset by our 4-year-old's stomach issues. She said that he threw up again at dinner. She really shouldn't have taken him out to eat because we're supposed to keep track of everything that he eats before throwing up or not throwing up before the appointment today, which is impossible to do at a restaurant, but I didn't mention that. She said that she can't take our 13-year-old's behavior anymore. I said that he didn't do anything wrong on Thursday. She said that when we were that age, if we interrupted our parents to tell them they were wrong, we would have been punished severely. She said we raised a spoiled, entitled child. Really? Because you weren't abusive to your kids? Because you didn't beat your son for telling you that you were wrong in a state where you were clearly fucking wrong? Sir, your wife is going off the edge. She needs help. She needs help. She said that she can never get any peace and quiet in our own home that we worked hard to pay for because we have a spoiled teen that refuses to ever stop talking or making noise. I said we've been working on these behaviors and he has been improving, but she lashed out when he was trying to be helpful, and that sends the wrong message. Ma'am, you have kids. You have kids. I understand wanting some peace, but you have kids. Multiple, plural, as in more than one, more than two. You've got 3 children. I know peace and quiet is something that is far between in your house. It's not your 13-year-old's fault that you're overwhelmed, my love. Take some time off. Go on a trip for a week. Take yourself on a vacation, baby. You need some time to decompress. You need to take some time away. My wife told me that I'm not supporting her. She says she needs things to change. She said we need to crack down and stop being so lenient. If he plays the recorder after we've told him he's done for the night, we need to take it. If he interrupts, he needs to go straight to his room. If he argues about curfew, he needs to lose privileges. I told her we need to take a step back. I said if she's overwhelmed, she needs to take a break. I told her this heightened emotional state is a bad time to make huge household changes. I agree. You're upset right now, baby, and we can absolutely make some changes. But right now, while you're like this is not the time. I suggested, like many commenters did, that she get a hotel for a few days and decompress. She said that she's not the problem. I didn't say that she was, and that he is. She said he was bad from the beginning. She said when our daughter didn't have all his issues, she thought it was because she's a girl. But our 4-year-old is a boy and is also better behaved, so he's the problem. She also said that I've always seen it, and I used to admit it, but I stopped to make her look crazy. Question. I feel like your son, does he have, autism or ADD or ADHD? Because she keeps saying his behaviors, his issues. So there's clearly something, a detail that you're not giving us, because, we're not entitled to that. But there's something in there, and whatever it is, she hates your son because of it. She needs help. Your wife needs help. For context, I used to joke that our 13-year-old was a changeling because he likes to be outside so much, loves animals, and loves to play on his recorder. I want to stress that this was a joke. The reason I stopped making this joke is because I noticed my wife didn't find it funny anymore. This was years ago. I said all of that, and she said no, that I saw that even then that he was wrong, but stopped acknowledging it to make her feel like the problem. My wife also said she's been seeing an online therapist. I had no idea. She said she didn't tell me because she was embarrassed. Her therapist told her that our son has dangerous tendencies and shows signs of being contemptuous towards women because he doesn't respect his mother. I had no idea how to respond to that. I said any therapist who would say something like that about a child they've never met shouldn't be licensed. And if it's an online therapist, for all she knows, they aren't. At the end of our conversation, she agreed to go to the hotel only if she took our 4-year-old with her because she wanted to be the one to take him to his medical appointment. I didn't think that was a good idea at all. However, she ended up just taking him and leaving. I picked up the kids and I brought them home. They could sense that something is wrong, and they were very subdued this morning while getting ready for school. I talked to my boss when I came in. He's going to let me leave early to go to our 4-year-old's medical appointment. I'm not sure what will happen there. I'm hoping it'll be good news, and that will make us all feel a little less on edge. So your wife needs help. She's got problems. She's got something in her life that is going on that she does not want to admit. She would rather use your son as an excuse, his behavior as an excuse, and hate him for it than be open about whatever the fuck is going on, whether she doesn't want this life anymore, whatever the case may be. It has nothing to do with your son. Your wife needs help.
Am I the asshole for causing all the holiday drama? So I, 42 female, apparently the asshole, for bowing out of Christmas dinner. Every year, my husband, 50 male, cooks a big holiday dinner at both Thanksgiving and Christmas with my mother. We pay for our contributions. My mother pays for hers. I help my husband do prep where needed and also am responsible for desserts and snacks because I'm the baker of the family pretty much. My sister, 39 female, has 2 teenage daughters, 16 and 13, but they contribute nothing, obs, because they're teenagers and, monetarily or in the form of bringing any food, that's just not happening. So she generally brings beer, but only her and my dad drink them. Because if you're not a beer drinker, you're not going to drink beer. You know what I'm saying? This year, my sister is also bringing her boyfriend and his 2 sons, 14 and 8. So now my sister is up to 6 people. 6 people. No contributions to food via money or effort. My mom agreed to this, which is her right because it's her house. The part that got me was that she didn't even ask if we were okay with inviting 3 more who will contribute nothing to the cooking or anything else for the meal. So she pretty much just told us that it was happening and also changed some other plans that day, time-wise. My husband and I have decided not to participate in the holiday dinner. It feels like we are good enough to put in for food and definitely not good enough to even ask if we thought of the situation or had any opinions on what should happen. Am I making too much of this? Part of me feels like an asshole. Part of me feels like it's our right to set a boundary and not allow more moochy people to come to dinner without contributing anything. So I don't know sister's circumstances, like she got a couple kids, obviously a baby's daddy, and like now a boyfriend with a couple kids, and they came to dinner. I don't think it's too much to be like, hey, y'all got a whole bunch of folks. Y'all got a whole bunch of folks coming for Thanksgiving and for Christmas dinner here. How's about y'all either chip in a little extra for the food, like money-wise, or y'all show up a little bit early and do all the prep and cook work. I'm just saying, like, there are some families, where there's a set person who's just in charge of this kind of stuff. But not every family. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you got to, like, delegate. And especially if you're the one who's on the receiving end of the you got to be like, look, I'm already going to be doing all the cooking and this, that, and the other. I'm going to need for y'all to contribute monetarily. Because, look, groceries nowadays are freaking expensive. They're so expensive. So, no. Yes, there are many inexpensive alternatives that you could have for the occasion. However, depending on the Thanksgiving/Christmas meal, no, you're not the asshole. There are good solutions to such thing, but are you the asshole for being like, no, I'm not doing this. I'm sorry. Peace out. No, I'm not the asshole.
Probably my least favorite thing about my mother is how horribly she gaslights. Like, she's really bad at gaslighting, but she tries super hard. But for example, she was talking to me about this restaurant in Chicago being like, we have to go there for lunch. We have to go there for lunch. And I was like, okay, cool. I don't really care. But she was like, that Thursday when you get in, we are going to this place for lunch. She's like, then we'll go shopping after. But like, we're definitely doing lunch at like this specific place for weeks. You just need to remember, for weeks, probably even months. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, I just didn't really care. I was like, whatever. Yesterday, she calls me and she goes, oh, this Thursday, because I literally fly out Thursday. She's like, actually, we are gonna do this place for lunch because it's Sissy's favorite and like it's Sissy's birthday. And I was like, oh wait, like I thought we would be in the city and going to this specific place for lunch because like you've just been talking about it so much. She goes, I've never said that we were getting lunch at this place. Like I never said we were getting lunch there. Oh really? Because why would I just make that up? Why would I just make up the fact of going to a random place for lunch that I don't want to go to, but you've been talking about it nonstop as if it's your job to talk about it? She's like, I never said that. I never said that. I literally lost my mind on the phone. I was like, why would I want to go to Tradita for lunch randomly? Why would I randomly want to go there? Why would I ever just bring that up? And then I got just so annoyed. I literally screamed that on the phone to the point where I was just like, my neighbors were probably like, God, this girl is so mentally ill. But I was like, if you're going to gaslight me and like be gaslighting, do it better. Why would I randomly want to go to lunch at a place that I've never even heard of? That's just my rant for the day.
Today is the day of my mum and ex-husband's wedding, and I'm getting ready for it. Like, my mum and ex-husband dating isn't actually the reason we got a divorce. We were divorced for about 5 years before they started to get together. Still makes it weird and just odd and not right. I'm not gonna bore you with the details of our divorce, but this man is like a narcissist, okay? And anything to hurt me, just saying. The breakup was actually because he cheated on me with my best friend, ex-best friend. But my mum and dad have never been together. And about a year ago, my mum told me that she started seeing this guy and she's quite nervous for me to meet him. And I thought, that's pretty normal, you know, like little did I know, I've met every single part of him for quite a while. So about 6 months ago is when I got reintroduced to my ex-husband, being my mum's fiance. We're already engaged, the wedding already had a date, a location and a plan. Mum literally wanted me to be the maid of honor, to which I politely said like, that's not gonna work. I can't quite do that. After a lot of therapy and talking to my friends, off ago, I came up with the courage to actually say like, you know, it's 100% yes, I will come. Definitely not being your maid of honor, but I can be there basically. I've actually spoken to my husband or ex-husband once since this, and that was when I was like reintroduced to him 6 months ago. Now, God knows when they started to hook up or if my mum's always been interested in my ex-husband or vice versa. I don't really feel the need to know, you know, like, thank God it's not me is all I will say. Wish me luck for today, because I think I'm going to get a lot of stares for being there.
Am I the asshole for taking my brother-in-law to small claims court for a prank?
That's moronic, though.
I recently took my brother-in-law to small claims court over a prank he pulled on me. And now my wife and her family are furious. I need to know if I'm wrong here. A few months ago, we were at a family barbecue. I had a few too many beers and I fell asleep in a hammock with my shirt off. My brother-in-law, who was completely sober, thought it would be hilarious to fill my belly button with super glue.
Oh, God.
At some point, I must have touched it because when I woke up, I had glue partially dried in my belly button and on my finger. We tried to remove it, but it was stuck. The glue had adhered to my skin, and when we attempted to peel it off, it caused some tearing around the edges. Unfortunately, my job's insurance has a $1,000 ER copay, but I had no choice. I had to go to the ER. They used a solvent and an ointment to remove the glue, and after everything, I was left with a medical bill of $2,253.
Wow.
I asked my brother-in-law to cover the cost since he caused the situation.
Yeah.
He refused. After trying to resolve it privately, I took him to small claims court, and I won. However, he still hasn't paid. This has caused a major rift in my family.
Wow.
My wife is upset, and her family thinks I overreacted. So, am I the asshole for taking him to court over this?
When you first just said the top line, am I the asshole for bringing my brother over a prank? I was like, yes, you are.
Yeah.
Then the more I listened, let's be reasonable. I mean, like, it's like, you know, like this was their actions that caused it. You endured embarrassment, pain, a scar, and a bill that you couldn't afford.
I told my husband that he couldn't go to his little sister's wedding, and the amount of drama that came out of this, could not even imagine. If you haven't seen the first parts of the story, go watch those and then come back here. But to catch everybody up, my husband's little sister, who's interfered in every single part of our marriage, decided that she was gonna throw her last minute wedding on the exact same day that my husband and I were supposed to leave for our honeymoon. I told my husband, yeah, absolutely not. She did this on purpose, and we've already put so much time and money into this honeymoon, so we're going. He decided that I could just go on the first 2 days of our honeymoon by myself and he would meet up with me later. So then without him knowing, I changed the name on his plane ticket and all of our reservations to my best friend's name, and I just took her instead. During the week I was on my honeymoon with my best friend, honestly, I was having the best time. I blocked anyone that may try and reach out and cause drama about the whole situation. So I was just pretending like it wasn't even happening. But reality finally started to set in when I was in the car on the way back from the airport. I realized that in a matter of minutes, I was going to have to face my husband and discuss this issue. As much as I felt like I was in the right based on everything that happened, I did block him from the entire honeymoon and then ghost him for a week. So I assumed he was going to be pretty unhappy with me. My husband was the one that booked the tickets originally, so he knew exactly what time I was supposed to be home. So when I got in the house, he was just sitting there waiting for me on the couch. And I walked in there ready for battle. I was ready for the biggest fight in our marriage. So I was shocked when that was not the case. As soon as I walk in the door, my husband gets up, walks right over to me, gives me the biggest hug, starts crying, and then apologizing to me, which not like my husband. That man is so stubborn and will never admit he's wrong. And I in no way had prepared for this response from my husband, so I had no idea what to even say. Finally, I just asked him what happened, because in order for him to be this apologetic and admitting he's wrong, something major must have happened. So my husband starts telling me what happened at this wedding, and I could not even believe that his sister would do something this insane. He said that he got to the wedding and he already was not in a good mood because his wife had just went on their honeymoon without him and blocked him on everything. So he just wasn't really feeling like himself. And everything was so chaotic that day since the wedding was so last minute, and his little sister is just barking orders at him, telling him to do all of these things, and then just getting so mad at him that he's not acting like himself. And he's like, you should just be happy that I'm here because this is not good for my marriage. So they're just bickering back and forth constantly. And finally, just to get away from her, my husband agrees to do some meaningless errand. And as he's walking out, he sees the groom, who looks absolutely sick, pale in the face, shaky, just not well. And so my husband's like, are you okay? Are you getting cold feet? And he's not even able to look my husband in the eye. Finally, his sister's fiance says, listen, I've been hearing about how much drama this entire wedding has caused, and I need to be honest with you. This wedding isn't real. My husband looks at him. He says, what do you mean this wedding's not real? Of course it's real. We're here right now. He goes, no, this wedding wasn't even supposed to happen. This man told my husband that his sister had hired him and was paying him to be her fake fiance so that they could plan a wedding and ruin our honeymoon. That was the whole point. The plan was that after my fiance and I moved around our honeymoon reservations, lost money, she was going to break up with her fiance and then ask her brother to completely miss the honeymoon so that he could be there and support her. But because I didn't give in and I wouldn't change the plans around, she had to go through with this fake wedding so that he didn't have time to join me on the honeymoon. The groom said that his sister had offered him a ton more money to go through the wedding and said that they could just get an annulment after it happens, but he just couldn't do it. He was realizing, standing there, about to walk down the aisle, that he was not able to go through with this fake wedding. I think he also just has a conscience and realized that he was involved in a scheme that was literally ruining a marriage. So my husband immediately goes and confronts his little sister, and at first she's denying it over and over and over again, but finally, she admits it, that the whole thing was a lie. And she said that she just wanted to make sure that at the end of the day, my husband would still pick her over me. And he did. So she was really happy about that. So he stormed off and hasn't talked to his little sister since. And his entire family is reaching out saying, just go easy on her. She loves you. She was just jealous and feeling insecure. You know how she gets. I'm sorry, this is why she is the way she is because everyone just condones her behavior. So now my husband is standing right in front of me, crying, apologizing, telling me that I was right the whole time. It took your sister having a fake wedding, almost going into a fake marriage, for you to realize that this was all intentional. I thought it was pretty clear it was intentional from the beginning. You just didn't listen to me. He said he was so sorry for taking so long to realize that she had malicious intentions for our marriage, and he promised that he would set really firm boundaries going forward. But I don't know. I don't know if I can forgive him for this one. He does seem really apologetic and like he wants to change, but I just am exhausted. This feels like a final straw to me. So let me know what you would do.
Am I the asshole for not taking down pictures of my family in my own home to make my son's new wife feel more comfortable? No. Coming to my house is not a requirement. If there's anything in my home that you don't like, feel free to not come back. I, late 50s, am a picture person. I have hundreds up in my home. It started when I was caring for my aunt with Alzheimer's, and it just gone from there. I have 3 kids and 4 grandkids, and as you can imagine, I love having photos of them up in my home. My middle son, Gavin, 27, is no longer with my 4-year-old grandson, Tommy's mom, Helena. They're still friendly, and they co-parent well. I see her often enough because I help with Tommy. Last year, Gavin married Sherry, also 27, after being together for a few months. But she seemed sweet and like she made him happy. We had no issues until this summer, when my son asked me to take down any and all pictures that Helena was in to make Sherry more comfortable. No, Sherry's insecurities are not our problems. They're not. They're not our problem. Says you married a man that had a pre-started family, and seeing photos of his ex-wife that he is still friendly with and has a great co-parenting relationship with makes you uncomfortable. Says that's for you to fix and you alone. I don't even have any photos of Helena alone. Just a few of the entire family and a few when Tommy was younger that my son is also in. I told him no. It's my home and I like having them up. I certainly have added many with Sherry in them, but it's silly to take some down just because Helena and Gavin are no longer together. It's still a part of our family history. My son asked again a few weeks ago. I gave him the same answer, and I told him that I'd be happy to explain it to Sherry, but then he dropped it. He called me yesterday and told me that this was the last time he was going to ask. I don't know why you even feel like you need to ask again. You've asked me not once, but twice, and both times you got the same answer. What the fuck did you think was going to happen when you waited a little bit of time and came back with the same fucking question again? Gavin said the pictures needed to come down or Sherry wouldn't come to our home anymore. That seems like a Sherry problem. I told Gavin that was ridiculous. He said that it was important to him because they made Sherry jealous and it was affecting the way she was treating Tommy. So Gavin is fucking garbage. That's what you're saying. Because his wife is treating his son bad. And instead of nipping that shit in the bud, putting this bitch out, kicking her ass to the curb, he's coming to you. You need to fix this by removing pictures because my new wife is jealous of images of my ex-wife and it's causing her to treat my son bad. Tell your son to come outside. I just want to talk to him. I'm appalled. Apparently, Tommy mentioned a picture in my house and Sherry threw a fit. Gavin says that it's making his life difficult. He brought it up around my daughter, the oldest, who told her younger sister as well. They both agree that Sherry is being ridiculous. I told him if your wife is treating Tommy poorly because of some pictures in my home, then you need to think if this is the right person. Obviously, he disagrees, but he's been hounding me leading up to Thanksgiving. My husband is also on the side of we do not negotiate with terrorists, but he also pointed out that they're married and we should pick our battles. I'm wondering if I'm missing the forest for the trees. Just a quick edit. If there was abuse, I would have already called CPS. Sherry has decided that when Tommy is there to make herself scarce and not be involved with him anymore. I've told Gavin that's not acceptable. He says that he's working on it, but there's nothing to report. Helena knows all of this. No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. Do not take down a single fucking thing for this insecure ass bitch. Her insecurities are not your problem. Her insecurities are not your issue to deal with. And honestly, if you remove the pictures, it wouldn't fucking stop there. Any mention of Helena would all of a sudden be banned at any family event, whether at their home or yours or fucking in the mall. You wouldn't be able to talk about her. Tommy wouldn't be able to talk about her. Anything that Helena gives to Tommy, she wouldn't want anywhere near where she was at. Like, it would not stop with photos. This bitch is insecure even though she married a man that had a child with his ex. There's nothing that you could do to fix this situation. I really just want to talk to your son. I do. I just want to put him between a rock and a hard place and just bap his head a couple times and let him know, listen here, Sherry is not the only fucking warm hole in the world. She's not. You can go online and find a lot of girls that will drop it from the ceiling into your favorite position. For the right amount of money, you can get all of your dreams to come true. And honestly, for no money at all, you can find a girlie that's going to do it just for the pride of a job well done. You do not need to deal with somebody that is mistreating your son because they're insecure about the person that you had a child with before they even existed. Like, I just want to slap your son across his face a couple times because, bro, what the fuck are you even doing? Edit. Thanks, I won't be removing anything. If Sherry wants to continue this toddler-like temper tantrum, she's welcome to stay home alone on Thanksgiving. If she wants to grow up and realize that she married a man with a child, she can come. But I will be having a serious talk with my son. My husband and I are well off. We readily help our children financially. He's welcome to cut me off over this, but I doubt that it will happen, as we will react likewise. First of all, OP, this is Reddit. How dare you guys come here all mature and ready to defend yourself? We don't do stuff like that here. I'm so fucking proud of you guys for sticking to your guns and deciding that you are not gonna give in to your son and his insecure ass wife. I absolutely love that. OP and her husband are too mature for Reddit. They are, but I'm happy that they're here because I love getting a peek into their drama, mature or not. Sis said, our son is more than welcome to cut us off if he wants to. Yeah, by all means, I will hand him the scissors. But he knows the financial help that we give him goes along with it. It's not a threat, just a consequence to your actions.
Am I the asshole for refusing to stop washing my hands just because my coworker is sensitive to smells?
I would be like, hey, listen, man. Like,
you gotta stop.
I'm smelling something too, and it's fucking crazy. I'm smelling some
Maybe
crazy.
it's you. I have this coworker who always says she's sensitive to smells. No one's allowed to wear deodorant, let alone perfume in the office, because she throws a mini tantrum if she smells anything except clean, undiluted oxygen. Usually, she just complains to the boss, and then everyone gets a generic company-wide email saying we're a scent-free zone and blah, blah, blah. Eye roll. Everyone back to work. Now, she's been extra annoying these last few weeks. She keeps saying she smells perfume. No one will admit to wearing any. We get emails about office smells almost daily now, and nothing changes. So she's decided to take the law into her own hands, so to speak. Like 2 to 3 times a week, she starts walking up and down the aisles.
Oh my God.
Sticks her head into each person's desk.
Oh, get out of here.
Takes a big whiff and moves on to the next desk, all to try and find the culprit. On Friday, she did this again. I'd just come back from the bathroom when she got to my desk. She did her smell test on me and immediately lost it. Apparently, the perfume that she's been smelling the last few weeks was coming off of me. After she made a scene in front of everyone, we determined what she was smelling was hand soap that I used in the bathroom. She wasted enough time of my day. By that point, I professionally told her to fuck off, and I'm not going to stop washing my hands because she's a hypochondriac. The way I phrased it was like, quote, hand washing with soap is a non-negotiable hygiene practice, and I will not stop doing it. You can't reasonably expect me to avoid that. This was Friday, and now I'm dreading going back tomorrow. Our boss was off Friday as well, so I expect I'm going to get pulled into a meeting. Am I the asshole, or are these just the Sunday scaries?
She's completely overextending herself. It's wild to go around sniffing people.
I told my husband that he couldn't go to his little sister's wedding, and now I need to know if I should get a divorce. Before y'all all come at me and tell me that I'm the villain, go watch part 1 for some background to this, because the whole story, absolutely wild. For some background, my husband's attention-seeking little sister decided that she was going to get married to basically a complete stranger on the exact same day that we were leaving for our delayed honeymoon. This wedding was so last minute, it could have been planned literally any day, but it was intentionally planned this day because she likes to ruin any single big event between me and my husband. As the wedding day and our honeymoon is getting closer and closer, I'm acting as if our honeymoon plan is just going on as normal because I made it clear that's how it was gonna be. But I quickly start to realize his little sister has no plan to move this wedding date because she starts actually booking vendors and making plans all around this specific date. And every single day we are getting numerous messages from every member of my husband's family just confirming that we're changing our honeymoon plans and that will be there. But I told my husband I was not giving in on this. We had our honeymoon date planned so far in advance. His little sister knew that, specifically picked this wedding date to this random man, and now is refusing to move it, even though she picked the day when she had absolutely nothing planned and it would have been so easy to. It's intentional. This whole thing is intentional. And if we give in and go to this wedding, we're giving her exactly what she wants, and I can't do it anymore. I've already given in so many times. Not my honeymoon. Not when there's already so much money and time tied up into this planning. And stupidly, I think my husband is finally on the same page as me. He's saying things like, yeah, okay, this probably was on purpose. There probably was some kind of malicious intent in how my little sister planned her wedding. And you're right, we can't just lose out on all this money. We need to go on the honeymoon. I need to prioritize you. Blah, blah, blah. That's what he's telling me. So I was shocked when he switched up all of a sudden. You can imagine my surprise when I'm packing for our trip 2 days before we're supposed to leave for the honeymoon, and my husband comes into the bedroom and says, Hey, so you're not gonna love to hear this, but I'm gonna have to meet up with you a little late for our honeymoon. You'll go on the flight first, and then I'll meet you 2 days after. I said, first of all, no. Second, 2 days. I thought that it was only gonna be 1 day after. He said, I know, but my little sister wants to throw a post-wedding party the day after, like a big lunch for everybody, and she wants me there, so I'd have to miss the first 2 days of our honeymoon. I'm just standing there in shock, looking at him like, because there are no words, right? And then he has the audacity to be like, okay, well, so can you call up the airline and just change my ticket around and have me leaving 2 days later? And to be honest with you, I just didn't even have any more fight in me. So I said, you know what? Yeah, will do. And he looked shocked that I didn't even argue back. He was like, really? Like, you will? Said, yep. Don't even worry about it. Little does he know, I did not end up changing his plane ticket to 2 days later. I changed the name on his plane ticket to my best friend's name because somebody had to go on this honeymoon with me. So finally, the big day comes and he's leaving our house at the same time I'm leaving for the airport. He gives me a big hug goodbye. He's like, I love you so much, baby. Thank you for being so understanding. I was like, yeah, no problem. Go have fun. This is the choice you made. Remember that. So have fun because you made this decision. And as soon as I meet up with my best friend in the airport, I'm posting photos of us like so excited for our girls trip, gonna have so much fun, like gonna be the best week ever. Wouldn't want to go with anyone else. And guess who starts calling me immediately? Yeah, my husband. He's sending me messages like, what is going on? Why are you saying that you're going on our honeymoon with your best friend? Like, what? Just so confused. I was like, really? You're confused? I mean, I thought it was pretty clear what was going on, but I can spell it out for you. I just responded and said, I wanted to take somebody that actually wanted to spend the whole week with me. So don't even worry about rushing out of your little sister's whatever after wedding party, you know? If she has an after party, like 4 or 5 days after, still celebrating it, feel free to go to that because you don't have a ticket to get to our honeymoon. And then I blocked him. I blocked him on everything and his entire family because I'm sure that they would be trying to get a hold of me as well. Everyone in my life is telling me that this is grounds for divorce. He's not my partner. He doesn't prioritize me. And this was kind of the final straw, but I don't know. Let me know what you think. I also heard that his sister's wedding was extremely dramatic. So let me know if you want to hear about that and everything else that follows this.
Am I in the wrong for leaving my struggling wife? My wife, 32 female, and I, 38 male, had our daughter 2 years ago. We've been together for 10 years and wanted our life together before kids. The pregnancy was complicated, and she went into labor 2 months early. Everything happened so fast, I could barely process it. She had to have an emergency C-section, and for a few terrifying hours, I thought I might lose both of them. After a few weeks in the hospital, both my wife and our baby were finally stable enough to come home. Our daughter was small but strong, and I thought once we were home, things would slowly start to feel normal again. I was wrong. About 2 months later, my wife told me that she didn't feel connected to our daughter, that she didn't feel love for her. I didn't know what to say. I just hugged her and told her it was okay, that it might just take time, and that we'd figure it out. I helped her get into therapy and tried not to pressure her to bond with our baby because I didn't want her to feel worse. Months went by. I took unpaid leave from work to take care of the baby and try to keep everything together. I did the feedings, the diapers, the appointments, everything. My wife barely left our bedroom. She went to therapy and talked to her doctor, but there wasn't much improvement. My wife's mother told me that she'd snap out of it after a while and just needed time. So I kept telling myself that it was postpartum depression and that she'd get better eventually. When our daughter turned 1, I threw her a little birthday party. I decorated, invited both sides of the family, and tried to make it special. Everyone had a good time. My daughter was laughing. It felt like things were okay. My wife stayed upstairs the whole time. I brought her a plate of food and asked if she wanted to come down just to sing happy birthday. She told me she won't remember it anyway. I just nodded and left her alone. The next year, my wife stopped answering her therapist's calls, stopped talking to me, and leaving our room completely, no matter how much I tried to talk or get her help. When it was our daughter's second birthday, I planned the entire party by myself, hoping she might finally come out and join us. She didn't. She hadn't held our daughter in months. She barely spoke to her. I finally snapped that day. I went upstairs and told her how unfair it was that our daughter didn't deserve to be ignored or treated like she doesn't exist. My wife just stared at the wall and didn't say anything. I stood there for a bit, then walked out. After that, something in me just broke. I realized that I couldn't keep doing it. It wasn't fair to my daughter or me. I'd done everything I could. Therapy, patience, support, but nothing changed. A few weeks later, I packed up and left. I took our daughter with me. I went to my mother's and I've been staying with her. Now my wife's family is furious. They tried to take my daughter. They've been calling me an insensitive POS, saying I abandoned her when she was struggling, that I should have just stayed and been more understanding. But I was understanding. For 2 years, I supported her through everything, even when it meant putting my own life on hold. So, am I in the wrong?
I finally figured out why my brother keeps leaving spoons in the shower. It's not at all what I expected. My 20 male little brother, 13 male, isn't a very social kid. He's quiet, very caring, loves video games and animals, and he's a solid B average student. Nothing about him has ever made me think he'd be involved in anything odd. I'm finishing my last year of auto mechanic school, and I'm still living at home where I share a bathroom with my brother. Every day when I get home from classes, I go shower. Over the last couple of months, I kept finding spoons in the shower. Not just once, but constantly. I take them out, wash them, put them back in the kitchen, and the next day, another would be there. Since we shared a bathroom, I asked my brother if he knew anything about it. He said he didn't know what I was talking about. My parents also said they had no idea why spoons were ending up there. After I asked him, the spoons stopped appearing, so I assumed it was over. But then they started showing up again. So either somebody loves to eat ice cream in the bathtub, or somebody has an addiction problem and they're forgetting their spoons. I mean, I'm sure there's another explanation, but those are the two things my brain are pointing at. One day last week, I came home earlier than usual. As I walked into the patio area, which connects to our bathroom, I saw my brother standing outside the bathroom door holding a spoon with raw tuna on it. He was holding it out to a stray cat in our yard, trying to get it to come closer. Aww, that's so cute. I asked him what he was doing. He admitted that he had been trying to lure stray cats into the bathroom so he could give them baths. He thought if the cats were clean, people would like them more and they might find homes. Oh my goodness, your brother is a gem. We have a lot of stray cats in our area. My brother didn't know that cats can clean themselves and they don't need baths like that. The spoons in the shower were the ones he had left after he would successfully get a cat inside. He would leave it on the floor so the cat could keep licking it while he would wash them. Oh my gosh, your brother is so adorable. So that's the explanation. Nothing dangerous, just my brother trying to help stray cats in the only way he thought made sense. This is the cutest thing that I have read in a long time. I know I say this, but he's 13 years old and he just wanted the kitties to have a home and he figured if they were clean that everybody would like them. That is so stinking cute. The innocence in children, I absolutely love it. I think the fact that you only found out about this because of the spoons being left in the bathroom and not the fact that your brother was covered in scratches or anything from bathing stray cats goes to show how pure his soul is. Those cats trusted him. Regardless of how long it took, he took the time to build the trust with them to the point that he could give these cats baths more than once. I absolutely love it. I think if you have the time and if your parents have the time, you guys should look in to see if your brother's interested in volunteering somewhere. I know somebody somewhere will jump at the chance to have somebody come in and bathe the cats.
Am I wrong for uninviting my family to my wedding over a prank? Story time. So I grew up in a family where men tease and prank each other literally on the daily. Now, recently, me and my boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, got engaged. And when I told my family, my dad, my brother, my uncle, and my cousin all joked about running some tests on Steve. And these tests were all to see what type of man Steve was. So the prank started by getting Steve to play chess 4 times in a row. Shit prank if you ask me. It then progressed to them slashing his tyres to see how well he would cope. They basically wanted to see if he was a man enough to fix the tyre himself or if he'd need to call for help. They would ask him about what his opinion was on like birth control, religion, Jesus. And listen, if you think that's odd, just wait for it. So one week they're thinking, right, let's go out and test his hunting and fishing skills. But even that is not the worst of it. They kept calling him things like slow and soft when referring to his physicality. This is because he literally has asthma, and they just say that this is him making excuses for himself. I would literally beg them to stop, but my dad was like, it's just a bit of fun. This is how they all are with each other. We tease, we joke, we laugh around, and told me to stop butting in and stop ruining their fun. Now, this is when they decided they were going to take my Steve on a 3-day hiking trip. And on this camping trip, they hid his inhaler. Now, here's the thing. Steve obviously felt really bad about this, so he left the trip early and came to tell me exactly what happened straight away. When I spoke to my family about it, my brother actually admitted to hiding it as part of a challenge. And let's just say, when these boys got home, I exploded. They said, "Oh, did little Stevie run home to tattle on us?" I straight up just screamed in their faces and told them that they were not invited to the wedding anymore. My brother absolutely shit himself. They were like, "Oh no, it was a prank. We were always going to give him the inhaler back." My dad was like, "Well, if you insist, I'll apologise." At this moment, I called them all absolutely awful people and me and Steve left. And now my cousin is absolutely begging us to reconcile and talk to him. Haven't heard a single thing from my uncle, but my dad is so mad and he is desperately trying to get my mum involved. However, I refuse to have them at the wedding because I will have no one at that ceremony that doesn't want the best for us, that thinks that this type of thing is acceptable, thinks it's right to treat anyone like this, let alone my future husband. But should I just let bygones be bygones? What do you think?
Would I be in the wrong if I refused to babysit my ex-wife's child in an emergency? I, 30 male, have a child with my ex-wife, 30 female. We married young, had our child young, and then she cheated on me with her current husband. After the divorce, she had a child with her husband. I never had any kind of relationship or presence in this child's life. I communicate with my ex-wife through an app called Our Family Wizard, and we see each other very infrequently. I keep things civil when I do see her or her husband for the sake of my child, but I do not pretend to be friends, and I have no respect for either of them. My ex-wife's husband was recently diagnosed with cancer. She told me this in person at a school event for our child. While telling me, she admitted they don't have the support network anymore and they had some concerns about what would happen in an emergency with their child. She asked if I would be willing to babysit in an emergency situation since our child would be dropped off to me in that event anyway. I told her that I would not, and I would appreciate it if she didn't ask me again. But ask me again she did, before I could leave. She told me I didn't understand the lack of support they have and how their child should be protected the same as our child. She told me that I surely wouldn't say no to an actual emergency. I told her to have something else in place for the emergency and not to rely on me because I do not want to be left caring for her child with the man that she cheated on me with. I told her that she needed to let it go before our child picked up on any tension. She texted me afterward and said I need to reconsider because they have no other options. I replied that my answer was still no and to please use the app only going forward. My attorney said it was the right move because it's documented in case she ever tries to drop her child off with me. He has filed it away in case we ever need it in the future. This isn't about the legal aspect though. I wonder if my refusal will make me an a-hole in an actual emergency when according to her nobody will babysit their child. My ex-wife is clearly very stressed, so maybe I'm not showing the compassion that I should. I find it hard to have any for them after what they did. But the child wasn't part of it, and my lack of concern for the child might be a-hole worthy, especially in an emergency situation.
I thought I'd give an update on my previous post where I asked for advice on if I was wrong for wearing gold to a wedding. So it's very clear to me now after your guys' comments that me wearing gold to the wedding was never the actual issue. And I know I'm biased, but I genuinely don't think that the dress that I wore caused me to stand out or to draw any extra attention. There was another girl who actually wore the exact same dress, but just a different color. Hers was like a deep red, and we honestly had a laugh about it because I guess slip dresses are very common wedding guest dresses. My husband posted a photo of both of us at the wedding this morning, and the caption said something like, "My gold prize of a wife, I'm winning life with you by my side." So cheesy, but honestly so cute. Anyways, it turns out that Dan quickly found out what happened at the wedding. And he called me last night. Apparently, Lauren's mom decided to tell him I left early because I was intoxicated. And that I had told Lauren that her dress wasn't it. So it was requested that I leave. Anyways, Dan had his suspicions that reasoning was kind of BS, but it wasn't confirmed until his mom called him. It turns out Dan's mom was nearby when Lauren pulled me aside. And ironically, his mom was wearing a yellow gold dress too. Anyways, his mom tore him a new one for letting Lauren treat me that way. Dan didn't have a solution when he called me, but you can tell he was really exhausted. Dan let me know that he wished I had taken this out on the open bar rather than leaving, but that he also understood why I left. He thanked me for taking the high road and let me know that it's not going unnoticed. He apologized to me for what happened, and it turns out that this has been an ongoing fight between him and Lauren. For everyone who said that Lauren hates me, it turns out that's 1,000% true. Apparently she's been trying to convince Dan to cut me off because that's what a good husband would do. He thought that now that they were married, she would have gotten over it, but she hasn't. Clearly. I let him know that he needs to focus on his happiness, that I would always be here to support him, and that I would take a step back if that is what he needed. They were supposed to leave for their honeymoon yesterday, but when Dan called me, they were still at home. I've blocked Lauren and her mom, and any of the messages that they've sent to me, I sent them all to Dan. So I really just wanted to say thank you to everyone who made me feel not crazy. Bye.
I was previously reflecting on like the one time I got ghosted, and I got ghosted in like I got ghosted on fucking Valentine's Day, but I didn't really like the man whatsoever, so it really didn't matter to me. But in the moment, obviously, it's a fucking ego death. I was like, you're gonna ghost me? Like, you're gonna ghost me, you fucking asshole. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, Livy, you were scared he was gonna kiss you on a date. Like, thank God he ghosted you. It had me thinking about like the different types of ghosting. So I was like, let's just break it down and I'm gonna rate them. The kind of ghosting we have is just like, you went on a couple dates with the guy, it's nothing that seriously, nothing that fucking serious, and he just like stops texting you. Call me fucking crazy, I prefer that. I would never in my life want to receive a text message from a man I've had a couple dates with that is like, hey, I just don't see this working out. I just don't fuck with your bitch. Like, I could, like, I just don't want to text like that. Just ghost me, please, ghost me. So I call that like friendly ghosting. Like, I love friendly ghosts. It has me for a minute being like, wait, what the fuck, what happened? And then I'm like, you know what, who gives a fuck? I barely liked him to begin with. Then we have weird fucking ghosting. These are the kind of people who ghost you after you've been talking to them for like months. Like, no, this is like, you're fucking weird. Like, you're really fucking weird. If you're gonna ghost me and we've been speaking for like 3 months or less, like we've been actively seeing each other, actively talking, and you're gonna ghost me? Like, no, go fuck yourself. That's the one that always like baffles me, is when you're like seeing somebody for months and then they just ghost you, and it's like, wait, what? When I hear those stories, I'm like, I don't think there's a world where I would like let that happen, because I would be like, wait, answer your fucking phone. Like, answer your fucking phone. Honestly, that was like low-key a blessing, because it's just like, you know what, if you're gonna be that fucking weird 3 months into this, like, you're gonna do the same thing, and you're just weird. Like, I don't want to date a weird fuck, so get out of my way. Like, move. And we have the diabolical ghosting, which is like, you're genuinely mentally fucking insane if you ghost somebody like this. If you're dating someone 6 months plus and you just ghost them, you're mentally ill. You have severe issues. And actually, they probably would be like, sorry, like, I was just going through something. Like, I just like couldn't really fucking talk to you. Like, I was just like going through something. Communicate it like a fucking adult. Like, what do you mean? That is like the most insane ghosting in the world to me, where it's like, no, we've been seeing each other for like 6 months. Like, we're dating. That's my bitch. That's my man. I have to stop calling these men bitches. I do. I won't. And then they ghost you? No. I'm sorry, I'd light someone's house on fire. Whoa. Yeah, I said it, I would. What the fuck? That is like the most diabolical kind of ghosting, where it's just like, no, you're a fucking psychopath. Like, something's genuinely deeply wrong with you. And like, I don't know what it is. I want nothing to do with. Those are like the kinds of ghosting in my eyes. We have like the friendly ghosting, we have the weird fucking ghosting, and then we have the diabolical ghosting. In general, if it's not a friendly ghost, don't fucking ghost people. I just don't find it like necessary. If you like break up with me, like break up with me instead of just stop answering me. I'm like, oh, you died. But honestly, that is like the nice part about ghosting. It's like, oh, you died. You know, like, I just assumed to myself, like, you died. Oh, that's so unfortunate you passed away. Call me fucking crazy. I don't care. I'd rather think that than you ghosted me.
Bad boyfriend takes the walk of ultimate shame. This happened about 16 years ago. My friend, let's call her Maria, had been dating a guy called Oscar for 2.5 years or so when she found out through the grapevine that Oscar had betrayed her. He'd been to a party, got a girl drunk, and slept with her. News of his actions had spread as gossip does. The worst part of it was that it seemed it wasn't the first time that it had happened by a long shot. Well, Maria heard and plotted revenge. She invited him to her flat for a special afternoon of fun with her and her friend Vanessa. Oscar could not resist temptation, so he went. Picture the scene. He goes into the building where she lives, gets into the lift to go up to the 10th floor to get to her apartment. He rings the bell. You can hear music playing from behind the door. She opens the door and he walks in, and sees that both his girlfriend Maria, her friend Vanessa, are there, each wearing sexy silk lingerie. Maria is holding a blindfold and tells him to wear it. He agrees and she puts it on him and tells him to strip naked. While he was busy, Vanessa put her clothes back on, walked out the apartment, leaving a doorstep to keep the door open, and called the lift. She then walked back in, grabbed Oscar's clothes, and threw them out the window into the car park below. She then left the apartment and went down the stairs, ringing doorbells as she descended. Maria had been leading Oscar around the apartment, disorienting him, and then led him out the apartment, closed the door behind her, and got in the lift alone, calling him an unfaithful asshole whose clothes are in the car park before the lift doors closed. Oscar ripped off the blindfold and must have realized how fucked he was, as he had to walk down 10 flights of stairs, butt naked, passing laughing neighbors all the way. He collected his clothes and Maria never saw him again.
My husband's mistress thinks he's way richer than what he actually is. Story time. So let's call my husband Mark. Me and Mark are not officially married, but we have been together for 14 years. And 3 weeks ago, he came to me saying that he is in love. And to be honest, out of this whole thing, I was just so surprised at how little I cared about this. It's almost like I only loved him because I had to, in a way. Like when I tell you my love vanished the second he told me he was in love with someone else. However, he then says to me that he actually doesn't want to leave me and he just wants to open the relationship up. Obviously, I didn't want this. I'm not about to be in an open relationship, never in a million years. And when I tell you, Mark was upset because I wasn't upset. And basically, I said to him, surely you should be happy that out of this terrible situation you have caused, I'm not upset about it. So last Friday, I got home and his mistress was in my kitchen. Obviously, I thought this was really strange and I kind of just told her to step foot in my kitchen or house ever again. I kind of went straight to my bedroom and I actually heard her yelling at Mark. She was basically just saying how she's annoyed that he didn't stick up for her at all during that situation. However, one thing I heard really made me got thinking. She said to him, why haven't you kicked her out yet? And obviously this is a bit strange because it's my house. A little bit later, Mark came up to apologise to me. I basically said that he has until the end of March to get out of my house. Otherwise, I will be getting the police involved and taking the legal route. But what she said to him really stuck with me. So I did a little bit of cyber looking online and I was looking at her social profiles. And basically, it turns out that she thinks Mark is super, super rich. He owns my house apparently. Also apparently owns my parents' summer house and their boat. Now, my best friend actually thinks I'm a horrendous person for not telling her the truth. It's not my issue. I choose my battles and I'm not choosing this one.
My sister faked a miscarriage for attention when in reality, she had an abortion. I feel like I should give you guys some backstory. I'm 32 and an RN. I married my husband Steve, who's 34, about 4 years ago. My sister Gina is 30. And growing up, her and I were extremely close. We did the majority of things together. Well, my sister Gina found out she was pregnant 2 weeks ago. And I feel so bad because her happy news was overshadowed because a week ago I had a late term miscarriage at 23 weeks. I am still really devastated. My sister was very cold about this news, even though we're really close. And both of us were so excited we were gonna have kids only months apart. But I also understand that her experience was kind of muted because of my news. 2 days ago, she called me and told me that she had a miscarriage. She was only 8 weeks and she's absolutely devastated. Well, tonight she showed up on my doorstep crying. She told me that her husband kicked her out of the house for losing their baby. I didn't know what to do, so I just held her while she cried. And she finally knocked out at about 10. And I drove straight to her and her husband's house to give him a piece of my mind. I think he was expecting me because he was already waiting out front for me and just invited me in when I got there. He asked me what she had told me and I just rehashed everything that she said. Well, it turns out he found her paperwork which stated aftercare instructions after an abortion. When he confronted her, she tried denying it until he showed her the paperwork. She then told him that she did it because I had stolen the spotlight with my miscarriage and that now it was finally her turn to take the spotlight away from me. After her confession, he told her it was probably best if she left, and that's when she came running to me. I'm honestly in so much shock. I never knew that she felt this way or that this was something that she was capable of doing. I'm an RN, so I firmly believe in your body, your choice. But this seems so psychotic to me that I'm having a hard time, I guess, accepting that she would do something like this. My brother-in-law said there's no fixing them, given what she's done. He said he's gonna call around tomorrow for a lawyer. He said that as long as she didn't try to paint him in a bad light, he wouldn't tell anybody what he had discovered. But since that's the first thing that she did, he said that now he was going to tell everyone before it tarnished his image. I'm back home now and I told my husband exactly what happened at my brother-in-law's house. My husband thinks that I should kick her out, given the reason why she did it. I told him no because she's still my sister. I am terrified for when my brother-in-law shares the news with our parents, because our parents are very, very religious. And I am 100% certain that they will cut her off after what she did. And I just don't want her to feel so alone after that happens. I don't even begin to know how to go about helping her. So I guess what I really want to know is, what do I do?
Am I the asshole? I talked to my wife's boss about her being overworked. Now my wife is yelling at me about never trusting me again. My wife has been putting in 10 to 14-hour days chained to her computer for the past 2 to 3 weeks through weekends as well. To clarify, the last 2 to 3 weeks have been over 100-hour weeks. The whole year has been bad with lots of lost weekends and working on vacations. She wasn't able to take any days off for the holidays either. She's been screaming obscenities about her job, how she wants to quit, how it's ridiculous she's working so hard without any break. There have been multiple tear-filled days. I've been walking on eggshells doing everything I can to help around the house and get her anything she wants. But I am on edge, constantly watching for an explosion. Today, after working through the weekend again, she was screaming about other people she worked with screwing her up, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I texted her boss, who I'm semi-friendly with because we work at the same place, and said, 1, there are limits for human beings, and 2, this kind of thing can't be happening again next year. He agreed and said that he'd try to help. Either way, he did a crap job of keeping me out of his conversation with her about limits today. So she found out I'd messaged him soon after. Now she's telling me it was extremely misogynistic to message her boss to say she can't handle her job, which I didn't say, and it's going to set her career back for years. Says she can't ever trust me anymore to talk about work or how she's feeling. Generally threw me in the doghouse. Am I the asshole here? I honestly don't know. I can't stand to see her that strung out by work, but did I cross the line too far?
My dad just crashed my wedding, so I ended up marrying him instead. Story time. So me and my husband-to-be Mark were meant to be getting married a few months ago, and we were so excited. However, the journey together hasn't been the most smooth sailing. It's been quite rocky, to be honest. One of the main reasons for this is because Mark just kind of didn't really get on with my dad. Or really, I should say my dad didn't get on with Mark. My dad's been very, like, a distant father within the family. My mum and dad were never married, but was always present in my life, just not in anybody else's. In fact, I've never really known why my dad hated Mark so much. I really wasn't going to let that stop the wedding or the relationship in general, because I knew Mark meant to me and we had a great relationship. And he also got on with everybody else in the family. The moment I told my dad that me and Mark were engaged, he went through the roof, basically. I've never seen him so angry and upset and disappointed, and just the reaction you're looking for, really. And literally up until, oh my god, maybe a week before the actual wedding, nothing to do with it. Didn't want to know anything, basically, except for the day. Obviously, I told him because I wanted him to come. I told him the day, I told him the venue, I told him like a super rough plan of the day. I did invite him to the rehearsal, which he showed up for. So when he kind of showed up for that, I thought, okay, like, he's finally come around to the idea, thank God. Even on the day of the wedding, my dad was super normal in a way, like, he was messaging me, I saw him a few times. One thing I didn't mention is that no one except for my mum and dad knew what Mark looked like. This was because we lived very far away from any of my friends and the rest of my family. Same for him. What we decided to do with the wedding was basically have 2 weddings, so one for my family, one for his, just because they live so far away, opposite ends of the country. It would have been crazy to ask everyone to come over. The first wedding was my family's wedding, just because I was so excited to get married. Finally time for me to walk down the aisle. We wanted to change it up a little bit, so on my family's wedding, I walked down the aisle first and he walked to me, and then we were going to switch over when it got to his wedding. So whilst I was waiting for Mark to walk down the aisle, I noticed 2 things. 1, my dad isn't in the audience. Where the hell has this man got off to? The second thing I noticed is that my dad was walking down the aisle instead of Mark. He had no idea what was going on, but I kind of went with it as much as possible. I felt so embarrassed, so I actually didn't want to say anything. I just went ahead with it. I'm extremely stuck because I had and said I do to my dad to save embarrassment. So now my dad is my husband.
tell me why yesterday I literally caught my uncle talking shit about me. Yesterday, I'm driving and I receive a text from him out of the blue. This text says, usually she's rude to everybody but me, but life consumes us all sometimes. I understand it. So I'm like, did this man just send this to me, but he's actually talking about me and meant to send it to someone else? I'm failing to mention the part because before that, he did wish me a happy birthday and I just have not been answering my text messages. I'm reading this text. I'm like, is this motherfucker talking shit about me right now? I text him. I'm like, are you literally talking shit about me right now? Like, be so for real. Are you talking shit about me right now? He's like, oh my God, no, never. I'll post a screenshot to my Instagram story. Send it to Sissy. Sissy's like, no, he's definitely talking shit about you. I'm like, I know he's talking shit about me, but I'm like, I really don't care. I didn't answer the birthday text, like whatever. I deserve it, but I'm like, no, because like, but then I'm gaslighting myself. I'm like, no, he's not talking shit about me. Like, he loves me too much. I'm his favorite. He would never talk shit about me. No, the motherfucker was talking shit about me. My uncle was talking shit about me. My mom calls me later that night, and my mom was like, oh my gosh, your uncle texted me because he was wondering if he has, like, your right number, because I've changed my phone number a couple times. And he was like, he was wondering if he had your right number. I'm like, wait, why? And he was like, because he's saying your birthday text, you didn't respond. And then she reads me the exact text message he sent to me. One about me being rude to everybody except him, which is honest to God true. I was like, Mom, he literally sent that exact message to me. And I asked him if he was talking shit about me, and he said no. And I was like, no, I knew he was talking shit about me. I knew he meant to send that to you, but he's old. He's not that old. I just am mad. I'm like, he's old and doesn't know how to work his fucking cell phone and sent it to me instead. I'm like, what world do I live in where my uncle is talking shit about me? Like, him and I are supposed to be like this, but I received the text message that he's talking shit about me. Be so for real. So I'm gonna talk shit about you online. But I love him, and I deserve that because I didn't answer his text because I forgot.
I'm suing my friend because she kicked me out of her wedding for getting a haircut. For my friend's 3-day wedding, I had to buy 3 different dresses, including alterations and specific shoes, which totaled over $700. She also wanted specific hairstyles for each day. Unfortunately, starting in March, my hair started to deteriorate. Due to the health reasons, my hair was falling out in chunks, and in May, I made the difficult decision to cut my hair. I told the bride about my decision 2 weeks before the wedding, and she didn't say anything bad. The following week, she came over to my house, and when she was about to leave, she brought up something she was concerned about my haircut, and I told her it would look good even though I wouldn't be uniform with the other bridesmaids. The following day, I received this text message. After our recent conversations, I'd like to remind you of my boundaries. I've been very accommodating and graceful, but I can't allow you to disrespect me. As you know, my wedding has been something I've dreamt of for many years. My husband and I have invested a lot of money into the video and photos of this day, and as we reflect on this day and the further, we want to see our vision reflected in the memories. Since I asked each of you to be the bridesmaid in 2019, I've been very clear and communicative in my request. The timing of your decision to cut your hair and not income in advance is very upsetting to me. I would have felt respected if you had communicated with me more than a week prior to the wedding, so we could have worked together to find a collaborative solution. Your inconsistencies have concerned me, and while I sympathize with your health concerns, I'm not willing to compromise my vision to accommodate you or anyone else when you have informed me in advance and we could have found a better solution. Since this is something you can no longer fully commit to, I need you to please step down from participating in my wedding. This was 3 days before the wedding. I immediately sent her and her husband an invoice asking them to reimburse for the dress and shoes, keeping in mind that one of the dresses is still in her possession even though I paid for it. Neither of them replied, so I decided to take it to court. I was told I was inconsistent and selfish after I spent the past 2 weeks helping her plan the wedding shower. I worked with another bridesmaid to surprise her with the bridal shower after our bachelorette trip had to be canceled. I spent hours helping her out with wedding details. When she asked me to help her tone up before the wedding, I sent her a personalized workout program and even went with her to the gym to show her the ropes. When I agreed to be her bridesmaid, I was more than willing to oblige with what she had asked, even if at times it was a lot of time and money. So am I the asshole for taking her to court because she kicked me out for cutting my hair? Okay, hold on. Before you go, I want to talk to you guys about one brand and one absolute favorite products right now, and I'm not over exaggerating that. I'm really, really excited to be working with Athletic Greens for this video. I have their products right over here on my desk so that you guys can see. I'll also have their link in my bio, so if you click that, then you'll be able to check them out. But I love Athletic Greens. I actually just freshly rinsed out my bottle, so it's still kind of wet if you can't see, but I take this product every single morning. They are powdered greens that help out with your gut health. They provide you with a lot of energy, antioxidants, vitamins. They have helped me with my immune system as well. I don't know if you guys can tell, I'm still kind of sick. I've been sick for 3 weeks, and I know that I've been lacking a lot of vitamins and minerals. So this has really helped my body feel a little bit better as I'm still recovering these last 3 weeks. So They have this product, it's called AG1. I have the 30-day individual supply packets, then I also have the individual scoops that are put over here in this big green canister. But they have all of these vitamins, antioxidants, minerals. I think they also have probiotics, which is so awesome. And I'm such a health fanatic. I'm super into fitness and getting my health right, and I always have tummy problems. So if you guys are interested in checking this product out, then please do so. I love Athletic Greens. They are so wonderful. Athletic Greens has over 7,000 5-star reviews, and you're really investing less than $3 a day into your everyday health, and that's basically cheaper than certain coffees that you can get. So instead of getting that morning coffee, why don't you just invest in your health with these superfood greens? They don't taste super healthy. Honestly, to me, it tastes like juice. I really enjoy them. If I love it, I'm really hoping that you guys will love it, and I hope that you guys will check them out and let me know what you guys think.
I'm refusing for my mother-in-law to come to our wedding, and here's why. Story time. I know this sounds really, really extreme, but my mother-in-law deserves it. She's been nothing but a menace to the whole of mine and Mark's relationship. Not only does her relationship with Mark give me the creeps, I think if it was allowed, she would totally marry Mark instead of me. But she's just never, ever liked me. So last year when me and Mark got engaged, we actually decided to keep this a secret from his mum for a little while. Really because we both just knew how she was going to react. We didn't want her to burst our bubble, like we've just gotten engaged, like why? So when it came around to telling her, we actually hadn't told her for 6 months of this engagement. Can imagine what her reaction was, and it wasn't too good. The second we told her about the engagement and she kind of calmed down a little bit, she started planning the wedding for us. And this isn't in a super cute mother-in-law way, this isn't a controlling mother-in-law way. And I literally had to step up for once and kind of say, well, not your day, our day. And she has basically been like this the whole year we've been planning this wedding. What makes this 10 times worse is that she would always try to involve herself. So we would talk about our first dance song, I don't know, how we're gonna cut the cake, like little tiny things within the ceremony. And she would mention how she wants to make sure she walks down the aisle. And when I went wedding dress shopping, I still chose to involve her, so she came along on the day, and she had a lot of opinions this day. And not only that, when I thought I found my dream dress, he was taking photos because I did ask her to. Tell me why, when I walked into the house, she was showing pictures to Mark of the wedding dress I chose. One of the biggest no-nos, you're getting married. And I had a few little surprises planned for Mark on our wedding day, little sentimental pieces throughout the day that I wanted to kind of give to him and show him. And my mother-in-law was telling him every single one. Got to the point where I was kind of just like, I was just so annoyed. I was so annoyed. We got to about 2 weeks before the wedding, and I just weren't speaking to my mother-in-law. I was just like, I'm not. Mark agreed with me, and I just reached my breaking point with her. And I just weren't gonna let this woman ruin my wedding day. So I just came to the conclusion that I just weren't gonna acknowledge her.
Anytime my best friend goes out without me, I wake up from a text from a weird motherfucker. I wake up from a text from like a random man, or I wake up from a text from her being like, oh, I met this guy last night, he's so perfect for you. A couple weeks ago, she met a guy out at a bar, and I wake up from a text from her that was like, look at this screenshot that I got, and it's like, great meeting you, Maisie, such a great night meeting you. Tell Livy I say aloha. I said, Maisie, what the fuck did you do? Why is this random man saying aloha to me? Like, why is this random man I've never even met being like, tell Livy I say aloha? He's like, no, I think that you guys are going to date. Like, I think you guys are so good together. I showed him your Instagram. He's really interested. Like, absolutely not. She's like, Livy, come on, he's from Hawaii. Like, he's from Hawaii. You love Hawaii. I've never been to Hawaii in my life. Sure, I would fucking love Hawaii, but like, what? Why is that a selling point? She's like, come on, like, it's just fun. Like, let's just hang out. Let's just have a good time. I'm like, no, these random creatures. I was like, if you gave me a man that I'm actually interested in, oh, for sure, let's go. One day, I woke up from a voicemail from their Uber driver. She was like, our Uber driver was interested in you. I showed him your Instagram. He's interested. He had a voicemail at like 2 in the morning, and it's like, hey, Livy, like, call me back. I'm like, who the fuck is this? Maisie's like, it's the Uber driver from last night. It's even worse when I'm out with her. Because when I'm out with her, she'll be like, oh my God, that man is so your type. Like, that guy is, I'm gonna go talk to him for you. Like, he's so your type. I'm looking at that man like, bitch, that's not my fucking type. And she's drunk, so she doesn't care. She's like, no, I just, like, he's your husband. Like, no, I'm genuinely fucking scared of that man. There's no chance that man is my husband. Like, please don't go talk to him. She goes and talks to him. And I look over at her pointing at me, and I'm like, motherfucker. I've been doing this thing where I flip it on her. So she'll be talking to the man, and she'll be like, Livy, come here. And I'll go over with her boyfriend, and I'm like, hi, like, what's up? And I'm like, oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm taken. Like, I'm taken. she must be really into you. And I'll be like, oh my God, she does this when she's really into a guy, but she's like really nervous. She'll like pin it on me, but she's actually the one that's really into you. You'll be like, oh yeah, no, like that's my boyfriend right there. That's my boyfriend. And her boyfriend will be like, no, it's not. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, we'll let you guys be. Like, we'll let you guys be alone, you know? Like, I'm sorry, she does this when she's like really anxious and nervous to talk to a new man, and Maisie's like sitting there freaking out. I'm like, no, this is called karma. If you want me to talk to scary creatures, this is what the fuck you get. No, you go ahead and have a conversation. So it's never some cute guy that I'm actually like into. It's always like a 52-year-old. And I'm like, how the fuck did you find the one 52-year-old out here? So I'm like, you know what? No, you're stuck talking to the 52-year-old, not me, bitch. But then whenever they ask for a number, always give them Sissy's number. Always give them Sissy's number. So Sissy wakes up to text messages being like, hey, is this like the hot bitch from the Victorian? And Sissy's like, what the fuck, Livy and Maisie? What the fuck? And it's like a cycle. I'm like, Sissy, don't be fucking rude. That could be your goddamn soulmate. Like, don't be rude. I'm fully pulling a Maisie on Sissy. But like, I single-handedly have the worst wing woman. The thing is like, I never asked her to be my wing woman. She just does it thinking she's thinking she ate every single time. And every time I'm like, bitch, be so fucking for real right now.
My boyfriend asphyxiated me, but swears he still loves me. I, 22 female, love my ex-boyfriend, 24 male. He was my whole world, my knight. He's been through hell, so I try to understand him and love him regardless of his struggles. The first year of our relationship was pure bliss, and I just felt truly loved. That all changed the second year when we would get into fights, and he got so angry till he would hit the walls or himself, and then eventually choke me. Afterwards, he'd apologize severely, and I'd take him back because I thought I understand him and that he didn't mean to hurt me because he loves me. I just made him angry. Afterwards, things would somewhat go back to normal. He'd be all sweet and loving and give me many kisses on my face, and I felt loved. But this time, I was a little scared. Moving on, when we would have good times, they were really good. But when we would fight, things just went south. The choking became more intense, and the time while he was doing it is gradually becoming longer. But I know I can be a nagging bitch sometimes, always asking for him to be better, so I understand how this could get to him. But this time around, I had to just leave. We got into another heated fight, and I was ignoring and blocking him away, as I always do when I get really upset. Which upsets him, and he just literally snapped, hit the walls, hit himself I think, then put his hands on my neck and choked me so tight. This time he wasn't letting go. I had to scratch him and cry, and he snapped out of it and let me go. I think I got asphyxiated, because I saw black for a few seconds and felt really light. I couldn't even hear what was coming from his mouth. When I came back, he was apologizing and crying, and I was trembling. 2 victims, I guess. I told him he wants to unalive me. He tried to drag me to the kitchen, saying, yes, let me unalive you. Then he laughs and says, I'm kidding. And I just couldn't believe my eyes or ears or anything. I left him, and he made me feel like I gave up on him, and he kept saying he's a fuck up and doesn't deserve anything. It made me feel horrible. So, am I the asshole or what?
I'm considering divorcing my wife because she cannot get over her mother's death. Yeah, I know, everyone is fired up at the title and ready to tell me what an asshole I am. To those people, I implore you to read the rest of the post before making a judgment, which is what we're here to do. My 36 male, wife 33 female, mother passed away 5 years ago from lung cancer. It was not a peaceful or easy death. Our lives understandably went on pause after the diagnosis, and we both spent a lot of time off work helping care for her mother. My wife had a pretty typical showing of grief at the time, cycling through different stages. Same with our 3 kids. After she passed, however, my wife got really bad. I totally understand this. I can't say I know exactly what she went through because I haven't had a parent die, but I understand how devastated she was. For months after she could barely function, I gently took over pretty much all of the responsibilities in the household and with the kids. She had been attending grief counseling since the diagnosis and continued after the death. None of this is the problem. I endeavored to be as supportive as possible. She cried on my shoulder every night for months, and I just thought this was the worst of for better or worse. The problem is that after 5 years, she does not seem any better or more functional. She stopped grief counseling about 4 years ago and refused to go again, stating it would not help her and that nothing could. About a month before any major holiday, she will have a major downturn. In bed half the day, crying all day, does not want to interact with the family, does not have the energy to do anything around the house. This will go on every single day until about a week after the holiday ends. Every holiday is intense grief, just as much now as it was 5 years ago. October, November, December, and January, which is her mom's birthday month, every year are particularly bad. I am essentially without my wife and am a single parent to my 3 kids. Altogether, she is completely incapacitated by grief for about 6 months out of the year and has been the past 5 years. When I say incapacitated, I mean incapacitated. When she is in the depths of her grief, she's completely incapable of intimacy with me or the kids. There is no cuddling, spending time with us, going on family outings. I don't sleep with her for half the year. I've stopped asking her if she wants to talk about it because she can't get any words out between sobs if she tries. What hurts most is that the kids have stopped asking or being concerned. If they see their mom in bed when they get home, they just go about their day and might casually mention, "Oh, mom is sad today," if their sibling or I ask where she is. They don't really seek affection with her anymore because they rarely get anything more than tears. I've discussed this with therapists, my parents, friends, etc., and I know all the rebuttals people have for this, so let me preempt them. She's unwilling to go back to therapy for grief counseling or see a doctor for depression. Yes, I know she's severely depressed. I can't force her to go to the doctor. I've tried so much. Yes, it really is just as intense as it was 5 years ago. No, I never tell her to get over it or blow her off. On my worst days, I just give space and leave her be. Most days, I try to offer her some comfort. If you want to judge me for leaving her alone, whatever, but know that I feel like I essentially have caretaker fatigue at this point. No, she does not have a history of depression, but she does have ADHD. Don't know if that's relevant. I feel like my wife died when her mom died. I would do anything to get her back, even a small piece of her, but she doesn't seem willing or able to move on past her mother's death. I feel awful for considering divorce, but I don't know what else to do. Don't hate me, but I feel like 5 years is like overkill to grieve over someone. I mean, I don't think you ever stop grieving. I just think you have to handle it differently because you still have to live your life. You have priorities. You have a husband. You have children. Your mom would never be happy that you're living your life this way because she passed.
Am I the asshole for refusing to apologize to my husband in writing after I canceled all his family Christmas invitation celebration for our house? The juice is good, the tea is good. Please pull up and listen to the chisme. So, to give some context, I, 32 female, have been married to my husband, 39 male, for 4 years. I work a full-time job while he does a 3-time-a-week night shift job. We have a 2-year-old and I'm 6 months pregnant. This whole drama started days ago. My husband has a large family, and on every Christmas, they'd gather at his father's house. My father-in-law passed away about a year ago, so this year, my husband decided, as the man of the house and the man of the family, that we were going to host Christmas at our house, unbeknownst to me. He sent out Christmas invitations for a 5-day Christmas celebration to his entire family, which is about 26 to 30 members in total. Wow. Okay. I found out about this by accident and I was too shocked to react. Yeah, sis. And you're pregnant? No, Clea. No. I confronted him on it and he said I shouldn't be surprised and just to get used to it because after his father's death, he's now the head of the family and all major family events will be held in our house and in his presence. Yeah, I freaked out and said, no, this is wrong. And he should have talked to me before this and sending out any invitations. And, he should have known that I have other commitments like work and taking care of the house and our son and the fact that I'm 6 months pregnant. Got me so upset my little glasses are all askew. He said we'll manage if I took time off work, but that means more workload later. Yeah, especially if he's only working 3 nights a week and you're working all the nights a week. Yeah. He said that of course it would take away from your maternity leave as well. But he's not thinking about that. Yeah. I demanded he cancel the invitations, but he refused, saying, over my dead body, then walked out. I ended up sending a mass text to everyone. I love that for you. Sent a mass text to everyone who received an invitation explaining that we would not be hosting Christmas this year. He found out and went off on me, calling my behavior outrageously appalling. Sir, no. Outrageously appalling, and said that I broke his word to his family and made him look small and with no authority. I, in a very strict tone, replied that I did not sign up to host a celebration and accommodate 26 people while pregnant, taking care of a toddler, and working on top of regular household chores. Yeah, who does? Who does that? Nobody. Not nobody. Yeah. And I don't care if he became the head of the family after his father's death because it means nothing to me. He took offense to that particular statement. Of course he did. And walked out. You know, hey. He later talked about how I disrespected his father and him with what I said and demanded a handwritten apology. I'm sorry, did hell freeze over? Oh, that's a no. That's going to be a no for me. That's a no. A handwritten apology for canceling the event and for being insensitive towards him and undermining his authority in front of his family. But I said no apology from me was going to come in any way, shape, or form. And the issue is still up, especially with my mother-in-law giving me a stern talking to about how out of line I was for disrespecting my husband's decisions regarding the holiday celebration with family. Oh my freaking gosh. Where do I even start? Yeah, no. He doesn't even talk to you about it. Number one, he just makes this decision like, I'm the head of the family now, so let me start throwing my weight around. And don't get me wrong. If this is like a super special like thing that really means something to him, and it's been like a generational thing, and this was like a special whatever, sure. Special traditions, whatever. But if this is just all about like him throwing his weight around, the fact that he didn't consult you and you're working full-time, toddler, pregnant, but on top of all of that, he's going to put this, like it says after that, like as an edit, there's an edit. Oh, I'm sorry. There's an edit. There's an edit saying that he planned on sitting there he said he planned on sitting there and telling stories of his dad while I took care of the rest of everything. Oh, hell no. I'm sorry. No, absolutely not. Because who does that? Who does that? Who has the time for that without somebody to help them? No. A handwritten apology? I'm sorry, sir. That's a not never gonna happen for me. Not never gonna happen. You're the asshole, sir, for asking that of your wife. And ma'am, writer of the story, no, you're not the asshole for canceling the plans. I would have too. Either that, or I would have just let all this happen. I would have just let it all happen. And I would have been like, all right, see you, bye. I'd have dipped out. To some Airbnb way out in the country somewhere where he couldn't find me, and been nice and comfortable with my little toddler. I ain't taking care of no 26 folks and it's just me. Not the asshole.
So I'm seeing a lot of comments saying this is on me for missing and ignoring red flags, and I 100% agree. I should have gone more into the backstory, but it's super complicated and so long, so I left it out. I used to be the stepmother of her oldest son. So her ex is also my ex, and he's a huge piece of crap, but that's a story for another day. And I'm extremely bonded to the kiddo. I was in his life from 9 years old, and she's allowed me to still be involved in his life for the past 4+ years, even after I left the relationship. He's 7 now. So a huge part of me feels this immense, incredible debt to her, and I will always appreciate her keeping me in her son's life. She didn't have to do that, but as my friend, kids aside, she's incredibly selfish and toxic, and I should have made better boundaries and kept my guard guard up. But wow, that's easier said than done when kids are involved. Oh my goodness.
That's really hard.
Yeah, that's really rough to like want a relationship with a child. I also feel like maybe she's taking advantage of the fact that you want to be around her son too.
She knows she can get away with more because she knows you have a relationship with him.
Yeah, she's kind of dangling a carrot in front of you. I understand you want a relationship with this kid. It's just, it's going too far at this point. Her expectations of you are astronomical.
Yeah, it's terrible. She's taking advantage of you. Kid or no kid, you got to stand up for yourself. And hopefully as the kid gets older, he'll understand and see it.
After this happened, a few things that some of you said to me really stuck with me. I was looking at all this from the perspective of not wanting to lose access to the children of the bride who I love deeply. But I was not realizing by allowing their mothers to treat me poorly, I was modeling for the kids how to treat their loved ones. That was really a light bulb moment for me, and I realized I needed to cut ties.
That's hard to do, though.
Yeah, that is hard to do.
Especially with a kid involved.
I get it, and I'm sure you miss that kid. Maybe you guys can reconnect in the future, but is it really worth it? I don't know.
At the end of the day, you have to take care of yourself. You come numero uno.
Numero uno. I initially told her I needed space from her because of the way she treated me as a friend, which she did not take well, and I had to block her number and delete her off social media to stop her from berating me with texts. Once I did that, it was insane how much better I felt. I truly didn't realize how much time and energy she took out of me every single day. I feel like a literal weight has been lifted from my chest, and I wasn't filled with anxiety about whatever drama she's constantly calling and texting me about.
That's the thing about being with people like that. You know, there's always something wrong. There's always some sort of drama.
I know,
They're in a
and they
fight
feed
with
off
someone.
it.
I hate it. Those kind of people I just cut out of my life, honestly.
It's not worth it in the end. Obviously, you're a good friend, right? You want to be there for your friend when things are going wrong. But if you keep noticing a pattern that friend is constantly involved in drama or creating problems out of nowhere, always playing the victim, always acting like everybody's out to get them, at the end of the day, I truly feel that it's only a matter of time before they make you the problem in their life, right?
Well said.
If they're there just talking about everybody and causing all of these issues and like, you know, you're there listening to it, maybe they're doing the exact same thing and doing it about you, or they will.
In this case, she was. Glad you cut her out of your life. Love that for you.
Love that for you. You know, I heard a really great quote the other day. Rotten fruit always falls from the tree. I had no idea how much she'd slowly taken from me across the course of our friendship. It was like being free of an emotional vampire. However, despite feeling so much better, I still feel I needed closure regarding the kids, who I do love and miss. I needed to know in my heart that I did everything I could for them to know none of this is their fault. I decided to drop off the presents I already bought at their front doorstep and left a note letting her know that I was informed she spoke poorly about me in front of the children during her wedding day and that I simply cannot accept that disrespect anymore. That's what's
Let's
up.
go.
Like kissing a slap, you know what I mean? Because you're like, look at what a nice person I am. I'm giving you the gifts that I said I was going to give you, but I'm also slapping you with a nice little taste of your own medicine. It was very short and sweet, and I didn't go into much more detail than that. I also told her I had no interest in reigniting any type of friendship, and this was my closure, and I don't want her to contact me. Apparently, she immediately took to social media and began making dozens of posts and TikTok videos denying everything, as well as involving the kids in the videos. Sad. Trash talking me, calling me a narcissist, which is laughable, honestly.
Because she is the one who's the narcissist.
Yeah, probably. And it's her go-to insult for anyone who wrongs her. I had friends send me a few in disbelief, and while I appreciated being informed, I asked them not to send me anymore because I really don't care, and I don't want to give her the satisfaction of knowing I saw any of them. Ooh, that's a great power move. I love it when we consciously choose to not allow people's energy to penetrate our energetic field. Like, it's one thing to be like, I don't want to talk to you anymore. It's another thing to literally not want any updates, not creep on social media, literally cut that person out. I was watching a TikTok the other day. I'm on witch talk, okay? I like some witches. And I was feeling really upset about something that a former friend had done to me. It was like this TikTok just came out of nowhere. It was like I needed to see it. This witch told me to write her name on a piece of paper, stick that piece of paper in my shoe. And this kind of is like the metaphor walking on that person. They are under your feet. You have control. And I have to say, after doing this, I wasn't really thinking about that person anymore. Like, I was obsessively in this negative feedback loop in my head. Yes, we can say we want people out of our lives, but it's probably best to like not want the tea on what's going on. Stop creeping them on social media.
Just focus on yourself.
Just focus on
yourself. What's good with you and all that stuff.
This person was 100% a bridezilla, my dear. And I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. But honestly, I'm really proud of you for showing like healing learning and growth.
Yeah.
This is good. This is very mature.
Very good. Very proud of you. You are definitely not an a-hole. She is a bridezilla. Proud of you for growing. This is great. It's always good to see someone grow, you know? Whether it comes when you're 15, 25, 55, or even 85. It matters.
All right, let's get into part 2. Update. I want to break up with my fiance and pursue a relationship with her sister after she kissed me at Thanksgiving last night. Am I the jerk? Hey, so only posting this update because a lot of people were asking for an update. This will be my final update. So yeah, sadly, I don't have a great update. I broke up with my fiance yesterday, and yeah, she was expectedly shocked and sort of panicking. I felt horrible seeing her cry like that and seeing that reaction, and she kept asking why. And I told her that I just don't think we're meant to be together, and that she deserves someone far better than me. She was kind of wailing and stuff, and it broke my heart. So obviously both families are shocked, especially because just had Thanksgiving and they asked a lot of questions about the wedding and our future plans and even baby names. So yeah, everyone's pretty shocked. I didn't really want it to become this big a drama, but sadly it has become a huge drama and everyone is speculating what happened. I met with my fiance's sister last night for dinner, and we both realized the gravity of the situation. We spoke at length, and I told her we should probably take some space and take it slowly, maybe wait a few months, and she said she was willing to wait however long. She recommended that we move to a different state. We both work remotely, so that makes it a lot easier and works in our favor. We can choose any state we like. I asked her many times if she was sure and if she had any regrets after seeing her sister's reaction. And she said she loves her sister and that the situation obviously sucks, but that love is love, and that the love we have and the deep connection we have is very rare, and that now that she had it, she would never let it go, ever, until she dies. I got those heart flutter feelings again, and this time I was sober, and we didn't even kiss. It was just her words.
Caterer looks at me weird and is like, did nobody tell you? Tell me what? What is happening? Like, tell me. And the caterer proceeds to tell me that nobody has seen the groom all morning. Nobody knows where the groom is. So now everybody freaking out and the bride being stressed out is all kind of making sense. And now I'm a little stressed out because I'm supposed to be taking groom get ready photos and the groom's not here. So I'm thinking through, I'm like, okay, I can't just stand around, like, what else can I photograph? And I remember someone telling me before the wedding that they had a letter from someone that had passed, a family friend, that the bride was gonna read in her bridal get ready suite. And so I was like, okay, we'll just take photos of her opening that and reading that. I try to get her to read the note and she refuses. She is like adamant that she does not want to open this envelope. So at this point, I'm just defeated. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I am just gonna stand around. So I go in the hallway and I just stand there and I kind of wait and I'm like, maybe the groom will show up. All of a sudden this guy like rushes down the hallway and just enters straight into the bridal suite. And he immediately caught my attention because I noticed he had like a little bit of a bloody nose and he looked like he literally just got in a fight in the dirt. And as he enters, he just shuts the bridal suite door. I'm standing here and I'm like, was that the groom? Like, who was that? Like, why did he seem like he was on a mission? In there for a while. But then he comes out and just walks straight out. Not even 3 minutes later, I'm sitting here wondering who was that. Another guy comes up and I hear a caterer say, that's the groom. So now I know, oh, the groom's here. The groom now walks into the bridal suite and shuts the door. I'm just sitting outside like, what is happening? Is this wedding happening today? I'm not even gonna lie. I may or may not have been eavesdropping a little bit because at this point my curiosity is piqued. So as I'm listening, it's like kind of like a heated emotional type of argument. And eventually he comes out, he's crying, she's in there crying, and I'm like, oh no, this can't be good. And then the bride lets me know, hey, the wedding's been called off. You can go home now. I gather my stuff and I start to head out of the wedding when that same caterer I saw earlier stops me and says, hey, you want to know what happened? And I'm like, heck yeah, I want to know what happened. Are you kidding me? This is probably about to be the tea of the century. Caterer lets me know that apparently the night before the wedding, the groom's brother confessed his love to the bride. And when the groom found out about it, he basically ran away, disappeared. I guess the brother was the one to find the groom, and they ended up duking it out by their mother's grave, which explained the brother's bloody nose. After he fought his brother, he returned to the wedding to talk to the bride and confront her, and that's when they ended up just breaking it off. On the bright side though, I got paid for the whole day and I only had to photograph the bride getting ready. So cheers to that.
Am I the asshole for leaving the family Christmas gathering because my baby's daddy showed up with his girlfriend unannounced? So I got pregnant last year after 3 months of dating the baby's daddy. And despite having an IUD, I decided to keep the baby. He said he would be there for me. He left me when I was 5 months pregnant. I later found out it was because of another girl. So we still kept contact, even though it was mostly me making the contact. Our daughter is now 3 months old, and he visits her about once a week for a couple hours. So I'm pretty much doing it all by myself. 2 weeks after her birth, he told me that he and his girlfriend want to meet the baby, girlfriend that he left her for. And the girlfriend feels left out. Oh, I'm sorry. So baby's 2 weeks old and girlfriend already wants to meet the baby. That's a hell no. Nope. I said no because I'm hurt and need more time. He was okay with that at first. So Christmas rolls around. We specifically talk about Christmas when his parents invited me, and I told him to tell me when he and his girlfriend were going to be there so that I could come either beforehand or afterward. Because I did not want to see her. I would let him see the baby, but I was not trying to see her or let her have time with the baby because that's not her baby. It's not her baby. They're not married. They're not engaged. It's not her baby. So for Christmas Eve, his parents invited me and the baby girl over. So I talked to him. I don't want to be there when he and his girlfriend are there. Absolutely. He said that's not a problem. In the evening, they'll be at her parents so they can spend another day with his parents. Either way, I showed up when I was supposed to show up, and he said that he would be there at a specific time, and I got there when I was supposed to get there. And guess who shows up? So I'm ready. The baby's ready. I had presents for everybody. I drove more than an hour to get there. So that his parents could at least see the grandchild. And of course, the baby's hungry and crying when I get there. And I have to do all the things. And I'm upstairs and I'm taking care of the baby. And of course, I hear him and other things. And the female voice, I'm like, that sounds like that might be his girlfriend. So I shout downstairs, "You didn't bring your girlfriend, did you?" And he shouts back, "Yeah, I told you we were going to be here." No, sounds like they didn't say exactly when they were going to be there. But either way, I said I didn't think, you knew I didn't want to meet your girlfriend. So I went back to the car. I fed the baby in the car. I finished feeding the baby in the car. I finished changing the baby in the car. I finished everything. I let the baby say goodbye to the grandparents and apologize to them for leaving so abruptly, because it wasn't about them. It was about the fact that he was not supposed to bring his girlfriend, and that's just how it was. So he was like, "Oh, you should just stay. You drove so long to be here, and you really should just, forget all that and don't worry about my girlfriend. She's not going to bother you." Bruh, it's Christmas. I'm a new mom. Hormones, holiday drama, all the things. That's a hell no. No. So after that, obviously I left. We had an argument over text, and he hasn't spoken to me for like 2 weeks now. And it's on holiday break. He could have seen the baby, but I did visit the parents again, and apparently they had an argument with him too. So am I the asshole for leaving the holiday gathering early, cutting short family time with the baby's grandparents, who do need to know them, but because baby daddy showed up with girlfriend? Ooh, that's rough. It's so rough. Like, if you guys had a previous arrangement where, girlfriend was not supposed to be there and he had like a prearranged time to come see the baby with his parents and like everything was copacetic, yeah, he's the asshole for showing up with a girlfriend, but if there was like no previous arrangement, you could have stayed a little bit, but no. The fact that home chick feels left out, the fact that homegirl feels left out, and with the baby, like, no, that's not her baby, that's your baby. He's not been there for anything. So, no. You're not the asshole.
Am I wrong for announcing my pregnancy at my older sister's birthday lunch? I, 25 female, have an older sister who is 30 years old. We have never gotten along growing up, and I consider her my first bully. That's okay, my older sister was my first bully too, but now we're like BFFs. Growing up, she has always commented on my weight and how I look. Because of the consistent bullying, I spent most of my time with my dad and stepmother who gladly took me in. Since I was still young, I was basically forced to visit my mom, and I dreaded the weekends I had to visit. My mother was never the problem, but she would let my sister get away with doing horrible things to me. When I turned 14, I was finally able to live with my dad and stepmom full time, but I did keep in contact with my mom. I didn't start visiting her home until I was 18. Anyways, my mother decided to set up a birthday dinner for my older sister. She invited both me and my husband, so we decided that we would go because I hadn't seen my mother since 2021, and I did miss her. Anyways, everything was going well. The food was amazing, and I got to see family that I haven't seen in years. Well, it was amazing until everyone was eating. I had finished my food and I was still hungry, so I asked my mother if it was okay to get more since everyone had gotten their first helping. My mother, of course, said to help myself, so I got up and started making myself a plate. It was going okay until my older sister loudly said, "Shouldn't you stop eating so much? You look like you're gaining so much weight." I'm literally 3 months pregnant. I looked around and everyone was looking at me, so I said, "Thanks for your concern, but I'm actually eating for 2 right now." Immediately, everyone started getting up and congratulating my husband and me, while my sister just sat there looking dumb. Every conversation was about my pregnancy and nobody seemed interested in my sister. Soon after me and my husband left, we immediately got a text from my sister saying I was an asshole and I intentionally tried to ruin her day. I don't feel bad, but regardless of how I feel, am I the asshole? Wait, I'm sorry, I had to go back and read. Your sister is 30 and your mother is throwing her a birthday party? Like I said, my sister was a bully to me growing up, but she never, was that mean. Now that I think about it, weight was, the one thing she never teased me about, which I'm thankful for because that is effed up. I wouldn't consider that a pregnancy announcement. That was a clapback. And
my boyfriend calls it radical honesty, but it feels like public humiliation.
Oh, I already know I hate him. Oh, I don't.
I, 26 female, have been with my boyfriend, 27 male, for a year and some change. When we started dating, he told me his friend group is brutally honest, and I thought that just meant they roast each other a lot. Nope. Apparently, they have this rule where if someone complains about their partner, that partner is fair game for group feedback.
Okay.
I did not fully understand what that meant until last weekend. We were at a hangout and his friend casually said, quote, "So, did you ever fix that thing where you cry every time a plan changes?" Everyone laughed and then started listing stuff they think I should work on. Like, quote, "You apologize too much. It's kind of manipulative. You act shy, but actually, you like control. You talk about your job too much. It's boring for the rest of us." All delivered like they're doing me a favor. My boyfriend just sat there nodding and occasionally adding examples. I felt like I was in some live Yelp review of my personality. When I got upset later, he said I was being dramatic and that I should be grateful they, quote, "care enough to be real with me." Is this actually some healthy communication thing that my thin skin can't handle? Or is this just a circle of people who enjoy tearing others apart and slapping a self-help label on it?
No, this is just what making fun of someone in elementary school or bullying is. Like, the things that you might bully a kid for when they're 5 years old or whatever, it might be true, but that doesn't mean it's, not mean.
Am I the asshole for destroying my mother-in-law's wedding dress in front of her? You probably guessed that I have the mother-in-law from hell. I think she quite literally is dating her son, which isn't true, because I am. Honestly, I'm not going to make this story time super long, but the stories I could tell about this woman would honestly leave you all speechless. What I will say is that when me and my fiance got got engaged and we were calling round telling people how excited we were, we called his mother-in-law and she started bawling her eyes out of sadness. Quote unquote is losing her baby boy. He's not going anywhere. He's just simply getting married to the love of his life. Anyway, I am such a people's pleaser, and when it was time for me to go and find my wedding dress, I thought I had to invite this woman along. My mum was going, my grandma was going, and I just didn't want her to feel left out. I decided to invite her, and it was the biggest mistake of my life because this woman was horrendous from the get-go. She told me that I looked fat in nearly every single dress I tried on. She repeatedly said stuff like, oh, like, I wouldn't wear something like that, but it suits you. She has this impeccable style when she doesn't. So I picked my wedding dress. Obviously, I absolutely adore it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have picked it. And it was so different to what I thought I was going for. And obviously, it was this big secret like wedding dresses are. Fiance did not know. I think he had an idea in his head, but it would have been completely wrong. It's how my maid of honor. Like, it was such a big thing just between us four. This woman over dinner goes ahead, shows pictures of my dress and tells my fiance everything about it. I was so annoyed. I have never stuck up for myself to this woman just to like keep the peace. But I went absolutely mental at her because like, what do you mean? It's so disrespectful. He invited you out of pity. Newsflash, nobody wanted you there. Anyway, I went absolutely mental, and I know this woman still had her wedding dress because she is absolutely obsessed with her wedding. Went upstairs in a rage, found her wedding dress finally. It was still hung up in her wardrobe, FYI. Took it downstairs and I cut it up right in front of her. Saying all the exact same comments she has been saying to me whilst wedding dress shopping, and I don't regret it at all.
Am I the asshole for backing out of my dad's Christmas party after his fiance took my baby to meet Santa behind my back? I live a 5-minute walk away from the mall, and they opened up their Christmas display a few days ago. My husband and I were planning on taking our son, who is 8 months old, there for his first Santa visit this past Saturday. My dad's fiance is a very self-centered person. Most recently, she tried to post about my pregnancy on social media before I did, and confirmed their wedding date, which has since been changed twice, at my sister's birthday party. I'm not fond of her, but she's not usually too hard to tolerate. My immediate paternal family gets together for a small party every year on Christmas Eve. This time, my dad and his fiancée are hosting. I was going to attend it with my husband and our son. Last Thursday, I had a business meeting while my husband was also at work. My dad and his fiancée came over to babysit. I spent some time chatting with them before leaving, and I mentioned our weekend plans, including how we were taking our baby to see Santa. I got home, my dad's fiancée showed me pictures of herself with my baby and the mall Santa. I don't even have any pictures of just my son. She's in all of them. How the hell is she gonna show me pictures of herself with my baby, and I don't even have no pictures of myself with my baby? Who the fuck she thinks she is? Explained, my dad had wanted to take a nap, so she took my son out on a stroll. She went to the mall, she saw the Christmas display, and couldn't resist taking my son there. Well, she needs to have a goddamn baby of her own. Let me make this clear. I'm not too much of a Christmas person. Neither is my husband. But she was well aware we were looking forward to doing this with our son. I'm also upset that my dad napped while babysitting, because we wouldn't have had them watch our baby if we knew it would ultimately just be her. And I never gave either of them permission to remove my child from my place while babysitting. Who the hell does she think she is? I confronted her and said, who the hell do you think you are? We wanted to take him ourselves, but she acted confused and claimed she didn't realize it was such a big deal and just wanted to have some fun with the baby. I told you my husband and I, were going to take our baby, my husband and I, to see Santa ourselves. My dad also dismissed my feelings and said I was being dramatic. I grabbed my son and told them to leave. My husband was as upset as I was. We decided we wouldn't attend the Christmas party anymore. We'll figure out something else. But we don't want to spend our baby's first Christmas with her. We made it official over the weekend. A lot of my family has replied that they're not coming if I don't. So now my dad is begging me to change my mind That's not gonna happen. There's still over a month left before Christmas, and I want to sort this out as soon as possible. I don't want to attend, but I also don't want to ruin the party. Am I the asshole? Sweetheart, I don't think you are the asshole. You had your own date planned for your baby's first Christmas, and your dad's asshole fiance stepped in and did what the hell she wanted to do. Who the fuck she thinks she is? No, you are not the asshole. You and your husband and the family that don't want to go are to have your own Christmas party at your house, and the hell with them. Have a Merry Christmas.
Am I wrong for being upset that my boyfriend is moving in with his girl best friend? Story time. So, me and my boyfriend Steve have been together for just under a year, and when we first got together, he told me all about his girl best friend, Amy. Now, here's the thing. I didn't have a problem with them at first. They had been best friends since they were in primary school, and at the time, Amy had a boyfriend. And to be fair, the way she acted towards Steve was the exact same way she acted towards other male friends, so I wasn't very worried. Now, recently, Amy and her boyfriend have broken up. I don't know the details on this, but apparently it's absolutely horrific. It's very, very messy. Now, at the time of the breakup, her and her boyfriend were living together and she got kicked out. So Steve offered her his couch. This is where I started to feel a little bit uncomfortable. Not gonna lie, I don't really want a girl staying at my boyfriend's house. We argued about it. He won. Amy ended up staying. Eventually, I kept getting more and more annoyed because one night I wanted to go back to Steve's, you know. I wanted to show my boyfriend how much I loved him. But he was like, no, we can't do that because Amy will be on the couch. Now, fast forward to about a week ago, Steve was not feeling well, so I wanted to go around, be a good girlfriend and surprise him with some food. I get there, knock on the door. Amy answers in a really tight vest top and the tiniest little booty shorts you have ever seen. I went in, I saw Steve, and when she got in the shower, I asked him if she normally wears that type of stuff in his house. And he was like, oh yeah, it's quite normal. I was obviously really, really annoyed by this. And when I raised it with him, he was like, oh, I feel like you're not going to like what I'm going to say then. And he basically told me that him and Amy were looking for a place to live together. Instantly, I fear Steve needs to get in the bin. As I am sure you can imagine, I absolutely lost my shit. Amy had heard us fighting and she came out of the shower, somewhat dressed this time. Firstly, she has the nerve to ask me what is wrong. I'll tell you what's wrong, Amy. I told her I was not comfortable with any of this, and she actually apologised, but then went on to say that I better find a way to get comfortable with this. I looked at Steve and I went, seriously, this man said nothing. He then sighed and was like, I hate to say it, but she's right. He said that Amy has been in his life longer than I have, and therefore she is his priority, and this move was going to benefit them in the long run. Honestly, I was so unbelievably mad and shocked. I just immediately left. I texted him that evening and asked him to actually think about this and see it from my side and my perspective, because I just don't know how Steve can actually think that this is acceptable. But I do feel like this is probably the end of our relationship. He said that I'm just clearly very, very insecure about them, and it's something that I will need to work on in myself. What do you think? Am I actually wrong here, or is this something that I need to go to therapy about? The end.
Let's do a full face of makeup products that I never use. I'm about to go home for Thanksgiving and I already packed up all my makeup that I'm bringing with me. So I thought this would be the perfect time to look what I have and just haven't used for a long time. Maybe I'll rediscover something that I totally forgot about. For my primer, I'm going to go in with the In Beauty Project Face Glaze. I used to use this every single day and I was obsessed with it. I don't even know why I stopped. I think I just kind of forgot about it. Wait, I also forgot I have this. It's the In Beauty Brighten Eye Cream. I don't remember the last time I used this. I hope it is not expired, but we're gonna put it on. I am gonna expose myself here. Sometimes I'm really lazy with my skincare, so I do like makeup products that have a built-in skincare component because it makes me feel like I'm doing good. For my foundation, I'm using the Say Slip Tint. This used to be my go-to every single day, but I think I started transitioning out of like the clean girl, no makeup look and more into a full glam again. I do like it. I think I put too much on. I'm used to the high coverage. I do not know why I didn't wear this more this summer. That's an L for me. Definitely, for sure. It has SPF in it. Again, we love built-in skincare because I'm lazy. For my concealer, I'm gonna use the e.l.f. Hydro Camo Concealer. I feel like I bought this and then forgot I bought it and just used it probably like twice. I don't remember if I like it or not. Let's find out. Wait, I actually do like it. I think the color is a little light for me, but if it was in the right color, I feel like it'd be a win. For my powder, I'm using the One Size powder in the pink shade. I remember when pink was all the craze. Like everybody was using pink powders and I got this little sample. I don't know, am I a pink powder person? I don't hate it, I just think that I'm a translucent powder girl. I think it looks better on me than a pink powder. I'm going back to the first contour stick I think I ever bought, which is the Fenty Beauty one. I do love this contour stick. I just tend to go for other ones. Like I really love my LYS one. That's like my go-to, but I do like this. I also already packed all my favorite brushes, so we're just really trying to work with what we have available to us. For my blush, I'm doing Rare Beauty Hope. This is almost out, so I did love it. I just tend to do more pinky shades, so I usually use Rare Beauty Happy, but we're switching it up. I love the Rare Beauty blushes. I just don't think that Hope is the best shade for me. For my highlighter, I'm gonna do the Rare Beauty Liquid Highlighter in Enchant. I actually switched to using the powder highlighters from Rare Beauty, so I kind of forgot what the liquid ones were like. Wait, this is really pretty. I forgot how pretty this is. I need to start using this more. This probably so far out of all the products I've used is the one that I'm going to implement the most back into my routine. For my brows, I'm using the Morphe Nano Brow Pencil. I do really like this because I feel like it makes my eyebrows look really natural. This is so old that it no longer has the name on it, but I know that it's the Benefit Eyebrow Gel. I don't know what it's called, but this used to be my holy grail product. I do really like it. I just kind of switched to using a clear brow gel after I fill in my eyebrows. So that's kind of where the switch happened. I did forget my eyelash curler, so this is just gonna have to go on as is. I'm using the Tarte Tubing Mascara in brown. It used to be my everyday mascara, and I do love it because it never ended up under my eyes. I do really like this mascara. I just think that I'm someone that's constantly switching up my mascaras. For my entire life, I've never found one that I was like, yep, this is my mascara. This is the only one I'm ever gonna use ever again. I just like trying different ones. I used to be a bold lip girl or a bright color lip girl. Now I am normally doing pretty nude lips, but I used to use MAC Chatterbox all the time. Let's put it on. I'm not even doing a lip liner. I do love this color. I just think it's so unlike me to wear something like this now. It doesn't feel right on my face. Here is some better lighting of the makeup look. I don't hate it. I just don't think that these are the right colors for my face currently. I think I look a little washed out. I think a bronzer really would have helped me, but I didn't have any that I don't wear. They're all packed already, so this is what we have. I think this reminded me how I used to just do way more of a no makeup look, but other than the lips, okay? Other than the bold lip. But I do like it, and it did remind me of some products that I should start implementing more. Let me know if you ever want to see any more videos like this, or if you want to see my current everyday makeup routine.
My girlfriend told me she befriends less attractive girls on purpose. There is a trigger warning here for ED/self-image.
Okay.
My girlfriend was telling me about how her friend is trying to find a boyfriend, so she's using dating apps. She said she's not having any luck. I told her, that sucks. She said her friend might have to lose some weight to find a guy. I was like, yeah, maybe. Then out of nowhere, she started talking about how she loves having overweight friends, how she looks better by comparison.
Oh.
I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? She was like, we're more comfortable with each other, so she can say this. We've been together a month. She went on to say that her overweight friends make her look like a model and that she will never get friends that are on the same level as her because she loves when guys come up to her at the club and ignore her friends. She said it makes her feel powerful and desired. She said it makes her feel like a high value woman.
Oh.
I was just like, all right, that's cool, I guess. I don't know. I feel like she's showing her true colors, but I feel like a lot of girls do this, so I can't fault her. Weird. Do a lot of girls do this?
This is crazy.
I don't think a lot of girls do this.
Well, I know girls who like having uglier boyfriends. They like being the reward, you know? No, literally. I actually know a lot of girls like this who they want to be the one that's always like wanted more. And they'll joke like, oh, it's because I'm insecure. I want an ugly guy that fawns over me. But then I say I'm insecure. I want a hot guy. So people think I'm cooler because I'm with a hot guy. So it's like two different ways of going about it.
A lady asked why I'm letting myself go. This happened like 2 hours ago, and I'm still kind of shaky, but also weirdly satisfied. I, 34 female, was at a Target in Minneapolis getting groceries. I've lost a bunch of weight recently, like 40 pounds in 3 months, and not in a good way. I have stage 3 colon cancer, and the chemo makes me look like absolute hell. No hair, eyebrows gone, I'm wearing a beanie, and I look sick, because I am sick. So I'm in the produce section trying to figure out what I can eat that won't make me immediately nauseous when this woman, probably in her 50s, rolls up with her cart. She looks me up and down and goes, "Honey, are you okay? You look exhausted." I'm used to this, so I just smile and say that I'm fine, but she doesn't leave. She then goes on to say, "I don't mean to pry, but have you thought about maybe putting more effort into your appearance? I know us ladies can get comfortable, but men really do notice these things. My daughter let herself go after her second baby, and her husband almost left her. Are you fucking serious?" I would have cussed this bitch up and down the fruit aisle, because you don't fucking know me. You don't fucking know me. And her poor daughter probably had postpartum depression, and this bitch over here talking about she let herself go. Oh my gosh. I'm just standing there, holding a cantaloupe completely frozen. But she keeps going. A little makeup goes a long way, and there's some really nice wigs out there now. If you're having hair troubles, you're still young enough to turn things around. Something in me just snapped. I turned to her and said very flatly, "I have cancer, stage 3. The chemo makes me look like this. I'm trying to figure out if I can eat this melon without vomiting. My husband thinks I'm beautiful. Anything else?" Her face went white, like it actually lost all color. She started stammering, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I just thought." I cut her off. "You thought what? That I needed your advice? I'm just trying to buy groceries." She basically ran away, left her cart and everything. Now I'm home and a part of me feels bad because she looked genuinely horrified. Good for her. As she fucking should be. She doesn't know you from a can of fucking paint, but she chose to walk up to you without knowing you or your situation to give you beauty tips and tell you to not let yourself go. She 100% deserved to be fucking terrified. Fuck her. Maybe she'll learn to mind her goddamn business. But at the same time, fuck that noise. Don't comment on people's appearances. My husband says that she deserved it. My mom says that I was too harsh. I don't know. Your mom is wrong. Your mom is so fucking wrong. You were not harsh at all. This bitch deserved all and then some of the sass and attitude that you gave her, because minding your fucking business is free. You don't walk up to a complete fucking stranger and start talking about their appearance. You don't know what the fuck is going on in that person's life. Why? Because that is a complete fucking stranger. I don't know when the fuck people became so goddamn comfortable to just randomly, unprompted, unasked for talk about someone's fucking body, but that shit needs to stop. It needs to stop. That shit is disrespectful as fuck and it's rude as hell. I gotta be honest, y'all. This story triggered the absolute hell out of me. It did, because stuff like this happens to me on a weekly basis right here. People DM me all the time making comments about my body. And then when I DM them back and I ask them, "Well, are you a medical professional?" the answer is always no. My sister's husband's dog's cousin's godmom's aunt had something like that and you should get it checked out. Never once do people give a fuck about what if you're pointing out fucking insecurities. You don't know what the situation is. Why? Because we're fucking strangers. This shit is absolutely not okay. You guys need to be more mindful of the things that you say, even if you're doing it out of concern. If nobody asked you, do not say anything.
Right, so the other day I blocked my best friend of 10 years for no apparent reason. I want to know if I'm in the wrong here. Speaking on technicality, there was nothing wrong with our relationship. There was no big argument, no drama. However, obviously we became friends just at such a young age. Just some stuff that now in my adult life just didn't sit right with me. I tell you, I'm always the person to reach out first with this girl. I actually did a little experiment this time last year. I didn't message first and we didn't speak for 7.5 weeks. And this is my best friend. Like, honestly, we're like this. Had to be one up as well. Like, I got engaged and suddenly she's buying a new house. Actually, on the date of our engagement party, I made the whole day about her because she also decided to go traveling. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that this was a little bit tricky because she didn't do anything for me to like cut her off technically. She was just so exhausting to be around and I really didn't want her in my life anymore. I decided to take quite like a slow approach. Like, I stopped messaging as much. However, of course, this girl suddenly got good on her phone when she realised our friendship started to like drift apart. Actually, she kind of said like, "I've noticed you've stopped messaging me as much. Like, have I done something? Yada, yada, yada." I was like, "Oh no, You know, I just bad on my phone all of a sudden. And the other day I kind of just had enough of this, so I literally just unfollowed her on everything. Over the past 2 days, she has been trying to call me, obviously, but I'm just not ready for that conversation, so I've been ignoring the call. And I don't know, I need to know if I'm in the wrong here, because my fiance thinks I've been a little bit harsh.
Am I in the wrong for taking a job that conflicted with my best friend's wedding after he refused to compromise on unreasonable demands? So my best friend got engaged about a year ago and asked me to be a groomsman. I said yes immediately because that's what you do. We've known each other since like middle school and I was genuinely excited. But then planning started and it got weird. His fiance, who I've never been close with, started making all these demands about what groomsmen needed to do. Custom shirts, specific haircuts, mandatory bachelor party at her chosen location, contributions to things I never agreed to. It was getting expensive and honestly kind of controlling. I mentioned to my friend that some of the stuff seems excessive. Like, I get wanting your wedding to look nice, but requiring specific haircuts felt over the line. He just said, it's not that big of a deal, come on, and shut the conversation down. That's when I kind of started pulling back emotionally from the whole thing. Fast forward to about 3 months before the wedding. I got a new job offer that required me to relocate for like 2 weeks of training right before the wedding. I told him immediately and said I'd try to reschedule it or work something out. He lost it, started saying that I was abandoning him and that real friends would just turn down the job. I reminded him that I need to actually have a career and that I was still going to be there for the wedding. Here's the thing though, I could have tried harder to reschedule. I didn't really push back with my new employer because honestly, I was kind of over the whole wedding stress at that point. I think subconsciously I wanted it out. His fiance apparently told him it was suspicious timing and that I was being selfish. My friend basically told me that I was either fully committed or not committed at all. I ended up keeping the job training and going, but I told him that I'd only make it back the day before the wedding. That meant I couldn't go to the rehearsal dinner or the bachelor party. He said that was unacceptable and that if I couldn't be there for everything, then I shouldn't be in the wedding at all. So I got dropped as a groomsman like a week before the wedding. I was upset but also kind of relieved, which tells me something about how I was feeling about the whole thing. Now a few months later, he's still mad at me. He says I chose a job over my best friend. I say he chose his fiance's demands over our friendship. My other friends are split. Some say I should have just turned down the job. Others say the wedding demands were unreasonable and he was being controlling about it. The thing is, I could have been more honest about feeling uncomfortable instead of just pulling back. And yeah, I definitely could have tried harder with the job thing. So, am I in the wrong?
Am I the asshole for backing out of my dad's Christmas party after his fiance took my baby to meet Santa behind my back? Update. Same shit, different video. If you don't remember the story or you just need a refresher, check out the caption. It's linked there. Yes, before you ask me, my mom did read the first part of this story, but she was a bit hesitant when I asked her if she wanted to read the update. So fortunately and unfortunately, you guys got me reading your update. A little under 2 weeks after my first post, my husband and I took our baby to a different mall and we visited Santa there. Their display wasn't as big as the one from the mall near our place, but it was more colorful and they had a nicer tree. We explored the area with our son afterwards. I came very close to tears watching the way that he reacted to everything. We also took the opportunity to get some Christmas shopping and charity stuff done. Overall, we had a wonderful day. It didn't make either of us forget what happened, but I'll cherish those memories forever. I love that. I love that you guys were able to go out and make memories with your baby despite the fact that your dad's girlfriend or fiance or whoever the fuck she is overstepped in such a major way. In other news, out of the 15 people who have been invited to the party, not including my son, only 4 are still attending. 2 people from my paternal family and 2 from my dad's fiance's family, the only 2 that she invited. My relatives who didn't back out of the party are my dad's cousin, who's visiting from a different country and staying at his place, and my grandmother. She doesn't really seem to understand what's going on. I want to stress that getting my family members involved wasn't my intention. I told both of my cousins what happened because we plan a secret Santa for the party every year. That's where the news spread from. There was also a weird domino effect going on with different parts of the family. I'm not coming, so neither are my parents type of stuff. It contributed to the amount of people that backed out. Communication with my dad has been complicated. He's blaming his fiance for causing the problem, but also me for being emotional and ruining everything. The first time we tried to talk, he made a very offensive comment that I can't overlook, then accused me of being dramatic over that as well. Our second conversation was better, but it still didn't solve much. I was ready to call it quits and accept the fact that we would never agree on this, but my dad called me a few days ago with his fiance. She didn't really apologize. Instead, she reiterated she just wanted to do something fun and didn't think it would be a big deal, but didn't mean to upset me. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar. You wanted to do something fun with my baby. 1, you did not ask my permission before you took my son out of my house. 2, you had to do the one thing you knew we were already planning to do with our son. Get the fuck out of here. I don't buy any of that shit. That's bullshit. Knowing her, I didn't buy any of that. I told her there were numerous things that she could have done that weren't the one thing she knew I was already planning on doing with my child and didn't require her removing him from my place without permission. There was no way she didn't realize it was important to me. She just didn't care. She tried to deny it at first, but she couldn't even give me a better explanation. After a few minutes, she started crying and said, "You get to have special moments with this baby every day. Why can't I have an hour?" That led to another small argument. Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? You're not fucking entitled to my child. You're not. Yes, I will have all of his special moments. You know why? Because I'm his fucking mother. In the end, I told them I didn't know what they thought would happen with that call. I'm not going to their Christmas party, and neither of them will ever babysit my son or any other child I might have in the future again. My dad has since apologized, specifically for the phone call, but I don't care anymore. I'm done losing hair over this. I'm done being treated like my feelings, boundaries, and authority as my child's mother don't matter. Period. Put your foot down. Either you guys are going to respect what the fuck I'm saying, or you don't get to come around no more. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not about to try to beat it into your head. I'm not going to beg or plead. Either you listen or you don't. And if you choose not to, you don't get to be around no more. You're bad. I'm not cutting ties with my dad, but I'll do whatever I can to make sure nothing like this happens again. I like the information diet idea that some of you guys suggested. I definitely feel no need to share any news about my son with my dad's fiance. As for the holidays, my eldest cousin is throwing a small party at her place on Christmas Eve, which mostly everyone who backed out of my dad's party is attending. On Christmas Day, we'll visit my in-laws and then return home to relax with our baby and play video games. Next year, we're traveling out of state. We're going to see my maternal family and go to the beach. This has been a very chaotic month, and I have no desire to waste any more energy on this, so I probably won't update again. I'm not 100% satisfied with how everything worked out, but I am glad the situation's been mostly dealt with, and this might actually be the most excited I've been for Christmas in a while. Thank you and happy holidays. Good shit. I am so proud of you. I am so proud of you for putting your foot down and leaving that bitch there. What you said is what the fuck you said. Either they're going to follow your rules or they're not going to be around, period, point blank. I am so proud of you. It's clear as day that your dad's fiance is selfish as fuck. This bitch is selfish as hell. She knows exactly what the fuck she's doing. She's just pretending that she doesn't. She could care less how you feel about it. She only did that one thing because she knew that was something that was important to you. Good shit on backing them the hell up and telling them they can no longer be around anymore. I love it. One thing's for sure, two things for certain. Your family does not play about you. They do not play about you at all. You told your cousin like, hey, she did A, B, and C. And honestly, it made me feel some type of way. I don't know if I want to go to the party. Your cousin was like, you know what? That's fucked up. I'm not going. The rest of your family was like, you know what? That's fucked up. They not going. I'm not going. We not going. Your family does not play about you. And I'm here for every moment of that. My favorite part about all of this is that the fiance fucked herself. Because the only reason she did this was so that she would have the bragging rights or the power to say that she took OP's son to see Santa Claus first. But because she did that, she can never bring it up because this situation has caused her to be a pariah in the family. Nobody wants to be around someone who's going to go out of their way to be so mean and nasty. I love that for her so much.